Lithuania, Latvia. And it would symbolically, it would mean a lot to him geopolitically to have him in the war.
Meanwhile, to the north in Latvia, Ukraine's allies from Northern Europe held a meeting of their own, discussing new ways to support the Ukrainian military, including more severe economic consequences for Russia.
We must continue to focus on degrading Russia's capability to regroup and to resupply. And that means going after its supply chains.
Russia also announced on Monday they will be holding military drills with China as Moscow continues strengthening its relationship with Beijing. Reporting in Kyiv, Ukraine, I'm Nate Foy, Fox News.
And here's more on the international front. Ongoing protests in Peru have left hundreds of international tourists stranded. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating has more.
I came here to visit Machu Picchu. The government shut down and now we're stuck here.
Frustration and anxiety for hundreds of tourists stuck in the historic city of Machu Picchu and other areas of Peru.
We're really lucky that we're in Cusco and not in Machu Picchu, which you can't get out except by plane.
Trains into the city and major roadways were all blocked over the weekend due to the ongoing demonstrations following the ousting and arrest of former Peruvian President Pedro Castillo. He was taken into custody after trying to dissolve the country's Congress ahead of an impeachment vote. In response, his supporters took to the streets last week in violent protests that's left at least 20 people dead.
I don't feel 100% safe. I'll feel safe once we get the plane takes off from Lima to the U.S.
The political crisis has left thousands of international travelers stuck at airports and hotels. At Machu Picchu, the armed forces had to conduct humanitarian helicopter flights to help move some tourists and sick people out of the area. While partial rail service is expected to resume this week into the ancient city, some American tourists say that is not enough. Many are hoping the U.S. government steps in to help them make it back home for the holidays.
We have work. We've got a dog. It's Christmas. We'd like to spend that with family.
Some good news for worried travelers. The government of Peru announced that air travel will resume as of now at the largest airport in the country's southern region. Phil Keating, Fox News.
A surge in illnesses like RSV and the flu are hitting the classroom. Widespread sickness among students and staff is causing schools across the country to close its doors. Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino has more on this from St. Louis.
Unfortunately, with the holidays in our midst, things are not expected to get better anytime soon. An ICU pediatrician we spoke with says they've seen a huge surge in respiratory illnesses over the last few months, especially in children, and these schools are seeing all types of sicknesses. Pandemic-fueled social distancing and masking was the norm over the last few years. But pediatric doctors like James Schneider believe those COVID protection measures may be the cause of a recent spike in illness.
Over time, we know immunity does tend to wane a little bit or go down a little bit. So you just have a much more, a population which is much more vulnerable at this point. And again, a lot of children.
And we've seen that in schools. Over the last month, these are just some of the locations where entire school districts closed for at least a day due to widespread illness. That includes Osage City Schools in Kansas. The percentage of students and staff in the district out sick increased rapidly.
The trend wasn't going down, so at 46% by the end of that day, we decided that we would close the school for the remainder of the semester, which was for 3 days.
Superintendent Ted Hassong says his students and staff had a variety of illnesses, including strep, RSV, and the flu.
You couldn't just pinpoint it to one thing, and so that's, I think, cause for the large population to be out.
Hassong says while the pandemic prepared them to make adjustments, the main goal is to keep doors open as much as possible.
We know the best learning occurs when they're sitting in front of a teacher in a classroom face to face, and we're going to do our best to try to keep that learning environment.
Dr. Schneider agrees it's important to keep kids in school, but
if your child is ill and symptomatic, keeping them out of school is to their benefit and clearly to the benefit of the rest of the class.
Dr. Schneider says the best way to prevent getting sick this holiday is to stay up to date with COVID boosters, flu shots, and of course, just be aware of your surroundings and vulnerable people during social gatherings. In St. Louis, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
And as respiratory illnesses continue to rise across the United States, pharmacies across the country are now beginning to limit children's pain medication purchases. CVS has announced a 2-product limit online and in stores, while Walgreens is limiting customers to 6 purchases online. But it has not set a limit yet in stores, though. The CDC says that respiratory viruses such as the flu, RSV, and COVID-19 are at high levels nationwide, and hospitals are seeing high numbers of patients. Last month, the FDA warned of an amoxicillin shortage, which is often prescribed to treat bacterial respiratory infections in children. Let's catch up with LiveNOW from Fox's Andrew Kraft, who had a conversation with Madison Scarpino on this very subject.
Widespread sickness among students and staff is causing some schools around the country to close their doors. Joining us live to discuss this even further from St. Louis, Madison Scarpino. Madison, thanks for being with us. You've been speaking to some parents, some students, some faculty members. How are they getting through this?
Hi, Andrew. Well, things have been a little challenging for some school districts across the country who were forced to close their doors because just too many kids and staff were out sick due to a variety of illnesses. And unfortunately, in the midst of the holidays, things are not expected to get better anytime soon. An ICU pediatrician tells us that big surge in respiratory illnesses is hitting children especially hard. And like I just said, these schools aren't just seeing that, but all types of sicknesses. Take a look. Pandemic-fueled social distancing and masking was the norm over the last few years. But pediatric doctors like James Schneider believe those COVID protection measures may be the cause of a recent spike in illness.
Over time, we know immunity does tend to wane a little bit or go down a little bit. So you just have a much more, a population which is much more vulnerable at this point. And again, a lot of children.
And we've seen that in schools. Over the last month, these are just some of the locations where entire school districts closed for at least a day due to widespread illness. That includes Osage City schools in Kansas. The percentage of students and staff in the district out sick increased rapidly.
The trend wasn't going down, so at 46% by the end of that day, we decided that we would close the school for the remainder of the semester, which was for 3 days.
Superintendent Ted Hassong says his students and staff had a variety of illnesses, including strep, RSV, and the flu.
You couldn't just pinpoint it to one thing. And so that's, I think, caused for the large population to be out.
Hassong says while the pandemic prepared them to make adjustments, the main goal is to keep doors open as much as possible.
We know the best learning occurs when they're sitting in front of a teacher in a classroom face to face, and we're going to do our best to try to keep that learning environment.
Dr. Schneider agrees it's important to keep kids in school, but
if your child is ill and symptomatic, keeping them out of school is to their benefit and clear to the benefit of the rest of the class.
Dr. Schneider says the best way to prevent getting sick this holidays is to stay up to date with COVID boosters, flu shots, and of course, just be aware of your surroundings and vulnerable people during social gatherings. Andrew?
Okay, so Madison, we spoke to you a couple hours ago, but in the meantime, we're learning this report out of Bloomberg that both Johnson & Johnson says it's not experiencing widespread shortages of children's Tylenol, but the product may be, quote, less readily available at some stores. This after the news that both CVS and Walgreens are limiting over-the-counter medications like ibuprofen to people who need it because the supply is so scant. Are you hearing that from some of the medical professionals you've spoken with? And some of these schools might be impacted about that, too, to get these students back in the classroom in a timely manner.
So I think when we first saw reports of this early surge in illnesses, whether that was, it was RSV at first, now we're seeing flu and a lot of strep cases, the main concern was hospital capacity, which a lot of places have that under control, especially with their experience through the pandemic. But now we are seeing a bunch of reports of low stock of these cold and flu medications, which I think is just a testament of how many people are getting sick right now. And these medical experts we speak to are saying that they don't expect things to get any better just with all of these holiday gatherings and people traveling. So it'll be interesting to see how the situation is with hospitals, medications, and all of that post-holidays, and also with schools as well, something that these school leaders are saying they're used to as well, maybe having to make the adjustment of switching back to virtual school or having to close once again. Time will tell, the holidays will tell, but just wishing medical experts and schools the best during this time.
Yeah. All right, Madison Scarpino there live for us in St. Louis. So, Madison, if we don't speak again, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Merry Christmas to you.
All right, guys, the time is now just past the 8 a.m. hour. Moving right along to a major story that we have been following every single development of. And the latest detail, a newly disclosed surveillance video showing what appears to be two of the murdered Idaho college students walking around downtown Moscow just hours before they were killed in their off-campus home. Live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft again is bringing us more.
New surveillance video shows two victims of the University of Idaho murders in the Moscow area just hours before they were killed. Investigators are now trying to piece together the timeline from that night, including in this new video, to find any sort of lead in this case. We're being joined now by Fox News multimedia reporter live outside the Moscow police headquarters in Idaho, Jake Karalexis. Jake, thanks for being with us tonight. We're going to show the video. We've shown it a couple of times already, but walk us through what police are thinking.
Well, it's good to see you, Andrew. So this video was obtained by Fox News Digital from the creators of a Facebook group called University of Idaho Case Discussion, and it shows two of the victims, Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan, a few hours before they were murdered in the downtown Moscow area. They're walking with a man near campus, and this man is wearing similar clothes to a man who was spotted with Kaylee and Madison at a food truck that same evening. But police say the man at the food truck is not a suspect. Something else relevant from that video, Andrew, is that both girls mention the name Adam, but they don't say it directly to the man they are walking with. And over the weekend, Kaylee's father told Fox News that Adam is also not a suspect. So police haven't named a suspect in this investigation, but they say that more agents are being added to this case, and with the holidays coming up, they won't be taking a break.
Not change anything for us. We're going to continue to push through the holidays. We have a team that will continue to do the investigation and work on that as we move through the holidays.
And Andrew, today police say that the number of tips and leads they've received now over 10,000. They also say that they're making progress finding more information related to that white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra spotted near the scene on the night of the murders. Andrew.
Jake, I don't know if you know the answer to this, so I'm going to ask it anyway, though. Did police know about this piece of video before it was obtained by Fox News Digital? Had they already seen it, possibly?
So as far as we know, Andrew, when Fox News Digital obtained the video, that's the first that we saw of it. I don't know personally if police knew about it before or not, but they didn't really comment on it today in their release. They focused mostly on the 10,000 tips and leads they've gotten, and again referencing that white Elantra that they are so desperate to find information on.
Yeah, of course, and Jake, we know the police don't have a license plate number for that Elantra. Obviously, that would make their job much easier. And you were reporting just last week, there's some 22,000 make and models of these vehicles that they're looking for, both in Washington State and Idaho. So they have their work cut out for them. But we heard from the police chief in your report, and they said they're not backing down, going full speed ahead through the holidays. Are they hopeful that possibly they might get a break before the new year?
I mean, Andrew, they're just continuing to go through those leads, continuing to look for evidence. They say that, again, we heard the number. It's over 10,000 tips and leads at this point. So they say it takes a little bit of time to go through those leads, figure out which ones are relevant and which ones aren't, and try to search through there. So the information has been coming in very slowly over the last week or so, and they're hopeful that they will be able to find a break in this case soon, but nothing at this point, Andrew.
All right, Jake Karalexis there live for us in Moscow, Idaho. Jake, we always appreciate it. We'll talk again. Okay, and in the meantime, we do want to kind of dive a little deeper into this new surveillance video that was obtained by Fox News Digital over the weekend. We want to put this up on the screen for you here. Okay, so take a look at some of this. This is newly disclosed. It was taken early on November the 13th. It appears to show both Kaylee Goncalves and Maddie Mogen walking with a man in downtown Moscow hours before that quadruple stabbing in that rental house on campus. So the women appear to be wearing the same clothes that both Goncalves and Mogen were seen sporting that same evening on that video that you probably have seen outside of a nearby food truck. The man walking with them is also wearing clothes that look like those on a man seen at the food truck, whom police have said is not a suspect. So in the video, a woman asks the group, Maddie, what did you say to Adam? And that is caught on the surveillance camera. The second woman replies, like, I told Adam everything. So the first woman's voice appears to match that of Goncalves, according to her TikTok. According to her father, Steve, the Adam the women mention is not a suspect. Police have also ruled out the suspect as well, like Jake said. So Steve Goncalves told Lawrence Jones on Fox that, quote, we asked into the obvious due diligence and we looked into that, and it was pretty clear that this individual was not a part of the investigation as far as a suspect. So this video was first provided to Fox News Digital on Saturday by Christine Cameron and Alina Smith. They're the creators and administrators of the University of Idaho Murders Case Discussion Facebook group, under the condition only a still frame and the audio be used. And they told Fox Digital it was provided to them by a Moscow resident who previously submitted it to police and believes making it public can provide greater context about the incident. And then Fox then obtained permission to show the entire full video clip there, which is what we are doing right now. So it's something, it's not much. It shows kind of what some of these victims were doing in the hours before their violent stabbing, at least two of them. And so no doubt investigators have a long road ahead of them as they work through so many of these tips. Remember, just last week, we know that they expanded their search to about a 30-mile radius around Moscow, to some other neighboring towns. And also remember, they're still kind of honing in, focusing in on what could be a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra that they're still looking for information. They want the driver of that to come forward to provide any more details. Okay, and like Jake said, we did hear from James Fry, the Moscow police chief, in a video today posted on both their Facebook and YouTube accounts, updating us on the investigation going into the Christmas holidays. Let's listen.
Where are we at with the number of tips that have come in and leads?
We've had right around 10,000 tips come in. We're reviewing all those tips. We're checking to ensure that we have individuals who look at those tips and any piece of evidence that they can link to this case, they're doing so.
What about the video evidence? How is that reviewed? What do you do with it?
So we have a special team of individuals who are skilled at watching videos, collecting evidence and information out of those videos and linking them together so that we can tie every piece together for this investigation.
What do you have for an update about the white Hyundai Elantra?
We have many tips that have come in on the 2011 to the 2013 Hyundai Elantra. But what we're asking is anybody else who still hasn't sent in a tip, if you own one or if you know somebody who was driving one the day before or the day after, to please send that tip in.
What about the holidays? What does that mean for the investigation and all the people working on it?
That does not change anything for us. We're going to continue to push through the holidays. We have a team that will continue to do the investigation and work on that as we move through the holidays.
And finally, why is it important to keep video digital submissions part of the investigation as it's sorted through?
Well, as our individuals are sorting through that, all that information could be one key piece for this investigation. So they're reviewing all that, they're looking at that, and they're looking for any keys that tie together any specific investigative pieces that we need to solve this case.
Okay, so we're going to stay on top of this story. We know there's so much interest generated from it, and you can't even imagine what these parents are going through as we approach the Christmas holiday, and the first time they're not going to have their son and daughters with them, and still, no doubt, they are hoping for any type of break in this case. New surveillance.
We will definitely pay attention to any and all developments when it comes to those Idaho student murders. At this time, let's shift our attention to a bit of international news. We do have this conference coming to our LiveNOW from Fox desk from Jordan. Now, this is the Baghdad Conference for Cooperation and Partnership, which is focusing on security, reconstruction, foreign investment, climate change, and political and economic security partnerships in Iraq. So we're witnessing Arab and European leaders from Iraq, Jordan, and France. They're all participating in this summit. And this is the kind of diplomacy that is very important. You may remember we did stream this for you all about 1 year ago. President Biden himself weighing in on the diplomatic efforts that we are seeing to balance relations in this very turbulent region where Iraq had been honestly a battleground for a number of regional rivalries. So let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
ركنا أساسيا في استراتيجية النهوض الإقليمي الشامل، وتساند العراق وأهله وحكومته في نضالهم من أجل عبور ظلام اليأس إلى آفاق الأمل والازدهار. شكرا جزيلا لكم جميعا.
شكرا معالي أمين عام جامعة الدول العربية. I now give the floor to His Excellency Joseph Borrell, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Vice President of the European Commission.
Your Majesty, King Abdullah II of Jordan, Monsieur le Président de la République française, Mr. President of the Republic of Egypt, Mr. Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq, Prime Ministers, Ministers, Ambassadors, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Your Majesty, King Abdullah, for your invitation. I am glad to attend this conference representing the European Union. With last year's Baghdad Conference, Iraq went back to where it should always be, an important, active and credible country, a driver for peace and stability in the region. However, a lot has changed since last year. The Russia war of aggression against Ukraine has been a watershed moment of the history. And this war not only concerns Europe, it's an attack on the international order with far-reaching security implications. Iraq itself has faced a number of serious challenges since the Baghdad Conference. But the formation of the new government, led by Prime Minister Soudani, has successfully ended such a turbulent period. Excellencies, the European Union is a true friend of Iraq and stands ready to support Prime Minister Soudani's commitments to undertake comprehensive reform as demanded by the Iraqi people itself. A strong, sovereign, democratic Iraq benefits its people, the region, the European Union, and the world. And we are planning an European Union-Iraq Council at ministerial level on the first half of next year. Iraq cannot be a proxy battlefield. It has been a battlefield for too long. Now it has to be a regional bridge builder, contributing to reduce regional tensions. That's why we support the Iraqi government's consistent efforts to develop a balanced foreign policy. Iraq's security remains key, not only for Iraq, it's for all of us. Since 2017, the European Union contributes to a stronger and safer Iraq through our advisory mission, which mandate has been prolonged until April 2024, with continued focus on strategic advising on Iraqi civilian security sector reform. Iraq's sovereignty and territorial integrity should be respected by all. Armed hostilities endanger the essential efforts of the global coalition against Daesh, which remains a threat to regional and international security. We support the government of Iraq to pursue its efforts towards a safe, voluntary, and dignified return and reintegration of its citizens stranded in Al-Ol. Earlier this month, we participated in the International Donor Conference in Amman to enhance support regarding the repatriation and reintegration of these Iraqi citizens. And just last week, I, together with the 27 European Union member states foreign ministers, we reiterated that promoting peace and stability in the wider Gulf region, I want to stress the wider Gulf region, and in the broader Middle East are key priorities for the European Union. That's why we stand ready to engage with all actors in the region in a gradual and inclusive approach. Our strategic partnership with the Gulf has proven to be a useful platform to this end and for a stepping up engagement with the region. We have to work closely with this region on concrete global climate and environmental action, because the region will have an important role to play on the green transition ahead of COP28. And this brings me to the key word, energy. Energy has always been central to the relations of the region with Europe. Now we are determined to end the European Union's dependency on Russian fossil fuels, while at the same time tackling the climate crisis and increasing our autonomy. We have already intensified our engagement with oil and gas exporting countries to ensure LNG supplies to Europe and to advocate an increase in the oil production to ensure affordability, to promote energy security and an accelerated energy transition. Your Highness, Excellencies, President Putin's aggression against Ukraine has provoked the most serious case of food insecurity in decades. Many more people, millions of people, are suffering from hunger due to this war. The European Union is supporting the United Nations-led efforts to address the current situation and working with our partners to promote sustainable alternative solutions in the medium and longer term. And in the short term, we are supporting the region and the most vulnerable countries in MENA with 225 million euros. We know that's not enough, but it's a good example of our will to cooperate. To summarize, Excellencies, we are ready to do more, differently and better. More differently and better to support Iraq and the region, because a peaceful, prosperous and democratic Iraq is essential for its people, for Europe and for the wider region. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. الآن الكلمة لمعالي الدكتور نايف الحجرف أمين عام مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على معلمنا الأول سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. حضرة صاحب الجلالة الهاشمية الملك عبد الله الثاني بن الحسين، أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام.
You're streaming live now from Fox. It looks as though we may have wrapped up that English portion of this conference coming from Baghdad. But again, this is the Baghdad Conference for Cooperation and Partnership. This is held to confirm support of the Iraqi security and sovereignty in a way that contributes to the development process in this region. So again, we were listening to both leaders from the Middle East as well as leaders from the EU speaking on what we can do to increase support and partnerships in Iraq. The time is now 8:23. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, 2023 is right around the corner and it could be the year to start things off financially the right way. According to a study from Fidelity Investments, 66% of people are thinking of making financial resolutions in the next year. More than 1/3 of Americans feel that they are in a worse financial shape when compared to last year. Now, the annual top 3 financial resolutions are save more money, pay down debt, and spend less money, according to a NASDAQ report. Some of the best ways to start the new year right financially include revisiting your budget, calculating your net worth, and addressing your highest interest debt early on. Here's more in this morning's Fox Means Business reports.
New year, same old money problems. According to a new survey from Bankrate.com, 66% of Americans aren't expecting their finances to improve in 2023. Inflation, the main culprit for that. But we've got some pre-Christmas cheer at the pump. The national average for regular unleaded gas continues its drive lower. A gallon now at $3.14. That's more than 50 cents lower than just a month ago and well off the all-time high of $5 set back in June. And you might not be seeing many construction crews around the neighborhood in the new year. Homebuilder sentiment dropping in December for the 12th straight month, now at its lowest level in over 10 years. Higher rates and higher costs for materials souring the mood. To Wall Street and another sluggish start to the week for your portfolio. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all lower on Monday. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Here's more on the business front. According to a new survey, if there was a downturn in the economy, it could cause huge problems for most Americans because of how much they have saved up for emergencies. Achieve, a digital finance company, says in a survey that 2/3 of Americans 18 to age 65 live paycheck to paycheck. Just more than half less than $1,000 in their emergency savings fund, and 28% have no savings at all. When asked how they recover from unexpected expenses or an income disruption, respondents say they'd cut back on dining out, entertainment, vacations, or even essential expenses. 42% say that they are unprepared if they get laid off of their job. And in other news, the dry run of Thanksgiving has some airlines saying that they are better prepared, more prepared than ever for Christmas travelers. United Airlines say that it is experiencing more than 8.3 million people for year-end holiday flying. United expects to have 15,000 extra workers to help the increased demand, with its peak on January 2nd. Now, American Airlines says it will carry 10 million passengers on 91,000 scheduled flights, with its busiest day beginning December 22nd. And Southwest Airlines says that it added 17,000 more employees over the past year and will operate 3,900 daily flights. Now, this reminds me of a recent flight from Phoenix, Arizona to Hawaii. You may have seen the viral video circulating on social media. People experienced severe turbulence, and it sent over more than a dozen people to the hospital. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is bringing us more on that story.
You might have heard this already. Major turbulence on this flight from Phoenix to Honolulu. Many people were seriously injured. Let's go out now to Fox 10 Phoenix reporter Marissa Sarbeck. She's outside of Sky Harbor Airport in Phoenix. And so, Marissa, thanks for being with us. So many people have been talking about this story today. I myself can't even handle the slightest turbulence on a flight. I can't imagine what these passengers went through. You spoke to some of them. What did they tell you?
I did, yeah. We're standing in the exact spot where this flight took off from Sky Harbor here in Phoenix, heading to Hawaii. 288 people were on board that flight, including all the passengers, crew, and of course the captain in the cockpit as well. 36 of them were injured, 11 of them seriously, and I spoke with 2 of them, of course, via Zoom, because they are now in Hawaii for one of their dad's weddings. And these 2 18-year-olds that I spoke with said it was really a terrifying moment, and they actually questioned whether or not this would be the end for them.
All of a sudden, the plane just drops.
It was a feeling of zero gravity.
I'm in the air, Ethan's in the air, I hit the ceiling, Ethan hit the ceiling.
I flew up almost touching the top of the plane's cabin. I was up in the air for like 3 seconds. It was nuts.
Followed by sheer panic for best friends Ethan Willis and Cameron Hutterly on Hawaiian Airlines Flight 35, heading to the islands for Cameron's dad's wedding.
All you could really think about is, geez, is this going to be the last, this is how it's going to end.
It's the moment the pilot told his passengers they unexpectedly hit extreme turbulence. The fasten seatbelt sign was off. Ethan and Cameron were enjoying their movies when the plane took a nosedive, and everyone on board went up.
My head was pressed up. Like I have neck injuries and back injuries. If you can see, there's a little dot right there. I didn't get beat up, but I definitely broke the air conditioning and the lights, and then he hit the top of the plane ceiling.
Their injuries weren't as bad as others.
The lady behind me actually was in the bathroom when that happened. And she had lacerations on her neck, her head. She couldn't walk.
The NTSB is investigating, and there were thunderstorms reported in the area. But aviation expert Chad Verdalio says this could have been a case of clear air turbulence. Sometimes it just happens.
It can happen at really several different altitudes. Can be caused by a mountain wave, air moving at high speed over a mountain range, kind of like you imagine water flowing over boulders in a stream.
While terrifying to experience, it isn't as dangerous as you might think.
Turbulence is rarely, if ever, caused a crash of a commercial aircraft.
Even still, the 18-year-olds are thankful the captain and crew brought them all back to the ground in one piece.
When I was getting off the flight, the pilot was crying a lot. So, even he knew that, things got messy, and you just can't prepare for something like that.
Chad Verdalio, who you just heard from, is a pilot and aviation expert. He says it's actually a common myth that the size of the aircraft has anything to do with turbulence or the smoothness of a ride. He says all of that is reliant on the air and the air quality and what happens up there. Andrew?
Marissa, what about the, I guess, condition of some of these people who had to go to the hospital? No doubt, maybe their Christmas vacations quite interrupted by this horrible turbulence. Are they going to be okay?
It seems like everybody will, but certainly quite a few people on that flight got banged up. You know, the two boys that I spoke with, the 18-year-olds, Cameron and Ethan there, they actually told me that a flight attendant that was helping them out and helping all of these people, they think she broke her ankle. So at this point, I think a few of them are hospitalized and trying to recuperate and recover after something like that. But it really depended on whether or not those people were buckled in. I think the people that were in their seatbelts at the time didn't have as much of a problem. Ethan and Cameron did tell me neither of them were buckled in, and that's why they went so far up when the plane took a nosedive. So the interesting thing here, though, Andrew, is that these people didn't have a fasten seatbelt sign because it seemed the pilot was not expecting this severe turbulence.
Oh, wow. I mean, the soundbite there, they said the pilot was crying. If I saw that, I don't know what I would do. I guess I'm kind of curious, what's Hawaiian Airlines saying? In circumstances like this, do they offer passengers anything? You know, any vouchers, anything, because they got through it?
We would assume that that's to come. That's kind of where my head went as well, Andrew. But I think at this point, Hawaiian Airlines is just thankful that all of these people landed on the ground. At the end of the day, they said they're thankful that the captain and crew were able to bring this flight to safety and help everybody and get them there. One thing I will note, I actually spoke with another passenger on that flight as well. She really got through it okay. She said she was sitting there and did not experience any of these things, I think because she had been buckled in at the point, just out of sheer luck, because again, the seatbelt sign was not on. They were not expecting this from all accounts. And she said that she seemed to be doing okay, but there were some people obviously that had just done, you know, fared not as well as she did. So it's interesting. We'll see what Hawaiian Airlines does at the end of the day, but I think they are quite happy with the passengers and crew and everybody kind of coming together to help and get this to safety. About 35 minutes out from Honolulu when this happened.
Wow. Marissa Sarback live for us outside Sky Harbor. Thanks for bringing us this story. We'll talk again, Marissa.
Andrew, thanks.
The January 6th House Select Committee wrapping up its final public hearing. The January 6th House Select Committee recommending criminal charges to the Department of Justice. In case you missed that final public hearing, let's revisit it for a few moments here on Live Now from Fox. And in just about 10 minutes or so, we'll have a live commentator analyzing her findings. She watched the entire thing, live, raw, and unfiltered. And we're going to ask her the question, do we expect the DOJ to formally press charges? Let's listen in.
Recognized our obligation to do everything we can to ensure this never happens again. At the beginning of our investigation, we understood that tens of millions of Americans had been persuaded by President Trump that the 2020 election was stolen by overwhelming fraud. And we also knew this was flatly false. We knew that dozens of state and federal judges had addressed and resolved all manner of allegations about the election. Our legal system functioned as it should, but our president would not accept the outcome. Among the most shameful of this committee's findings was that President Trump sat in the dining room off the Oval Office watching the violent riot at the Capitol on television. For hours, he would not issue a public statement instructing his supporters to disperse and leave the Capitol, despite urgent pleas from his White House staff and dozens of others to do so. Members of his family, his White House lawyers, virtually all those around him knew that this simple act was critical. For hours, he would not do it. During this time, law enforcement agents were attacked and seriously injured. The Capitol was invaded, the electoral count was halted, and the lives of those in the Capitol were put at risk. In addition to being unlawful, as described in our report, this was an utter moral failure and a clear dereliction of duty. Evidence of this can be seen in the testimony of President Trump's own White House counsel and several other White House witnesses. No man who would behave that way at that moment in time can ever serve in any position of authority in our nation again. He is unfit for any office. The committee recognizes that our work has only begun. It's only the initial step in addressing President Trump's effort to remain in office illegally. Prosecutors are considering the implications of the conduct that we describe in our report, as are citizens all across our nation. In 1761, John Adams wrote, "The very ground of our liberties is the freedom of elections." Faith in our elections and the rule of law is paramount to our republic. Election deniers, those who refuse to accept lawful election results, purposely attack the rule of law and the foundation of our country. The history of our time will show that the bravery of a handful of Americans doing their duty saved us from an even more grave constitutional crisis. Elected officials, election workers, and public servants stood against Donald Trump's corrupt pressure. Many of our committee's witnesses showed selfless patriotism, and their words and courage will be remembered. The brave men and women of the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, and all the other law enforcement officers who fought to defend us that day saved lives and our democracy. Finally, I wish to thank my colleagues on this committee. It has been a tremendous honor to serve with all of you. We have accomplished great and important things together, and I hope we have set an example. And I also want to thank all of those who have honorably contributed to the work of our committee and to our report. We have accomplished much over a short period of time. Many of you sacrificed for the good of our nation. You have helped make history, and I hope helped to right the ship. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. As you know, this is our final meeting of our committee. Over the course of the last year and a half, we presented evidence in 10 public hearings, testimony from our brave law enforcement officers, senior White House, and campaign officials, and many others. Today, we are prepared to share our final findings with you. But before we do so, it's important to remember what we've learned, and critically, exactly what happened at the United States Capitol on January 6th. Without objection, I include in the record a video presentation of some of the key evidence our investigation has uncovered.
There were officers on the ground. They were bleeding. They were throwing up. I mean, I saw friends with blood all over their faces. I was slipping in people's blood.
As I was swarmed by a violent mob, they ripped off my badge. They grabbed and stripped me of my radio. They seized ammunition that was secured to my body. They began to beat me with their fists and with what felt like hard metal objects.
The key thing to do is to claim victory. No, we won. Fuck you. Sorry, over. We won. Yeah. You're wrong. Fuck you.
Right out of the box on election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud underway. I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell, before there was actually any potential of looking at evidence.
I didn't think what was happening was necessarily honest or professional at that point in time. So that led to me stepping away.
Generally discussed on that topic was whether the fraud, maladministration, abuse, or irregularities, if aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, would that be outcome determinative? And I think everyone's assessment in the room, at least amongst the staff, Mark Short, myself, and Greg Jacob, was that it was not sufficient to be outcome determinative.
I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established, that had affected the outcome of the election, then unfortunately I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
What were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None.
So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas,
I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
The numbers are the numbers. The numbers don't lie. We had many allegations, and we investigated every single one of them.
Did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
And what exactly did he say, and how did that come up?
My recollection, he said, we've got lots of theories, we just don't have the evidence. You're asking me to do something that's never been done in history, the history of the United States, and I'm going to put my state through that without sufficient proof?
It's a tape earlier in the day of Ruby Freeman and Shay Freeman Moss and one other gentleman quite obviously, surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine.
In one of the videos we just watched, Mr. Giuliani accused you and your mother of passing some sort of USB drive to each other. What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint. Do you know how it feels to have the President of the United States to target you? The President of the United States is supposed to represent every American, not to target one.
I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit.
He wanted to talk about that he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt, and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case.
And I said something to the effect of, sir, we've done dozens of investigations, hundreds of interviews. The major allegations are not supported by the evidence developed.
Well, my first thought was, this is a terrible idea. Jeff Clark cannot be installed as acting Attorney General of the United States.
You ultimately told us that you described this meeting as not this meeting, the Georgia letter that was proposed as an effing murder-suicide pact. Do you remember using the term murder-suicide pact?
Yes.
Was it your impression that the Vice President had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the President, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times. My view was that the Vice President didn't have the legal authority to do anything except what he did.
And I said, hold on a second, I want to understand what you're saying. You're saying that you believe the Vice President, acting as President of the Senate, can be the sole decision maker as to, under your theory, who becomes the next President of the United States? And you said yes. And I said, are you out of your effing mind?
The president was, all the attention was on what Mike would do or what Mike wouldn't do.
There's a telephone conversation between the president and the vice president, is that correct?
Yes.
The conversation was pretty heated.
Apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
Bring out Pence!
It was clear that it was escalating and escalating quickly. So then when that tweet, the Mike Pence tweet, was sent out, I remember us saying that that was the last thing that needed to be tweeted at that moment. It felt like he was pouring gasoline on the fire by tweeting that.
They've gained access to the second floor, and I've got public about 5 feet from me down here below.
Good copy. They are on the second floor, moving in now. We may want to consider getting out and leaving now. Copy.
The members of the VP detail at this time were starting to fear for their own lives. There were calls to say goodbye to family members, so on and so forth.
Approximately 40 feet. That's all there was. 40 feet between the vice president and the mob.
Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. The time here, 8:47 a.m. We are taking a look back at the final public hearing of the January 6th House Select Committee. That committee voting to recommend that the Justice Department file criminal charges against former President Donald Trump. Let's take a quick break and we'll dive deeper into this story in just 2 minutes.
A quorum being present, the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's meeting, and further, its approval to release deposition material that accompanies release of the Select Committee's final report. Good afternoon, and may God bless the United States of America. To cast a vote in the United States is an act of faith and hope. When we drop that ballot in the ballot box, we expect the people named on the ballot are going to uphold their end of the deal. The winner swears an oath and upholds it. Those who come up short ultimately accept the results and abide by the rule of law. That faith in our system is the foundation of American democracy. If the faith is broken, so is our democracy. Donald Trump broke that faith. He lost the 2020 election and knew it. But he chose to try to stay in office through a multi-part scheme to overturn the results and block the transfer of power. In the end, he summoned a mob to Washington, and knowingly they were armed and angry, pointed them to the Capitol and told them to fight like hell. There's no doubt about this. This afternoon, my colleagues will present our key findings, reminding you of some of the information we presented in earlier hearings and telling you how it fits in our broader conclusions. Those conclusions have helped shape the committee's final report, which we'll adopt today pursuant to House Resolution 503, which establishes the Select Committee nearly a year and a half ago. I expect our final work will be filed with the Clerk of the House and made public later this week. Beyond that release, the Select Committee intends to make public the bulk of its non-sensitive records before the end of the year. These transcripts and documents will allow the American people to see for themselves the body of evidence we've gathered and continue to explore the information that has led us to our conclusions. This committee is nearing the end of its work. But as the country, we remain in strange and uncharted waters. We've never had a president of the United States stir up a violent attempt to block the transfer of power. I believe nearly 2 years later, this is still a time of reflection and reckoning. If we are to survive as a nation of laws and democracy, this can never happen again.
Alrighty, streaming live now from Fox. In case you missed it, we are just taking a look back at the final public hearing of the January 6th House Select Committee. But I would like to bring you all a little bit more context and analysis on this subject. So let's go ahead and welcome in Elizabeth Wydra. Elizabeth, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Elizabeth, you are the president of the Constitutional Accountability Center. We know that you have been following these public hearings for nearly 18 months. So now that we have wrapped up the final hearing, what are your initial thoughts?
Well, I think the committee has really just done an amazing job of laying out the case of what happened on January 6th, what led up to January 6th, and what really we need to do now in order to hold those responsible accountable. And one of the things that I thought was really powerful about yesterday is they made a really succinct closing statement with video, with clips from testimony from former President Trump's inner circle. And they really laid the foundation for what we got to is sort of the climax of that meeting yesterday, which was which were the 4 criminal referrals for former President Donald Trump and some of his allies. And I think that, you know, they really laid the foundation for that by having all of these public hearings where they had really powerful testimony and presented to the American people the facts behind these criminal referrals. And so at this point, there wasn't really any other choice, I don't think, but to follow the facts and the law where they led, which were to these criminal referrals. And then we'll see in the full report that will be out tomorrow, even more detail of why they felt this was necessary. And then also, I think importantly, not just these criminal referrals and the referral to the House Ethics Committee for certain members of Congress, but also we expect in the report to see some policy recommendations to try to ensure not just accountability for what happened on January 6th, but to try to prevent this from ever happening again.
So when you talk about holding those who are involved accountable and the full process of the investigation, we cannot fail to mention that this committee actually reviewed, I think, more than 1 million documents, conducted more than 1,000 interviews during their investigation, and ultimately recommending that the Justice Department file criminal charges against former President Donald Trump. My question is, can we actually expect the DOJ to take up the committee's charges?
So you raise a really great point. This was an absolutely thorough, professional, bipartisan investigation, which, as you mentioned, more than 1,000 interviews, an enormous amount of documents reviewed. And there were professional national security officials, you know, folks who really took this seriously. And this was a bipartisan, focused effort on finding out the facts. And so given all of that, I think in some ways it will be hard for the Justice Department not to follow through on some of these criminal referrals, because the amount of evidence that has been amassed by the Select Committee and that will be handed over to the Department of Justice is so voluminous and so clear that I think it will be difficult for the Justice Department, if they want to continue to hold true to the maxim in the United States that no one is above the law. It will be hard for them not to follow through on some of these charges. And also, these proceedings were public. The public has seen the compelling case made by the Select Committee. The public has seen these videos, you know, that you're showing again. And if the Justice Department does not follow through on that, I think it will send a very bad signal about accountability in this country. We've already seen some of the the kind of, as Congressman Raskin put it, the foot soldiers of January 6th be convicted, get jail time. And so if the people at the top don't, then that says a lot about whether people with power will be held accountable or just those who are, everyday folks.
So let's talk about the specifics of these charges, because the committee is accusing Trump of violating laws governing obstruction of Congress, inciting an insurrection, conspiracy to defraud the United States, and conspiracy to make false statements. I mean, obviously, these are very, very important accusations, but why? What's the significance behind these specific charges?
These are extremely serious charges, and they get to the root of what happened on January 6th. So you see the ultimate charge of aiding, abetting, giving comfort to, inciting insurrection, the actual violent insurrection that happened on January 6th, obstructing an official proceeding. That's the temporarily successful stopping of counting the electoral votes, this crucial constitutional step in our peaceful transfer of power that happens in American democracy and has happened, other than January 6th, smoothly and per the Constitution. And so that is a grave charge to be leveled at someone who had the responsibility of leading this country, of following the Constitution. He pledged an oath, sworn oath, to uphold the Constitution against enemies, foreign and domestic, and instead, as the charges say from the Select Committee, instead chose to obstruct that constitutional order and try to disrupt the will of the people as expressed in their vote in that election, which was to have Joe Biden be the next president of the United States. And, I think that it's appropriate that they made those charges given the facts that they laid out. They really didn't have any other choice once they had that evidence, once they presented it to the public. Those charges are what the evidence supports.
And former President Donald Trump is not the only one facing some of these accusations. The House Ethics Committee is actually looking to investigate 4 other Republican lawmakers, including possibly the new Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
Yes. So there were subpoenas issued to get testimony from some of these key congressional figures, including potential Speaker McCarthy. And they refused to cooperate, even though there were legitimate subpoenas issued to them. And so that's serious. And if a person who wasn't a member of Congress did that, they could be held in criminal contempt in court. And this is really the House's own way of trying to enforce against its own members. Now, of course, the Congress will change over in the new year to the House will change to a Republican majority. So, I think that, hopes perhaps are low for the House Ethics Committee to follow through, but they really should, because no matter who's in power, the proper and appropriate subpoenas should be respected. But, I think this leads to something that is going to be important now when we see things shift over to the Department of Justice. There were certain limitations on the House Select Committee getting testimony, including from these key congressional figures. And the Department of Justice has more tools at its disposal to get that testimony. So as much evidence that the Select Committee amassed, there could be, and likely will be, even more evidence available to the Department of Justice.
So what's next? We do expect that final report to be released today. Of course, probably placing former President Donald Trump really at the center of the conspiracy to overturn the 2020 presidential elections. But what else can we expect to be in the final report, which is going to be released on Wednesday?
Yes. So obviously the facts behind these criminal referrals for Donald Trump and others will be a very key part of this report. But again, I want to focus on not just what happened on January 6th, but the continuing threats to democracy. Obviously, from folks who were involved in January 6th, they continue to be, like former President Donald Trump, involved in politics. But also we want to make sure, and I think the committee wants to make sure, that we are not in this vulnerable position again. So we expect to see some recommendations that could be taken up by Congress, by the presidential administration, to try to put in guardrails for our democracy to ensure that we are not in this position again. And those are going to be important recommendations, because we saw from the story told through the committee proceedings that because of the bravery and courage of a number of individuals to stand up and say, we will not be part of this effort to subvert the will of the American people, that we were saved, our democracy was saved on January 6th. But we don't want to just rely on certain people doing the right thing and having the courage to do the right thing. We want to try to put into place policies, laws, structures to ensure that our democracy is stronger.
Elizabeth, any final thoughts?
Yes, I think this is, we've become, I think, used to a lot of the extraordinary behavior from former President Trump, whether you're a fan or a critic. But what happened before the Select Committee and what happened obviously on January 6th was an extraordinary, terrible event. And what the committee is reporting out, these criminal referrals for the first time against a former president of the United States, is deeply serious for our American democracy. And I think it's important for all Americans to urge accountability for this moment and to try to prevent this threat to our democracy from ever recurring.
All right, Elizabeth Weiser, president of the Constitutional Accountability Center. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
And the time is now 9:04. We will bring you all up to speed on other top stories right after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:06 a.m. Let's continue to discuss the January 6th committee holding its final public hearing on Monday and formally approving criminal referrals for former President Donald Trump. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is going to bring us more details.
Major story that was breaking earlier this afternoon, and we've been bringing on legal experts to talk about what happens next, to talk about what the report is going to say. Let's do that now. We're going to bring in a friend of the program, Will Bruzzo, legal expert. Will, thanks so much for being with us here. You and I have talked about this before. I've talked about the committee's business before. Let's first start off with and correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm going to use the word unprecedented. A lot of people use that word a lot of times. Is this unprecedented for a committee in Congress to refer criminal charges to the Department of Justice on a former president's behalf? Are we in history-making mode here? So what say you?
I believe it is without precedent. I know that they were considering making referrals to the Justice Department after the Nixon administration, but once Ford pardoned Nixon, that didn't happen. So I've never heard of anything like this ever happening before in the history of the country. So this is unprecedented.
Okay, and so we are hearing from some of the committee members about what to expect next. Chairman Thompson says the criminal referral paperwork will be transmitted by the end of this week. And he told Fox that the committee looked at criminal referrals also for 4 GOP members who failed to comply with a subpoena, but they ultimately settled on ethics committee referrals for those 4 House Republicans. Now, I thought that was interesting because we know the fight they went to, the lengths they went to over defying a subpoena for both Peter Navarro and for Steve Bannon. They decided not to do this for their fellow members of Congress, 4 of them.
That is odd. That is odd. I don't know why they followed that particular route. Of course, Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, refused to testify. I'm sure he had a lot of personal information. He refused to testify. There's also Kevin McCarthy refused to testify. There was a famous conversation on the phone where Representative McCarthy asked Trump to essentially call off insurrectionists because I think Representative McCarthy was afraid of getting killed by them. And Trump allegedly uttered the words, well, Kevin, I guess some people care more about the election result than you do. So there was that famous exchange, and Representative McCarthy refused to testify. Of course, all citizens of the United States, all peoples really, who are served with a subpoena have to testify. And I think that would go doubly for members of Congress. So they have to testify if they're subpoenaed. And he was subpoenaed. They refused to obey the subpoena. So it is odd. I think they should have been held to the same level as Steve Bannon and Mr. Navarro.
Yeah. Obviously, Will, there's political considerations at play. These subpoena fights were very long and drawn out, and Democrats won't be in control of Congress come January the 3rd. So maybe there was some of those considerations at play with why they didn't pursue these subpoenas against these 4 House Republicans. Going further, though, Will, so another member of the committee telling Fox, this is Jamie Raskin from Maryland. He says the final report will be released sometime after noon on Wednesday. But he also says there's no update on this unsolved pipe bomb mystery from the night before the January 6th Capitol attack. We've all seen the surveillance images of this individual, placing some of these pipe bombs very close to the headquarters of both the DNC and the RNC. So that is a question that is outstanding still at this point. Of course, maybe the Department of Justice is looking into that question a little more closely.
All of these referrals are simply recommendations to the Justice Department. They don't have to prosecute Trump or any of the other folks on these charges or on these allegations. The other thing is, I assume that in some respects, the Justice Department may be farther ahead in the investigation here than was, the House January 6th committee, because the Department of Justice doesn't have to take marching orders from the Congress. It is an independent branch of government, and vice versa. So it could be that the Department of Justice is already further along on these various investigations. In fact, I read some of the January 6th report, and it indicated that they expected the Department of Justice would develop some of these allegations further. So that pipe bomb situation, very interesting. It's hard to believe that they still don't have any leads on that, given how much surveillance there is in that area and how efficient our law enforcement is, especially on the federal level.
Yeah. Well, let's just get in some reaction, especially from some prominent Republicans. Mitch McConnell issued this statement. He said, quote, "The entire nation knows who is responsible for that day. Beyond that, I don't have any immediate observations." So that was quite an interesting comment from Senator McConnell. All right, if you're Jack Smith today and you're hearing the news of what the committee produced, of what they're referring to the Department of Justice, he's leading up these investigations. What does he do with it, if anything?
Here's the thing is the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, these are the investigative agencies in our country, not the United States Congress. They can hold investigations, but that is not their purpose. They're not purposed to investigate potential crimes. The Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation are. So I would hope that, we did have an insurrection. There was an attempt apparently to, at a minimum, delay the counting of the votes in the last presidential election. So I'm hoping that the law enforcement side of our government is already well ahead in conducting an investigation and getting to the bottom of it. One thing that's important is even we saw Donald Trump saying, "I hope that Mike," meaning Mike Pence, does the right thing and doesn't essentially certify the vote. But does that mean that those words are enough for a criminal case in attempting to stop the certification? I think that is still unanswered at this point. I don't think this referral has helped us answer that particular question.
And just, Will, lastly, I mean, the crimes of inciting an insurrection, we haven't seen that in some time. Obviously, there's some of the separate trials and convictions and verdicts having to do with some of these members of these far-right militias known as like the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and you're seeing charges of seditious conspiracy get a guilty verdict. But for a former president, being accused of citing an insurrection, it's almost like Civil War, Revolutionary War language and rhetoric.
Right, and what he said was, we're going to march down to the Capitol. Things like that probably don't rise to the criminal level on inciting an insurrection. However, there is evidence that Trump and his attorney, John Eastman, submitted or suggested submitting slates of alternate electors that would have been favorable to Donald Trump. So reading in the report, there is some evidence, according to them, that these essentially fake electors were submitted and that they wanted Ronna McDaniel, who's the head of the RNC at the time, to hold votes and have these electors hold votes. So that if they can find Trump's fingerprints on those, definitely John Eastman's fingerprints are on those, then they may have a criminal case against him.
All right, well, Bruzzo, as always, thanks for joining us today with this major news. We'll check in again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we thank Madeline there up on Capitol Hill, providing us with the latest in this, major story.
All right, the time is now 9:15. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories right after this. Welcome back to Live Now. We are a little more than 1 day away from the expiration of Title 42, a pandemic-related asylum rules at the border. Now, a huge migrant surge is expected when that happens. The mayor of El Paso, Texas, has declared a state of emergency, but the Biden administration is again insisting the end of Title 42 does not mean the border is open. Here's more.
2 days before Title 42 expires, and the White House has still not shared detailed plans for how they'll manage the coming migrant surge. But they're directing blame at Republicans.
We're asking for $3.5 billion in additional funding. So if congressional Republicans are serious about this, then they would assist.
Even though lawmakers on both sides say that money wouldn't fix the issue.
It's mainly for food and shelters, processing, transportation, but it doesn't really talk about security.
You can have an unlimited amount of soft-sided facilities. The problem is enforcing the laws that are already on the books.
The White House is resisting ownership of the push to end Title 42 in the first place.
That is a court order that is telling us to lift Title 42, and we're going to comply because we follow the rule of law.
But the administration sought to lift it.
But it is a court order.
But that started by you guys.
It was a court order that has been provided to us.
The president made clear who wanted it back in April.
I can give you a straight answer. We had proposed to eliminate that policy by the end of May.
And when the courts previously blocked the administration's push, the press secretary said the administration disagrees with the court's ruling. Now that Title 42 is ending, critics say with no system to replace it, some in the president's party say he has another option.
The president can basically, I think, ask for that extension. I think his administration is doing that or will do that. I sure hope they do.
The White House won't say if that's within Biden's authority or if he wants to see it happen. The court's action from just the last hour means there is still a chance the Supreme Court could keep Title 42 in place for the short run or indefinitely. The White House is moving forward as though it will end. And according to them, it is the courts that want to lift Title 42. It's Republicans standing in the way of securing the border. And what the president has done so far on this issue has been a success, even though under his leadership, illegal crossings have hit all-time highs. And anyone who suggests that the border is open is spreading misinformation for smugglers. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Again, Title 42 was enacted during former President Donald Trump's presidency amid the COVID-19 pandemic, and it restricts immigration during public health emergencies, allowing the United States to turn away migrants seeking asylum. Now, as growing amounts of migrants overwhelm the U.S.-Mexico border, Biden and his administration are asking for an increase in funding for resources. Meanwhile, the mayor of El Paso, Texas, and the Office of Emergency Management there has activated the Emergency Operations Center following the disaster declaration. So let's go ahead and listen into the full announcement.
They go on the charter overnight. They fly out the following day out of Houston's airports. We're also looking at duplicating it, as you talked about. We're looking at other cities to, anything close to here, to El Paso, from Dallas to Denver. We're looking at what are the possibilities there. We're already got our charter companies on board for that as well. If you're talking about the state-supplied resource buses, they have mobilized. They have been in El Paso since Friday. I believe they had 2 transports out on Saturday. Those both went to New York City. And they had 1 charter that left yesterday. I don't have any word today if there's anyone taking them up on those offers for rides, but I can tell you that the Office of Emergency Management makes sure that we coordinate there with the local nonprofits, as well as their Office of Emergency Management and their mayoral offices, so that everyone in the chain understands who's coming, when they're coming. We make sure that they have a manifest so they know exactly who's there, and we try and give them that estimated time of arrival. We give them the bus that's actually doing the charter, we give them their contact info, and we make those connections to make sure that we can remain in communication with our partners across the nation.
Dylan? There's a charter bus right across the street right now at the Welcome Center. Is the Welcome Center back open, or what is that bus doing there? Where is their family coming on? Is that taking them to an airport? Is that taking them to, like you said, New York City, like we saw with Venezuelans? Are there still unsponsored migrants coming across?
No, those are local transports right now that you're seeing across the street. And so we've had the roving teams going out for the past week now. They've been going downtown. We've seen a lot of people downtown. We've been going out and picking up those who couldn't get their shelter, their tickets out of town same day. We pick them up, we take them into a hotel shelter, as we have been doing. We're taking them there, then we bring them back over here into the following day, and we actually help them process their tickets so they can get on their way.
They have the funds, they have the means, we're just making sure they have the connections. They're staging here, and then those buses you see will transport them to the airport or bus terminal as their flights leave.
We spoke with the city rep-elect for City Council today, and he said that the city was going to be activating the convention center as shelter today. Is that happening today? Is that just one of the options that we're saying, as long as like the schools and city and county? I mean, is the convention center being open with that?
You know, we're preparing any facility within the city, and we want to make sure we're ready based on the numbers we believe is coming. We're hoping that this gentleman that asked a question a minute ago and told us that he's seen lower numbers. So, you know, hopefully that's the, you know, not what happened. But we're going to prepare for big numbers, so no city facility will be off the table that we're going to use. Are we preparing to make sure they're all going to be ready? Absolutely. As you can see, that Wednesday will be here pretty quick, and we want to make sure that whatever Wednesday brings, the city of El Paso is ready, and that our citizens and our visitors are completely safe.
In the downtown area right now, migrants don't seem interested in the free ride to New York City. Are there going to be any other city destinations opening up, like have free rides? Aside from New York or Chicago?
That is a state operation, and so they are transporting to 4 cities. It's Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York, and Chicago. We're in communications with the state, seeing if we can bring on more locations. We'd like to take what the county's been doing. We'd like to take some of the charters we've done initially, where we're sending to other NGOs so they can get flights out of town, and we'd like to replicate that. And so those buses are resources that we might have to put into action on that front as the numbers continue to climb.
Una pregunta para el alcalde. ¿Nos podría decir en español para nuestra audiencia hispana cuál es el número de los migrantes que están esperando en Juárez si es que se llega a levantar el grupo entre ellos?
Sí, el número que nos dieron, estamos pensando que es de 20,000. Y es una cosa que nos vamos a preparar y estar listos cuando vienen. Y si el número está menos, es mejor, pero vamos a estar listos para que no, cualquier es el número, y cuando vienen, vamos a estar listos.
Y por segundo, las tropas nacionales, un poquito de la Guardia Nacional, ¿nos puede mencionar algo en español?
Lo que dijimos ahorita, sí, lo hicimos, pero sí, lo que estamos ahorita haciendo es que el Title 42 no sabemos que se va a quedar o no se va a quedar, y lo que estamos haciendo aquí nos vamos a preparar. Y en el sábado hicimos el state of emergency para estar preparados, para estar listo, para la ciudad estar listo, y que todos que vienen aquí en el Paso los están tratados con respeto. Y es una cosa que es muy importante con nosotros, y estamos trabajando que nadie duerme en las calles, y les ayudamos cuando están listos para ir, si van al aeropuerto, si van con los aviones, los autobuses, no importa, vamos a estar listos y a darles lo que necesitan.
Are you all experiencing any difficulty with transportation logistics because of the holidays? Do you anticipate that getting tougher as Christmas is the year coming?
And that's one of the things we're looking at. As you know, that the closer you get to the holidays, you'll see that airlines, buses, and all become full, and the tickets not only are not as plentiful, but they become very expensive. And all these people have their money, and they're paying for their tickets. So, as the county judge talked about, that they're talking to other NGOs, other airports, and they're transporting where they can go out of larger hubs that maybe it would be cheaper for them to be able to get that type of transportation, because we all know that during the holidays, the flights are full and the airports are full.
Do you have an idea of the estimated cost to provide transportation, food, clothing, shelter to the migrants on a daily basis? So how much is it costing El Paso to offer the help to these asylum seekers everywhere?
Now, one of the things that's really important, you say El Paso. El Paso is being funded by the federal government, and it's not costing the El Paso taxpayers any money. And we do have federal funding. We did get $6 million upfront money to be able to help the federal government. This is not an El Paso, it's really more of a federal issue, and it's all of the United States, and we're all working together. We're doing the job to help the federal government, but it's not an El Paso expense. One of the things that we will do is to make sure we use the money. I know the county's gotten money from the federal government, and we'll continue to make sure that, you talk about what's it costing. Well, if we have if we have 100 people here or 5,000 people here, the cost will be different. If we have, we arrange transportation for one bus or one flight or 20 or 30, that will be different. And of course, food comes the same way depending on the people. But that's what we're preparing for, and make sure that we have plenty for everybody.
I guess the question should have been, how much money is necessary to provide what's needed for the asylum seekers in this area on a daily basis, or from what you've seen these last 7 days? How much is needed? Tens of thousands of dollars per day?
Well, it's thousands and thousands of dollars needed, and I said it, and I'll say it again. Right now, what we're looking at is a Band-Aid to a bigger problem, and it's something that the federal government will have to work out, because we can't continue to go at this rate and continue to have thousands and thousands of people and have hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, because at the end of the day, this is strictly a Band-Aid for something that's bigger than El Paso, and in my opinion, it's bigger than the U.S. They're going to have to work with the UN and other countries around the world to come with an answer to this.
Has that $6 million been delivered? Yes.
Pardon?
The upfront funding, the $6 million, has it been delivered to the city, or we're still waiting for it?
And I said a few minutes ago that money we're hoping to have in the city within this week alone. We got $2 million up front, and we've already received that, and we've gotten reimbursed for $3.7 million of the money we asked for the other day, and both the $6 million and $3.7 we're hoping to be in the account for the city. I know that the judge can talk about the money they've requested. I think all your money's already been given to you.
Yeah, we were able to get the funding of what was owed, as well as what we thought we were going to need for this quarter, and ours was 6.3. So that'll give you the question that was asked. In our case, it's about what we're looking at is almost the $6 million, and again, we'd want to do that for the next quarter to us, that kind of money. It's not a guarantee, but we're working with what we have. Everything that we talk about, every time we expand, it's within our budget. We actually have $3 million more that were left, that we got an extension from Secretary Mayorkas. That's the money that we're trying to use and support, like the diocese, or support the operations. As you know, we opened up the rescue mission. We're working with also with the Opportunity Center. And so we have, right now, the county supporting about maybe 1,100 beds at this time, based on the money that we received, and that's how we're helping the NGOs to be successful.
Mayor, the disaster declaration stands for now, but it also has to be ratified by the full vote of council. When will that happen, and do you anticipate that you'll have the votes necessary?
Well, I think it's important to know that I can renew it every 7 days. And when we do ratify it through council, it's a 30-day extension of it. And being that we just had an election, being that the holidays are coming, we got to look and see what's best. But we will always be able to renew it on an every 7-day basis if need be. And so. But we do have a meeting scheduled for Friday that we may try to include it into that, as we have to ratify the count of the election. Canvassing of the votes. She knew what she meant.
Just as a follow-up, has the Attorney General's office contacted you all about this issue with the nonprofits that Governor Abbott was alluding to last week?
You know, and I'll give you the same answer that I gave you Saturday, that, right now these are allegations that this has been going on, but one of the things that's really important is that we continue to work with all our partners.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Spanish language, if you need one-on-ones with neighbors.
And that was the latest from emergency management officials in El Paso, Texas. The mayor activating a disaster declaration, a state of emergency amid an influx of migrants. They are expecting even more migrants to enter the state of Texas following Title 42 ending. Now we're taking a LiveNOW look at our XRAD weather forecast. We are expecting some wicked winter weather to impact holiday travel. Let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues over at Fox Weather for more details.
5 miles per hour with ongoing blowing snow, low visibilities, less than a quarter of a mile. It is going to be absolutely treacherous from places like Omaha, Nebraska, back toward North Platte, our friends in Colby, Kansas City, Sioux Falls, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Duluth, all the way into Chicago, our nation's third largest city, all dealing with blizzard-like conditions as we head into the latter half of this upcoming work week. So how much snowfall are we talking about here, right? This, all right, the kids might like it, all right? But here's the thing, you gotta remember that it's gonna be so cold that it could actually be a little too dangerous for the kids outside when you're talking about wind chills way below zero. But in Chicago, and then more specifically southwest Michigan, Benton Harbor area, and as you head along, say, 94 into Chicago, that could be upwards of several feet of snow, and that's really going to be a big player in all of this. Notice that the winds in Chicago, this is going to be Thursday evening into early Friday. We're talking 50, maybe upwards of 60 miles per hour. Can you imagine flying in or out of Cleveland Hopkins International Airport or Detroit Metro Airport in Romulus with winds at 50 to 60 miles per hour ahead of the holiday? Yeah, to say turbulence could be an issue is probably like the understatement of the century there. And Kiana, when we talk about blizzard-like conditions, you're going to hear a lot of this as we head through the end of this week. We're talking about winds over 30 miles per or 35 miles per hour. Check. We have sustained times of that lasting over 3 hours. Check there too. Visibility is less than a quarter of a mile. Absolutely. Again, I think this is going to be a big, widespread, very impactful system for the Midwest.
That's
Kiana?
right. And on top of that, it's going to be a cold, cold week, especially for North Dakota with lows 40 to even 50 degrees below zero.
Yeah, check this out. Bismarck, North Dakota, tweeting out a warning to plan accordingly. Pull out your warmest clothes and limit time outdoors. Travel with an emergency kit, including a blanket, hat, mittens, all of that's certainly going to be needed.
That's right. So Stephen Salwai with North Dakota Public Works Service joins us now. Stephen, we want to thank you for joining us. How is North Dakota preparing for this intense cold?
Well, anytime the temperatures really drop, you have to expect it's going to take a lot more time to do your job, and you have to prepare your equipment and make sure that it's in good running order.
You know, Stephen, you mentioned to prepare the equipment, and I can only imagine, you know, your bridges out that way, your overpasses, your on-ramps, your off-ramps. How are you guys all preparing the roads specifically with, again, tens of hundreds, if not thousands of people traveling this holiday weekend through the Dakotas?
Well, we've been working 24 hours a day since last week, Tuesday, making sure that the roads are as clean as we can keep them. We've transitioned to starting to haul snow out of our community. Right now, Bismarck has received about 47.6 inches of snow in the last about 6 weeks. A normal season, we receive about 50 inches. So we've almost have an entire year's worth of snow in just the last 5 weeks. So we've got a lot of cleanup to do. But like I said, crews are working 24 hours a day trying to make sure that the streets are clean.
My goodness. So you have almost a year's worth of snow already. And obviously North Dakota is no stranger to how cold things can be. But how intense will this specific cold be for folks there? Have you been hearing chitter chatter from the communities there about the cold?
Well, you know, we're from the north. We're very resilient, but anytime you get wind chills down in the negative 50, that definitely impacts your operations. Things really slow down. Your equipment doesn't operate as efficiently as it normally does when it's warmer out. You have a lot more breakdowns, so you just have to plan accordingly.
Stephen, real quick, last question. What is your call to action for your friends and family in Bismarck ahead of the system?
Basically, plan ahead, stay warm, and plan your route accordingly. Call ahead, watch the road reports, and pay attention to the weather.
You know what? Those are going to be words to live by. Steve, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it, and all the best in the days ahead. And of course, happy holidays to you and your family.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
All right, and we're going to head off towards Montana now. Hey, you're not out of this either. You're getting in on some of these very cold temperatures. We have temperatures that are going to go back above zero, but that doesn't happen until the weekend. So until then, we're stuck with this cold. Look at the temperatures right now in Miles City. 5 degrees below zero as we head through the early morning hours for today. Only going to get colder in the days ahead, so definitely prepare for it and definitely take things slow out there on the roadways. It does look like we still have snow on the road there as well. We'll look at some of the other areas that are going to get in on this cold air as we head into this upcoming week. It's a holiday week. A lot of folks are doing a little bit of some things that are a little abnormal for their average week. A lot of folks traveling. So we do have to look forward to the next couple of days. We have wind chills alerts that are going to remain in place until Saturday morning. We have those warnings off to the north. That does include parts of Montana as well as the Dakotas and even a portion of the Midwest. Our area of high pressure dives off to the south, and with it, it drags in a lot of cold air. We see that pouring in from Canada behind that very intense system that we've been monitoring as we head into the latter half of this week. When we look at the numbers through the course of today, highs today are only going to be in the single digits. Some areas actually below zero, like Bismarck out towards Billings, sitting at 4 degrees for Minneapolis. Today's high, Omaha 12 degrees. It gets warmer to the south, so Casper will be 1 degree above freezing, 46 degrees down towards Denver. But watch what happens when that cold air rushes on in. Many of these areas that I mentioned that are sitting in the 40s today will not be doing so tomorrow and even into Thursday. We actually see temperatures now 40 to 50 degrees below average for the latter half of this week. Every area shaded in that purple will get in on those cold temperatures as that area of high pressure dives to the south. What does that mean? If you're out and about through the next couple of days and you're out in these conditions, it will only take 5 to 10 minutes in a lot of these areas to get frostbite or undergo any of those frostbite conditions. We have our wind chills up. If it feels like -5 degrees, if it feels like, and a lot of these areas actually will feel like -50 degrees by the end of the week, it will take less than 5 minutes in some of those areas. We see that here on our screen Thursday morning, out and about early in the morning, 7 a.m. For areas like Rapid City, Cheyenne, down towards Denver, it'd take 5 to 10 minutes to start to encounter some of those frostbite conditions. And again, with feel-like temperatures sitting at -45 in Bismarck or 51 below degrees out towards Pierre, 31 below in Lincoln, it certainly can take less than 5 minutes in those areas. We see that trend through the end of this week. We actually see for areas in Montana like Billings, our coldest wind chills through the end of the week. So through Friday, we're looking at temperatures below zero. We only get up above zero as we head into Saturday, and we're sitting at 3 degrees for the feel-like temperature there. Minneapolis, the same goes for you. Your average is around 27 degrees. This may be a shock to you. A lot of this week will be focused around single-digit highs for you. It isn't until Monday that we actually get back into the teens. In Chicago, you'll see a dramatic drop in temperatures for your highs as we head throughout Thursday and into Friday. Friday, your high only sitting at 5 degrees. We stick to single and teens as we head through the end of the week. So, Michael, certainly want to prepare for these cold temperatures. You still have time, especially if you're in areas like Chicago. But as we head into Thursday, things are going to be changing.
Yeah, quick and in a hurry. Just double check to make sure that your heat is working properly. Let's take you into the Big Apple in New York City. You are looking live from Fox Square. You can, of course, see our All-American Christmas tree on the bottom left corner of the screen there. Today and tomorrow in NYC, if you want to check out any of the Christmas light festivities that are going on in and around the city, perhaps head over to Radio City and check out the Rockettes, right? It looks good for the next 2 days. However, as we head into Thursday and Friday, what we'll see is a whole lot of rain move on in. It'll be a, quote, warm rain with temperatures in the 50s, but on the back end of the system, all that cold air that Kiana just talked about is going to rush in, and as it does so, we're going to see what we're considering a flash freeze take place, and that could be very dangerous heading into this upcoming weekend. All right, so let's talk about how much snow is on the ground right now from parts of PA up toward upstate New York. Yeah, that's like over a foot of snow for Syracuse over toward Albany, New York, the capital of the state. Here's the issue, though. We're talking about a lot of rain that's on the way, so think about pouring. If you ever had, like, a snow cone and then you put, like, water on the snow cone, right? everything begins to melt. That's what we're anticipating in this region here, and it's one of the reasons why all of that melting snow, along with the rain, could prove to be disastrous on I-95 with all of the water all over the place and all over the roads, all over the bridges, all over the overpasses, the whole 9 yards, especially some of those low-lying areas Friday and Saturday, from Boston to Manchester, Portland, all the way up toward Bangor, Maine. It's one of the reasons why we're tracking a likelihood that we'll see some flash flooding in those areas. And then on top of all of that, Thursday through Sunday, look at how much snow generally for the Northeast, upstate New York. Yeah, that's anywhere between 3 to 5, perhaps even upwards of 5 to 8 inches of snow with that bullseye, which could waver in Southwest Michigan and Northern Indiana toward Gary. That, of course, being the birthplace of the Jackson 5. Again, that's going to be an area that we track for lots of snow. So a multifaceted system here is what we're anticipating throughout much of the Northeast. Well, this rapid change in temperature is going to have millions of Americans waking up to a fast freeze.
Yeah, so we are looking at, and we want to help you. We're looking at all of the things that can happen when we have those fast flash freezes coming through. And we want you to understand just how quickly this can happen and what it will mean for you as you are traveling home. So we're looking at New York City as an example. We have that on our screen here for you. By Friday, our highs, daytime highs sitting in the 50s, upper 50s at that, looking pretty nice for December. But by Saturday morning, as quick as the drop of a dime, we have temperatures back into the teens, a 40-degree drop for the start of Christmas Eve.
Yeah, and again, it's the problem here is that any standing water that you might have, think about the sidewalks. You know, when you are around NYC, any of the 5 boroughs, the main way to get around is by walking.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about 2 to 3 inches of rain on the sidewalks and in the streets, and then you fall from 50s to 17 degrees, everything freezes up really quickly, and you can see the setup there on the screen as well.
That's right. So we're going to be watching that cold front. The same system that's bringing in all of that impactful snow to the Midwest will slide off to the east, eventually off the coast. And we're looking at temperatures behind it to rapidly fall. Look at New York City. Look at Baltimore, sitting at 15 degrees by the start of Saturday, heading up towards Boston, 20 degrees. And again, as you mentioned, all of that standing rain will certainly freeze over quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it'll happen in a matter of hours, and we call that a flash freeze. And again, it is going to be especially susceptible are going to be some of the overpasses because it's cooled from not only the top, but also from the bottom as well.
Yeah.
And so bridges, overpasses, on-ramps, off-ramps, watch for icy roads, which could really, you know, prove treacherous, to say the least, for a lot of folks heading home for Christmas.
All right, guys, the time is now 9:45 a.m. A huge thank you to our Fox weather team, keeping us up to speed when it comes to severe weather storms that we are seeing across the country. Very important to make sure that you are tracking the forecast in your area, as so many people are hitting the skies and roads this holiday season. So for more holiday travel tips, weather or flight data, make sure that you all download that Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather on your favorite connected TV device. Again, the time is 9:45. We'll have more top stories right after this. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are a little more than 1 day from the original expiration of Title 42. We're now learning that Chief Justice Roberts has temporarily blocked the initiative. Let's check in with White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich for more.
2 days before Title 42 expires, and the White House has still not shared detailed plans for how they'll manage the coming migrant surge. But they're directing blame at Republicans.
We're asking for $3.5 billion in additional funding. So if congressional Republicans are serious about this, then they would assist.
Even though lawmakers on both sides say that money wouldn't fix the issue.
It's mainly for food and shelters, processing, transportation, but it doesn't really talk about security.
You can have an unlimited amount of soft-sided facilities. The problem is enforcing the laws that are already on the books.
The White House is resisting ownership of the push to end Title 42 in the first place.
That is a court order that is telling us to lift Title 42, and we're going to comply because we follow the rule of law.
But the administration sought to lift
that is, but it is a court order.
But
that
started by you guys.
It was a court order that has been provided to us.
The president made clear who wanted it back in April.
I can give you a straight answer. We had proposed to eliminate that policy by the end of May.
And when the courts previously blocked the administration's push, the press secretary said the administration disagrees with the court's ruling. Now that Title 42 is ending, critics say with no system to replace it, some in the president's party say he has another option.
The president can basically, I think, ask for that extension. I think his administration is doing that or will do that. I sure hope they do.
The White House won't say if that's within Biden's authority or if he wants to see it happen. The court's action from just the last hour means there is still a chance the Supreme Court could keep Title 42 in place for the short run or indefinitely. The White House is moving forward as though it will end. And according to them, it is the courts that want to lift Title 42. It's Republicans standing in the way of securing the border. And what the president has done so far on this issue has been a success, even though under his leadership, illegal crossings have hit all-time highs. And anyone who suggests that the border is open is spreading misinformation for smugglers. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
The Supreme Court also setting a date on challenges to the Biden administration's student loan forgiveness plan. The nation's highest court will hear arguments on February 28th based on 2 lawsuits challenging debt cancellation. One suit argued the debt relief would hurt state tax revenues. Another suit was filed by student loan borrowers that didn't qualify for the proposed full $20,000 in debt relief. Now, the Biden administration argues that the education secretary could waive or modify student balances based on a national emergency, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Switching gears and bringing you all the latest international news, here's more on Russia's war on Ukraine.
More Russian airstrikes in Ukraine, and for the 3rd time in 6 days, targeting the capital, Kyiv. Ukraine says Russia launched 35 Iranian-made drones, with 23 targeting the capital. Only 5 drones made it through Ukraine's air defense, but those 5 caused significant damage to critical infrastructure and apartment buildings. Officials here once again pleading with the West to send more air defense capabilities, including the Patriot missile defense system.
A 100% air defense shield for Ukraine will be one of the most successful steps against Russian aggression. This step is needed right now.
The attack comes as Russian President Vladimir Putin works to gain support from a regional neighbor. Putin visited Belarus for the first time in more than 3 years, as Russian troops held military drills there, hoping to draw a key ally deeper into the war.
Belarus is a border to NATO countries, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and it would mean a lot to him geopolitically to have him in the war.
Meanwhile, to the north in Latvia, Ukraine's allies from Northern Europe held a meeting of their own, discussing new ways to support the Ukrainian military, including more severe economic consequences for Russia.
We must continue to focus on degrading Russia's capability to regroup and to resupply. And that means going after its supply chains.
Russia also announced on Monday they will be holding military drills with China as Moscow continues strengthening its relationship with Beijing. Reporting in Kyiv, Ukraine, I'm Nate Foy, Fox News.
Sticking with international headlines, ongoing protests in Peru have left hundreds of international tourists stranded. Fox's Phil Keating has the story.
Came here to visit Machu Picchu. The government shut down and now we're stuck here.
Frustration and anxiety for hundreds of tourists stuck in the historic city of Machu Picchu and other areas of Peru.
We're really lucky that we're in Cusco and not in Machu Picchu, which you can't get out except by plane.
Trains into the city and major roadways were all blocked over the weekend due to the ongoing demonstrations following the ousting and arrest of former Peruvian President Pedro Castillo. He was taken into custody after trying to dissolve the country's Congress ahead of an impeachment vote. In response, his supporters took to the streets last week in violent protests that's left at least 20 people dead.
I don't feel 100% safe. I'll feel safe once we get the plane takes off from Lima to the U.S.
The political crisis has left thousands of international travelers stuck at airports and hotels. At Machu Picchu, the armed forces had to conduct humanitarian helicopter flights to help move some tourists and sick people out of the area. While partial rail service is expected to resume this week into the ancient city, some American tourists say that is not enough. Many are hoping the U.S. government steps in to help them make it back home for the holidays.
We have work, we've got a dog, it's Christmas, we'd like to spend that with family.
Some good news for worried travelers. The government of Peru announced that air travel will resume as of now at the largest airport in the country's southern region. Phil Keating, Fox News.
A surge in illnesses like RSV and the flu hitting the classroom. Widespread sicknesses among students and staff is causing schools across the country to close its doors. Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino has more on this from St. Louis.
Unfortunately, with the holidays in our midst, things are not expected to get better anytime soon. An ICU pediatrician we spoke with says they've seen a huge surge in respiratory illnesses over the last few months, especially in children, and these schools are seeing all types of sicknesses. Pandemic-fueled social distancing and masking was the norm over the last few years. But pediatric doctors like James Schneider believe those COVID protection measures may be the cause of a recent spike in illness.
Over time, we know immunity does tend to wane a little bit or go down a little bit. So you just have a much more, a population which is much more vulnerable at this point. And again, a lot of children.
And we've seen that in schools. Over the last month, these are just some of the locations where entire school districts closed for at least a day due to widespread illness. That includes Osage City schools in Kansas. The percentage of students and staff in the district out sick increased rapidly.
The trend wasn't going down, so at 46% by the end of that day, we decided that we would close the school for the remainder of the semester, which was for 3 days.
Superintendent Ted Hassong says his students and staff had a variety of illnesses, including strep, RSV, and the flu.
You couldn't just pinpoint it to one thing, and so that's, I think, caused for the large population to be out.
Hassong says while the pandemic prepared them to make adjustments, the main goal is to keep doors open as much as possible.
We know the best learning occurs when they're sitting in front of a teacher in the classroom face to face, and we're going to do our best to try to keep that learning environment.
Dr. Schneider agrees it's important to keep kids in school, but
if your child is ill and symptomatic, keeping them out of school is to their benefit and clearly to the benefit of the rest of the class.
Dr. Schneider says the best way to prevent getting sick this holiday is to stay up to date with COVID boosters, flu shots, and of course, just be aware of your surroundings and vulnerable people during social gatherings. In St. Louis, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
Widespread sickness among students and staff is causing some schools around the country to close their doors. Joining us live to discuss this even further from St. Louis, Madison Scarpino. Madison, thanks for being with us. You've been speaking to some parents, some students, some faculty members. How are they getting through this?
Hi, Andrew. Well, things have been a little challenging for some school districts across the country who were forced to close their doors because just too many kids and staff were out sick due to a variety of illnesses. And unfortunately, in the midst of the holidays, things are not expected to get better anytime soon. An ICU pediatrician tells us that big surge in respiratory illnesses is hitting children especially hard. And like I just said, these schools aren't just seeing that, but all types of sicknesses. Take a look. Pandemic-fueled social distancing and masking was the norm over the last few years. But pediatric doctors like James Schneider believe those COVID protection measures may be the cause of a recent spike in illness.
Over time, we know immunity does tend to wane a little bit or go down a little bit. So you just have a much more, a population which is much more vulnerable at this point. And again, a lot of children.
And we've seen that in schools. Over the last month, these are just some of the locations where entire school districts closed for at least a day due to widespread illness. That includes Osage City schools in Kansas. The percentage of students and staff in the district out sick increased rapidly.
The trend wasn't going down, so at 46% by the end of that day, we decided that we would close the school for the remainder of the semester, which was for 3 days.
Superintendent Ted Hassong says his students and staff had a variety of illnesses, including strep, RSV, and the flu.
You couldn't just pinpoint it to one thing. And so that's, I think, cause for the large population to be out.
Hassong says while the pandemic prepared them to make adjustments, the main goal is to keep doors open as much as possible.
We know the best learning occurs when they're sitting in front of a teacher in a classroom face to face, and we're going to do our best to try to keep that learning environment.
Dr. Schneider agrees it's important to keep kids in school, but
if your child is ill and symptomatic, keeping them out of school is to their benefit and clear to the benefit of the rest of the class.
Dr. Schneider says the best way to prevent getting sick this holidays is to stay up to date with COVID boosters, flu shots, and of course, just be aware of your surroundings and vulnerable people during social gatherings. Andrew?
Okay, so Madison, we spoke to you a couple hours ago, but in the meantime, we're learning this report out of Bloomberg that both Johnson & Johnson says it's not experiencing widespread shortages of children's Tylenol, but the product may be, quote, less readily available at some stores. This after the news that both CVS and Walgreens are limiting over-the-counter medications like ibuprofen to people who need it because the supply is so scant. Are you hearing that from some of the medical professionals you've spoken with? And some of these schools might be impacted about that, too, to get these students back in the classroom in a timely manner.
So I think when we first saw reports of this early surge in illnesses, whether that was, it was RSV at first, now we're seeing flu and a lot of strep cases, the main concern was hospital capacity, which a lot of places have that under control, especially with their experience through the pandemic. But now we are seeing a bunch of reports of low stock of these cold and flu medications, which I think is just a testament of how many people are getting sick right now. And these medical experts we speak to are saying that they don't expect things to get any better just with all of these holiday gatherings and people traveling. So it'll be interesting to see how the situation is with hospitals, medications, and all of that post-holidays, and also with schools as well, something that these school leaders are saying they're used to as well, maybe having to make the adjustment of switching back to virtual school or having to close once again. Time will tell, the holidays will tell, but just wishing medical experts and schools the best during this time.
Yeah. All right, Madison Scarpino there live for us in St. Louis. So Madison, if we don't speak again, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Merry Christmas to you. Yes, you as well.
And pharmacies will be limiting children's pain medication purchases as respiratory illnesses continue to rise in the United States. CVS, for example, has announced a 2-product limit online and in stores, while Walgreens is limiting customers to 6 purchases online, but it has not yet set a limit in stores. The CDC says that respiratory viruses such as the flu, RSV, and COVID-19 are at high levels nationwide, and hospitals are seeing high numbers of patients. Last month, the FDA warned of an amoxicillin shortage, which is often prescribed to treat bacterial respiratory infections in children. The time is now just past the 10 a.m. hour. Let's take a quick commercial break, but when we return, we'll bring you all the latest when it comes to that heartbreaking story from Moscow, Idaho. And let's go ahead and head out live to the Senate floor. All right, it looks as though we may have hit a lull when it comes to this Senate floor hearing. Let's go ahead and switch gears, bringing you all the latest on another major headline that we have been following every angle of. Harvey Weinstein, convicted of rape in Los Angeles. Here's more.
Some major breaking news out of Los Angeles just moments ago. Harvey Weinstein found guilty today of rape at this trial in Los Angeles. And yet another Me Too moment of reckoning for the disgraced movie mogul 5 years after he became a magnet for the movement. So jurors deliberated for 9 days. The jury of 8 men and 4 women reached the verdict at the second criminal trial of the 70-year-old, one-time powerful cinema titan. He's 2 years into a 23-year prison sentence for a rape and sexual assault conviction in New York. Remember, he was found guilty of rape, forced oral copulation, and another sexual misconduct count involving an Italian model and actor who said he appeared uninvited at her hotel room during a Los Angeles film festival back in 2013. The jury was unable to reach a decision on several counts, notably charges involving Jennifer Newsom, the wife of California Governor Gavin Newsom. The jury reported it was also unable to reach verdicts in her allegations and the allegations of another woman. A mistrial was declared on those counts. He was also acquitted of a sexual battery allegation made by a massage therapist who treated Weinstein at a hotel back in 2010. He faces up to 24 years in prison when he's sentenced. Prosecutors and defense attorneys had made no immediate comment on the verdict. Now, that has changed because we have heard from the attorney of one of the victims. That, of course, is prominent women's rights and civil rights attorney Gloria Allred. She spoke just moments ago, and we're going to play out her comments as she was representing one of the victims in this case. Let's hear her reaction after the jury just rendered their verdict in Los Angeles.
I'm attorney Gloria Allred. I represent Jane Doe number 2 and also one of the 1101B witnesses, Natasha. And in addition, I represented and still represent Jane Doe number 5, who did not testify. Today, justice was won in the case of People versus Harvey Weinstein. In this criminal case, I represented Jane Doe 2. Number 2 is Lauren Young, who gives permission to use her name, and Natasha M., who was an 1101B witness, which is sometimes called a Me Too witness or a prior bad act witness. Lauren was also a witness in the New York criminal case against Harvey Weinstein. In that case, however, she is what is known in New York as a Molyneux witness, which is also called a Me Too witness colloquially. Here in the Los Angeles County criminal case, however, she was a victim for whom charges were filed because what happened to her took place in Beverly Hills. Lauren is the only witness to have testified in both prosecutions. She was very brave to have undergone an extensive cross-examination in both criminal cases. I'm very honored to have represented her both in New York and in Los Angeles, and I am glad that even though there was a mistrial today in reference to her, that she was very brave and testified against him. I just spoke to her, and she's very happy that there were convictions in this case. And she also indicates that if, as, and when the prosecution decides to prosecute Mr. Weinstein again, she is willing to testify again in a third criminal trial against Mr. Weinstein. Natasha M. traveled from another country to Los Angeles to testify in this criminal case. That demonstrated her commitment to winning justice. She participated in a press conference with me in October 2017, where she made allegations against Mr. Weinstein. I'm very proud of her as well, and her decision not only to speak out in court, but also to speak out in the court of public opinion in 2017. In the New York criminal case, Mr. Weinstein was convicted of criminal sexual assault of my client, Mimi Haley. And based on that conviction, he was sentenced to 20 years in New York State Prison. He was also sentenced to 3 years after he was convicted of third-degree rape against another victim whom I did not represent in that case. The New York Court of Appeals, which is New York's highest court, has agreed to hear Mr. Weinstein's appeal in 2023, in July. Given that there is now a possibility, although hopefully not a probability, that Mr. Weinstein's convictions in New York could be reversed, the Los Angeles prosecution is very important. Even if the New York conviction remains intact, the women whom Harvey Weinstein victimized in Southern California deserved to have their day in court. And I'm glad that they received that in this criminal case in Los Angeles. Breaking through their fear of what could happen to them if they spoke out against Mr. Weinstein has been a transformative experience for all of those whom I have represented. So I commend all of my clients for their courage and sacrifices to win justice. And I did represent 3 in the New York case as well. They have demonstrated that empowered and courageous women are able to make powerful men accountable for the injustices that they have inflicted on women. We should all be grateful to them for having made this a safer world for all of us. This is a statement that Lauren Young asked me to read for her right now. My time on the stand finally came, and I'm so grateful that I had the chance to tell the truth about what happened to me back in 2013. I am relieved that Harvey Weinstein has been convicted because he deserves to be punished for the crimes that he committed, and he can no longer use his power to intimidate and sexually assault more women. After the New York City trial, a pandemic, a baby, and this Los Angeles trial, I can finally put this traumatic memory to rest. Reflecting on the past has taken a huge toll on my life. I want to say thank you to everyone that gave me the support I needed to keep my strength with this case. I have tremendous amounts of empathy for the victims of sexual violence, and I'm glad that there is one less monster on the street. Women need to stand up and speak their truth so that they can heal, move on with their lives, and be happy. I am very proud of this stronger version of myself that I have become. Leaving this trial behind is like a huge weight has been lifted, and it allows me to finally live my life with less fear. I'm embracing my inner voice, and I will never be silent again. So just to be clear, the charge in reference to Jane Doe number 2, Lauren, was sexual battery. The count on the jury was 10 for conviction and 2 for not convicting. So at this point, it will be for the prosecutor to make that decision as to whether he will retry the count for Lauren Young, and we'll await that decision. I expect that the judge will set a sentencing date, and that will be a time when the victim impact statements can be given, and at that point, I'll have a comment on Jane Doe 5, and if she is permitted to speak, she will speak at that victim impact statement. That'll be up to the judge to allow her or not allow her to speak at the sentencing. So I'll be happy to take any questions, and of course, Natasha M. is also requesting that she be permitted to speak at the sentencing. That'll also be within the discretion of the court to allow her to speak, and we'll see whether Lauren will speak or not. By that time, we'll know whether or not there will be a retrial on the charge in reference to her.
Ms. Ulrich, you said that from the beginning that the reason why these women are putting themselves out there is for closure. Do you think, Lauren, or does she feel like she can get closure without a conviction?
I just spoke to her on the phone a couple minutes ago, so I think it's going to have to be something that she's going to think about, but she was 100% committed to testifying again if she is asked to do so.
Laura, you attended both trials. What do you think was different about this case or might have led to the, we had in New York it was a split verdict as well, but it was 2 convictions and 1 acquittal. You had a hung jury here. What, if anything, just from your observations was different about this trial that might have factored into that?
Well, of course, a different jury, different judge, slightly different elements of the law that need to be proven here. different evidence, different prosecutors, different defense team. I don't know what was in the jury's mind, which would be helpful once they are excused. They're not excused yet. They need to come back tomorrow to be instructed, or further factors that they could consider, so, and should consider. So we'll have to wait and see. I can't really give a definitive answer to your question except for what I just said, because I don't know what the jury was considering or not considering in this case.
Gloria, put yourself in the prosecutor's shoes for a minute. You've got 4 hung jury counts there, and the count at least was 10-2 on 2 of them, 8-4 on the others. If you were in charge of doing the prosecution, would you say, is it worthwhile giving those odds to retry these cases?
It's a very complex decision. Part of it is whether witnesses or victims, Jane Does, for whom there was a mistrial on certain charges, would be willing to testify again. That's a major factor, and I can only speak for my client that she would be, but that's not the complete answer. There are many factors that the prosecutor will have to consider. At this point, I'm not ready to say whether he should or should not. I can only say that my client will be willing to testify.
Do you think he's going to be able to make that decision after they talk with the jury members and get a sense from them about what the strengths or problems or merits of the various charges and why they went 10-2 or 8-4?
It's always very, very helpful to talk to jurors after a trial to understand what was in their mind, what caused them indecision, what caused them decision, and, you know, where any issue might have been for any of the jurors. It's very helpful. Of course, it would be a different jury next time, but still very important to poll the jury and interview the juries after, for those who are willing to speak to the prosecutor. And I'm sure the defense would be interested as well in speaking to individual jurors if they will speak to them.
I've got to throw this one at you. Given the high-profile nature of this case, given what the attention of the verdict and everything else, and what we're doing now, is a retrial going to be tough? Would it have to be moved out of Los Angeles somewhere else because of the publicity and everything else that's received here?
I don't think it would have to be moved out of Los Angeles. I think there was far less coverage, actually, this time than there was in New York. Quite a bit less coverage in Los Angeles than in New York. Many reasons for that. But in any event, I think venue is not the issue. I think it's a complex decision. We'll see what the higher-ups say, what the district attorney himself says,
Gloria,
Mr. Gaston, about whether there'll be a retrial.
Gloria, what can you say about why they didn't proceed with Jane Doe 5?
I can't comment at this time, but I will say if she is permitted to give her victim impact statement at the sentencing, she is committed to doing that and coming here to do that. She's not in California. That's all I can say about where she is.
Can you discuss at all the reason she'd be willing to give an impact statement,
speak
but
to the
not
center?
stand, but not take the stand?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Obviously, you're saying she's willing to testify for an impact statement, but was not willing to testify at trial. Which led to
I didn't say she was not willing to testify at the trial. That's what you said. But
you didn't say she declined to testify.
Pardon me?
Didn't you say she declined to testify?
I never said she declined to testify. I never said why she did not testify. But if, as and when she's permitted to give a victim impact statement, she is committed to coming here to doing just that.
Can you speak to any of these aggravating factors that they're going to return and speak about tomorrow? Do you have any sense of what that is in relation to?
I don't know what they're going to be speaking about tomorrow. So I can't comment on that.
As a lawyer of some of these victims, are you happy with the verdict?
Am I happy with the verdict? My client, Lauren Young, is very happy that he was convicted. and she feels that that was justice. So she's thinking of others in addition to herself.
Thank you, Gloria.
Pardon me? Okay, yes. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, so you were just listening in to Gloria Allred. She represented one of the victims of Harvey Weinstein in this trial there in Los Angeles. Let's just go over what the jury has decided just moments ago. Okay, so after 9 days of deliberations, so there was a split verdict. You were listening in there to Gloria Allred. So guilty of forcible rape and other charges relating to Jane Doe 1. So guilty on all those charges related to Jane Doe 1. Not guilty of sexual battery for Jane Doe 3. And there was that hung jury, that mistrial, for counts related to Jane Doe 2 and
right, and again, Harvey Weinstein facing up to 24 years in prison. The time is now 10:23. We're taking a live now look from the United Kingdom. Right after this commercial break, we will dive into this live news briefing from the UK's Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. He is speaking to the House of Commons. So again, we'll take this live press conference right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, monitoring several major news headlines on this Tuesday, December 20th. Thank you all so much for joining us here. Let's take a Live Now look from the United Kingdom. We have here the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak appearing before the House of Commons.
Therese Coffey and Zach Goldsmith and indeed Will Lockhart and the rest of the team for their efforts. Something everyone can be proud of. The UK demonstrated real leadership. We did under our COP presidency by putting nature at the heart of how we'll meet our climate objectives, and I think we followed that up in Montreal, and that was recognised by leaders around the world. In terms of delivery on it, I think what we will have is an environmental improvement plan which will be published early in 2023, which will mean that progress can be monitored and the government can be held accountable for the actions to recover nature. We obviously have a legally binding set of targets recently we published as part of our World Leading Environment Act, and I'm excited to get on and deliver that because I think it can make an enormous difference, and it's something where we are unequivocally leading the world in.
Well, I think we're leading the world in designating areas, both on land and the marine environment that we're responsible for through our overseas territories and around our waters around the UK, but much less so in enforcement. there have been a lot of concerns from NGOs in particular that the enforcement of our regulatory agencies lacks teeth, lacks resources, and therefore lacks enforcement. Are you able to respond to that by providing more resource for enforcement?
Well, I'm not familiar with the specific concern. I know certainly on water pollution and sewage, for example, we've given Ofwat considerably more powers as part of the legislation that we passed, where they can levy fines of up to, from memory, I think £250 million at the outset, which is an example of us beefing up the regulators where we think that there's a problem. So it's not something that we've shied away from where we think it's necessary. It's something I'd happily keep an eye on. I don't disagree with you. We need to be able to enforce the rules that we've set. That's what we've done with Ofwat, and if there are ways we need to do that, I'd happily look at that, as I'm sure the Secretary of State would, if appropriate.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Harriet Baldwin on economic issues now.
Thank you, Chair. Prime Minister, inflation is clearly the biggest economic challenge facing our country at the moment, and the blame for that, most of it, can be squarely laid at the doors of the Kremlin. But when you were Chancellor, there clearly were inflationary pressures emerging even before the invasion of Ukraine, and the Bank of England was running a very loose monetary policy, but you were running a very loose fiscal policy. Can you tell us what you most regret about your time as Chancellor?
I actually, when it comes to fiscal policy, I think I was getting criticism for tightening fiscal policy ahead of others, because I specifically made the point about inflation and interest rate risk at a time when many people were telling me I could rely on rock bottom interest rates forever and borrowing was fine and we could spend what we liked. And I didn't think that was right, said that it wasn't right, and that's why I think in spring of 2021, I talked about it towards the end of 2020, and in spring 2021 introduced a set of measures to actually start putting the public finances on a much more sustainable track. And at the time, many people said that we were the first country to do that and it wasn't necessary. So I think on that, actually, I'm proud of the record that I have. No one gets these things perfectly right. I'm not pretending I did, but I do think that we were right to identify that as a risk and take steps earlier than others did to start mitigating it. I think in terms of other regrets I have, the one thing that it was more apparent, well, in hindsight, that it's still a tricky thing to fix, and I think it might be that Stephen wants to talk about it a bit later, is inactivity. And I think that it's just what was going on in the labour market I think caught everyone by surprise. And again, all very well in hindsight, but at the time everyone thought when furlough ended and things like that, there would be mass unemployment, and I was getting criticism for ending furlough. That wasn't the issue, and the issue was very much on the other end, where the labour market was not as large as we would like it to be. Now, had we known about that earlier, I wonder if there are things we could have done to stop people leaving, because it's always better to stop people leaving the labour market than to try and attract them back once they've left. I'm not sure there are obvious answers, but that's something that clearly we need to address now.
But you do know about that issue now, and yet the Chancellor in the autumn statement announced next year's cost of living payment of £900. The committee welcomes the fact that that has been increased and announced, but it will apply to only those on means-tested benefits, which means that someone who moves out of that means test and earns £1 extra will lose £900 in terms of that cost of living payment. So that's a ridiculous cliff edge that plausibly you're now baking into the system that could act as a way in which people could be very much disincentivised from entering the labour market at higher pay. And we published a report last week on that, recommending that those cliff edges be dealt with. And do you support our recommendations?
So I think when you're dispensing that type of support, the scale, it's a third of all households are in receipt of it. You have to do things that are also operationally deliverable and simple. I totally acknowledge the point, like wherever you have an eligibility criteria, that it won't be perfect. I think I'd probably say there's three things. One is it's not a single payment, partly to address the concern that you raised, Harriet. It's two payments split, so that straight away means that people who flow in and out of benefits, as many people do,
we're
two bites of the
recommending
apple.
6, Prime Minister.
Again, that's the question then on operational delivery and what actually is possible for DWP to administer without having people waiting a long time and getting it right. I think the second thing is you can also appeal your benefit entitlement on the qualifying date, and if it's found to have been successful, you'll have a backdated payment. And the third thing is always to remember is there is a very significant discretionary element through the Household Support Fund of an extra £1 billion, which is well able and deliberately in place to pick up those hard cases. So I think that those are three significant mitigations against the concern that you have, and nothing is going to be perfect when you come to these things. It's just a trade-off between what's deliverable and how do we balance the different things that we have to.
Speaking of things not being perfect, baked into the Chancellor's autumn statement is the assumption that fuel duty is going to rise by 12 pence in the spring. I'm sure you would want to confirm today to the committee that that's not going to happen.
Having previously had his job, I always preferred it when the Prime Minister made absolutely no comments about future tax policy, and so I will very much adhere to that.
But it's £6 billion a year during a cost of living crisis, so you're not going to let the Chancellor get away with 12 pence
I'm going to let the Chancellor make the policy on fiscal decisions and announce them in the normal way.
Well, don't you think that as someone who, as you rightly point out, as Chancellor had to deal with the fact that these are always baked into the numbers and you have to then reverse them, that we ought to come up with a better approach to fuel duty?
No, whether I was Chancellor or as Prime Minister, I'd say exactly the same thing, but tax decisions are those that are made by the Chancellor in fiscal statements, and that's the way it should be.
Okay, moving on to something that definitely
outside of those.
Moving on to something that's definitely in your responsibility, the refinancing of Ukraine and the assets that we've rightly sanctioned here in the UK. What is your view at this moment about how the UK can play a leading role in helping to raise the finance to rebuild Ukraine, including that potentially of the Central Bank of Russia?
Quick answer would be I think we've played a leading role so far through leveraging multilateral development bank financing. I think 1.25 billion has been unlocked from the World Bank and others as a result of our guarantees and other support. That's something we'll look to continue to look to do more of, and we're hosting a reconstruction conference this year.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Next year, sorry, I meant.
On with the cost of living crisis with the Work and Pensions Committee Chair, Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Chair. To nobody's surprise, food bank demand rose sharply last year, and your very welcome decision to operate benefits fully in line with inflation next April will help make sure that doesn't get significantly worse next year. But you said in the Conservative Party leadership contest that you, quote, want to build a country where ideally nobody needs to use a food bank. Is that a realistic prospect, do you think?
Yes, I'd like to think so, and I think it's, as I said at the time, I'm happy to repeat, it's sad that anyone needs to use a food bank, but at the same time, I'm grateful to the people that provide those services, many of them in our constituencies, and it's very important, and I'm grateful to them that they do.
How long do you think it'll take to end the need for food banks?
I think it's important for us to get the economy growing again. The best way to do that is to have an economy that's growing, providing opportunity for people, and enable those to support those who can't work. And that's why all the other things we're doing to strengthen our public finances and reduce inflation is paramount to getting to that point. And in the short term, we've got a range of different support for people, particularly with food, whether that's free school meals, a holiday activity and food programme and others, that will help provide people with the extra assistance, particularly this winter.
Do you envisage increasing access to free school meals?
No, I think our free school meals policy is universal, as you know, for infants. There's then around 1.9 million who receive free school meals. Beyond that, but
extending to junior schools?
I think the provision we have is the right provision, but on top of that we have the holiday activity and food programme, which costs about £200 million a year and provides food and activity provision outside of term time. Also breakfast clubs that have been rolled out across many schools, which are helping in the mornings, but also something called Healthy Start vouchers, which don't get a lot of attention, where we increased by quite a significant amount the value of those vouchers, and they allow pregnant mothers or indeed new mothers to get extra support for fresh fruit and milk, for example.
Do you anticipate food bank demand will have reduced by the time of the next election?
I very much hope so, because I hope that we can actually get the economy growing over the course of the remainder of this Parliament, and that's something that I'll work very hard to deliver.
And do you recognise that on the way to eradicating the need for food banks, we will need to improve the social security safety net beyond what's provided at the moment?
Well, I think if you look at the stats, I think income inequality is lower in the last reported numbers than it was in 2010. There's over 1 million fewer people in poverty. And several 100,000 fewer workless households, and ultimately the surest route out of poverty is not for a child to grow up in a workless household. So actually I think there's been enormous progress on all those fronts. I think on food bank usage in particular, we need to get a better understanding of it, which is why I think it's important that it's being included for the first time in the DWP Family Resources Survey, so we'll start to get better data on food bank usage, which we haven't had to date.
I mean, throughout all those things, food bank demand has continued to rise, except then you increased universal credit by £20 a week, and then it dipped. So that's why I say I think that we will need to see an improvement in the social security safety net to achieve the eradication that you've held out. Can I just mention a couple of current drivers of food bank demand? The local housing allowance is frozen at its 2020 level, so when rent goes up, people have to dip into the rest of their benefits to pay the rent. Disabled people, depending on equipment, have obviously much higher electricity costs at the moment. And 290,000 people claiming disability benefits have recently lost eligibility to the Warm Homes discount scheme. I wonder if in any of those three is any prospect of further help being provided?
Well, I would keep giving short answers, but on the local housing allowance it was increased by a third, and that was worth about 600 odd pounds for around 1.5 million people. That's a very significant cash uplift at the time, which is appropriate to have then maintained. On the Warm Homes discount, again from memory, it was targeted to actually properly targeted on those who most needed help. It was actually increasing the mean. I haven't got the stats to hand. It was increasing the means testing of the benefit, actually delivering it to people who most needed the help. And I recognise the extra costs of those who need devices to help them with disabilities, which is why one of the cost of living payments is £150 to those in receipt of means tested disability payments, because that will sit alongside the pensioner payment and the general cost of living payment, especially to take account of the fact that you just raised.
A final point, if I may, Chair. The Select Committee has published today a report on support for childcare costs in universal credit. You'll recognise that supporting the costs of childcare is a big concern for MPs in your party and across the House. At the moment, maximum support for one child is capped at the level that was first set in 2005, at £760 per month. Isn't it high time that cap was uprated?
I think, as far as I recall, it's set at 85% of eligible childcare costs are reimbursable, so it's quite a high threshold, 85%. And from memory, it is. I don't have the stats, and I'll happily get back to Stephen. I think there are very, very few people at the cap. So I absolutely appreciate the importance of childcare. I'm not sure the cap is the thing to necessarily focus on, because it affects, I think, from memory, a small number of people. But I'll happily have a look.
Well, increasingly it is, as costs are rising. Thank you.
Could I bring Robin Walker, the Chair of the Education Committee, in very briefly on the matter of childcare?
Thank you, Chair. Prime Minister, you yourself have said inactivity is one of the big issues that has risen since your time as Chancellor, and one of the big challenges we face. Would you agree that better supporting childcare is one of the ways of combating that, bringing people back into the workplace and supporting people? And with that in mind, the fact that the tax-free childcare, which is supported by the Treasury, only about 1 in 5 children who are eligible for childcare have taken it up. And of those who've opened accounts for tax-free childcare, only about half of them are used. Is that a concern for you?
Yes, I mean, I started work on that when I was Chancellor, and that work is ongoing. how to improve the take-up of the existing childcare offers, which are not always well understood, particularly tax-free childcare and the accounts, as you mentioned, Robin. That work is ongoing. I think actually they're changing. We're changing both the promotional material, how we explain it, and how easy it is for people to access and what they can use it on. I think just make the obvious comment. Of course, there's always work to do. We do have one of the lowest rates of inactivity among women, and actually female participation in the labour force in the UK has gone up far more than most other countries, and other people ask us how we've done it, but there is of course more to do, which is why we continue to refine and improve the childcare offers.
And finally, thank you, Chairman. Just the early years have become more and more important part of education. Our understanding of the benefits of investment in the early years has improved over time. The IFS recently confirmed that early years spending has actually gone up, unlike other parts of the education spending over the last 10 years. But do you think that trend is likely to continue?
Certainly, if I have anything to do with it, I think the early years is very important, and that's why, as Chancellor, I prioritised funding them in the last spending review that I did. Particularly the work that Andrea Leadsom had done, I thought was instructive, and I've asked her to carry on doing that. And that work is being rolled out across local authorities, but I think all the evidence is clear. If we can intervene earlier and support children earlier, it makes a big difference. We can't reorient the system overnight, but incrementally directing more resource there, I think it's a good and sensible thing to do.
Catherine McKinnell for the Petitions Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick you up on a comment that you've made there about increasing women's participation in the workforce. Is he aware that between the ages of 25 and 39, the number of women dropping out of the workforce is going up, not down, and it's increasing, and all the progress that's been made over many years in this country is actually going backwards on that front. So he should look at those statistics very carefully. There's also very clear statistics that the number of mothers considering leaving their jobs is quite significant, and many are cutting down their hours due to the cost of childcare and the fact that ultimately many pay to work. And this is obviously a significant cost to the economy. And Prime Minister, you mentioned earlier that there are, a tight labour market, and this is a difficult issue to solve. Might I suggest that one way to solve it would be to actually make it affordable for women to stay in the workplace?
Yeah, the point I was making, which I think stands, is that if you look internationally, we rank as a country with relatively high levels of female participation in the labour force. That's a fact. Of course, there's always work to do, and it might well be that it's moved down over the last year. I haven't got those numbers to hand, but internationally, it's something that we have done better than others. In terms of the inactivity, and we'll continue, as I said already, to continue looking at our offers to see what more we can do to support those with child-caring responsibilities to work if that's what they want to do. The inactivity problem that we're seeing most recently is not, as far as I am aware, driven by an increase in childcarers leaving the workforce. It is much more driven by those over 50 and by an increase in student activity, but particularly the over 50s are the biggest reason for the increase in economic activity.
Yeah, because they have caring responsibilities, which is another issue that needs to be addressed.
It's not obvious that they do. It's not a problem that is completely well understood, but it is a mix of lifestyle decisions, ill health actually coming up, and other reasons. It's not necessarily for caring responsibilities.
I mean, just in terms of your international ratings, we also rate one of the highest, most expensive childcare systems in the world, so he should also bear that in mind. Just in relation to the Healthy Start vouchers that he mentioned earlier as a flagship announcement and scheme, often mentioned by the government, but I've asked 4 times this year for the take-up of that scheme since it was digitised in April, because a lot of families expressed challenges around managing the new digitised system. I even asked at Treasury Questions today. They couldn't give a figure. Does the Prime Minister have a figure for how many actually use the scheme?
I don't, but I'd happily write to the committee with the answer.
Good, that would be helpful, thank you. Is the Prime Minister also aware that the Petitions Committee led a debate in Parliament yesterday on child bed poverty? That there's a deputy head teacher in Leeds who's established a charity to provide beds for children because they're struggling to concentrate at school. Is he not ashamed that that is a reality for children growing up in Britain today?
Well, what I'm keen to make sure is that we don't have children who are growing up in poverty. All the evidence is crystal clear that the best way to do that is to ensure that children don't grow up in a workless household. And if you can achieve that, they're 5 times less likely to grow up in poverty, which is why I'm pleased that there are several 100,000 fewer households that are like that compared to when the Conservative government first came into office. And that's why ensuring that we can support people into good, well-paid jobs, make sure that we continue increasing the national living wage is really important, because that is the best way to ensure that children don't grow up in poverty. That's what I want to see. We've made great progress. There are hundreds of thousands fewer children in poverty today than in 2010, but of course I want to keep driving that number down.
So I just don't recognise what the Prime Minister's saying. It seems to be a parallel reality, because the number of children living in poverty is going up, not down. We're heading for 34% by the government's own measure, preferred measure, which is going to reach the peak of the 1990s. So this is going in the wrong direction, which is why children are going without beds. It's a symptom of child poverty. Given that 75% of children growing up in poverty live in a house where someone works, can the Prime Minister not see that it's a very complacent response from him, and it just doesn't seem to be going to solve the problem? How is he going to solve child poverty?
Maybe we're looking at different numbers, but the numbers that I know, and happily to share them with the committee, there are, as I said previously, over 1 million people, fewer people in absolute poverty than there were in 2010. Now, the children component of that, I think, is 200,000 fewer children on that measure in absolute poverty, fewer than there were in 2010. And again, about 1 million fewer workless households today than in 2010. And again, that is by far and away, I think, the biggest driver of a child growing up in poverty. I'm not remotely complacent about it. I don't want any child to grow up in poverty. It's awful to think that they are, and what we should do is continue to reduce it. We've made progress. There's always more to do. I think the most important way to help those children is to make sure that their parents are in good, well-paid jobs.
Thank you. Prime Minister, I'm sure you will join me in wishing Steve Brine well, who, as chair of the Health Committee, should be here, but unfortunately he's been taken ill with the flu, and he's asked me to ask his questions for him. We meet on the day of the second nurses' strike, and tomorrow, of course, we have the ambulance industrial action. The government has stressed we have an independent pay review process, but increasingly it seems to be something the other political parties, and especially the trade unions, don't believe in. How big a problem do you think this is, and what do you propose to do about it?
Well, it's worth bearing in mind that the pay review bodies have been in existence for a long time, accepted by different political parties as a sensible part of the process. They were used by previous Labour governments as well, and other non-conservative politicians have said that it wouldn't be right to cut across the pay review bodies, and they do exist because pay is obviously difficult, and they exist to come to a sensible, considered and fair view, balancing all the competing interests about what reasonable and pay settlements are. And that's why the government accepted them in full across the board, not just for the NHS. And in many cases, those pay settlements were more than what the government had initially thought was doable, and indeed higher in many cases than what was being offered in the private sector. So I think they are an important part of the process, and the government has respected them.
What reform of the pay review process would you like to see?
I don't think I've said I do want to see a reform to it.
Is that something that you would welcome the Health Committee having a look at?
I wouldn't be for me to direct the Health Committee on their investigations. I wouldn't dream of doing so. But
sounds like a no.
But I mean, they are set up to balance. I mean, the terms of reference are relatively straightforward. I mean, they're balancing what's affordable for the taxpayer, that's ultimately, all these things have to be paid for, with the need to make sure that we can recruit and retain staff in the various sectors in which they're operating. Those are, I don't think most people would quibble with those as things for them to consider. Inflation is also important. It was not just important for us, it's been important for governments over the last few decades, and that's an important part of what they do as well.
The pay review body will, of course, be looking again in the new year at NHS pay and will report to you in the summer. And it now looks inevitable that the process will provide a much better offer to the NHS then because of the inflation figures. Is that on the agenda for change for next year? And with the promise of such, shouldn't the Royal College of Nurses actually call off their industrial action now this winter while we attempt to scale the COVID backlog and get the extra resources into social care to ease discharge and therefore the very real stress our ambulance crews are facing on a daily basis?
I think with regard to inflation, the pay review bodies, when they do make their decisions, are aware of what forward estimates of inflation are, and indeed that was the case for this year's estimates for inflation, which already were in the evidence and in their considerations. And of course, you're right, there will be a body and a process for next year, which among any other things, the health secretary has been clear our door is always open to talk to everybody and be constructive about how we approach these things in the future. But that's what I want to see is, the NHS that is able to focus on reducing the backlogs, improving the quality and timeliness of care that people are getting. That's why we've put billions of pounds of extra funding into both the NHS and social care, as you mentioned in the autumn statement, in spite of the other difficult decisions that needed to be made. So I think that represents a clear commitment from the government to the importance of the NHS, making sure it's funded well, but we do need to make sure that money can actually now
And we are live and worldwide here for you. Coming up on a new hour here on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here in real time. As you can tell, take a look at the Dow. We are up now 173 points there in the green. We'll continue to take a look at it. But look at the celebration going on in Argentina, all coming after the big World Cup win on Sunday. And that was probably one of the best World Cup finales we have ever seen, and it all happened on Sunday and only on Fox. How amazing was that right there? So we'll continue to bring you always the latest right here on Live Now from Fox, always in the mix here for you, and you can take a look as well. Look what has come to New York City. the numerals 2023. Yep, it is around the corner. We are almost ready there for the new year, and the numbers are ready to be lit up come New Year's Eve there. It will be rocking, no doubt, there in Times Square. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It's a program where we try to bring you all of the live events that are happening across the country. And when breaking news happens, we got you covered right there as well. But we want to go out right now, just moments ago, to the Senate floor, where we do have Senator Chuck Schumer and Senator McConnell speaking. Let's start with Senator Chuck Schumer.
Christmas, Democrats and Republicans have reached an omnibus agreement completed at 1:15 a.m. early this morning. In the very early hours of the morning, Chairman Leahy and Ranking Member Shelby released a long-sought bipartisan, bicameral omnibus appropriations bill for fiscal year 2023. The omnibus is the last thing we have to do to close out a very successful 117th Congress. And we've taken another step, a major step, towards reaching the goal line. After a lot of hard work, this package represents an aggressive investment in American families, American workers, and America's national defense. It'll give our troops a raise, make health care more affordable for millions, and it fulfills the promise Democrats made to defend democracy at home and abroad through the ECA. It was no easy feat to piece this bill together. And if our amazing appropriator staff needs a quick power nap at their desks this morning, no one's going to blame them. I want to thank Chairman Leahy and Ranking Member Shelby for working on this omnibus for months without cease. I can't think of a more fitting send-off for our two esteemed appropriators than this. If this omnibus goes down as Senator Leahy and Shelby's final legislative contribution as senators, then I say bravo, thank you, well done. I also want to thank my colleagues in the House, above all Speaker Pelosi and Chair DeLauro, for their relentless work. The clock is now ticking until government front runs out this Friday. Between now and the end of the week, the watchwords for the Senate will be speed and cooperation. For the information of senators, we're going to get going on this process today. Members should be ready to vote to lay the omnibus before the Senate as soon as this afternoon. We must finish passing this omnibus before the deadline on Friday, when government funding runs out. But we hope to do it much sooner than that, because we're mindful that a nor'easter is barreling down the East Coast on Thursday and Friday. Let me say this again. The sooner we pass the omnibus, the better. We have until Friday before funding runs out, but we ought to get it done well before then. I hope no senator will stand in the way of us finishing our work. We cannot afford a shutdown. More importantly, the American people need us to act quickly. As I said, the American people need us to act quickly to avert the looming danger of a government shutdown. Nobody wants a shutdown. Nobody benefits from a shutdown. And so I hope nobody here will stand in the way from funding the government ASAP. Now let's turn to the omnibus itself. This funding bill is overflowing with very good news for our troops, for the Ukrainian brave fighters, for American jobs, for our families, and for American democracy. After a lot of hard work, Democrats will fulfill our promise to pass reforms to the Electoral Count Act into law. 2 years after January 6th, the attack on our Capitol remains an indelible stain on our democracy, and updating the Electoral Count Act is one of the ways we can prevent another January 6th in the future. It is so important to do, and I want to thank Senators Manchin and Collins and the group they put together to put the ECA together, and Senators Klobuchar and Blunt on the Rules Committee for their help in making this happen. I said months ago we would do everything possible to pass ECA reform, and now we're following through. Many thanks, of course, go to all my colleagues who made this possible. The omnibus is also going to fill our promise to stand with our friends in Ukraine, with billions more in emergency economic and military aid. The bitterness of winter has descended on Eastern Europe. And if our friends in Ukraine hope to triumph over Russia, America must stand firmly on the side of our democratic friends abroad. They are not asking for, nor do they want, American troops, but they do need the weaponry to defend themselves against a brutal Putin. On the home front, the omnibus will make health care more affordable and more expansive for millions upon millions of Americans. For the first time ever, every child in America who qualifies for Medicaid or CHIP will now be guaranteed at least 1 year of continuous health coverage. This is a major change that will make a big difference in improving health care for millions of kids. We will permanently extend a policy from the American Rescue Plan that let states give a full year of postpartum coverage for mothers on Medicaid and CHIP. This is something huge, something I have so strongly believed in and fought for. It's a major step to address America's crisis in maternal health and mortality. Many elements of the omnibus are in this bill. Good elements of the omnibus, particularly for women of color who have long been discriminated against when it comes to birth and postpartum coverage. The omnibus also represents a new offensive in the battle against America's mental health crisis. We all know that crisis is at record levels. We all know we have to do something about it. This omnibus does. Overdoses and substance abuse are at record levels. I fought hard to make sure this package will allow seniors to get Medicare coverage for counseling, funding to train new psychiatrists, create new mental health mobile crisis units, and instruct Medicare to cover intensive outpatient mental health care. We're also going to attack the opioid crisis head-on by expanding options for medication-assisted treatment, while also making never-before-seen investments in suicide prevention, maternal mental health, pediatric mental health, and so much more. We will also keep making health care more accessible than it was in years past. We'll ensure Medicare beneficiaries can keep using telehealth through 2024. That's huge, particularly in rural areas. We'll invest new resources to hire and train more doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers who have been in high demand over the past couple of years. We're also increasing support for rural and low-income hospitals that very often have to get by with precious little help. So on the healthcare front, the omnibus is an aggressive, generous, and far-reaching package. And I salute all those, including Chairman Murray and Chairman Leahy, for their work on this. On the manufacturing and science front, the omnibus secures the first major down payment in building the tech hubs across the country that we have authorized through the CHIPS and Science Act. This means real dollars to create the Silicon Valleys, the Silicon Forests, the Silicon Heartlands and prairies of tomorrow. And again, I want to thank Chair Cantwell for her steadfast leadership on this issue, as well as my colleague on the other side of the aisle, Todd Young. Under the omnibus, we'll also secure the largest increase for the National Science Foundation of all time, including a surge in funds for the new Technology Directorate and for STEM workforce training that will spur chip growth across the country and give training to millions who have been left out of the increase in jobs in tech. Also included are billions to support universities, national labs, manufacturers, entrepreneurs, and workers with the support necessary for the U.S. to beat back China and remain technologically competitive on the world stage. That's not all. There's much more to celebrate in this package. We will keep our promise to our veterans by fully funding provisions of the PACT Act so veterans suffering from burn pit exposure can get the care they deserve. We'll help veterans with their mental health needs, reform VA long-term care services, and support veterans who struggle with homelessness. We say to our veterans, you've been there when we've needed you. This omnibus is there when you need us. For students, we've secured the largest increase in Pell Grants in over a decade. An increase of $500. The maximum Pell Grant will now be $7,395, providing ladders up for millions of kids who come from poor and working families. That's a great thing. For the first time in history, we'll also bring Indian health services into parity with all other health care providers. This historic provision helps fulfill the federal government's trust responsibility to our tribes. We'll provide more resources, health care coverage, and the dignity they deserve. We've secured billions for more child care access, billions for homeless assistance grants, billions for rural housing services, over $1 billion for home investment partnership programs, and over $1 billion for housing for the elderly and housing for persons with disabilities. So from start to finish, from top to bottom, this omnibus is bold, generous, far-reaching, and ambitious. It's not everything we would have wanted, of course. Lots of, when you're dealing in a bipartisan, bicameral way, you have to sit down and get it done, and that means each side has to concede some things. But it is something that we can be very proud of, all of us. Now, we must get this done before Friday, well before that, if possible. I want to thank every single colleague and staff member who worked relentlessly to put this piece together. Not only Senators Leahy and Shelby, but their subcommittee chairs and ranking members. It was a Herculean feat for our dedicated appropriators. The process may have been difficult, but I'm confident we're now in a position to pass this bill quickly. And I'm even more confident that once we finish our work on this package, America will be a healthier, more prosperous, and more secure country thanks to the work we have done here and now. Thanks to my colleagues. Let's finish the bill very soon. I yield the floor.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. So that was Senator Chuck Schumer. On the other side of the break, we will listen to Senator Mitch McConnell. You're watching Live Now from Fox, always here for you.
National defense. Thanks to the tireless work from Senator Shelby and a number of our colleagues, the government funding bill that we'll be taking up this week does exactly the reverse of what the Biden administration asked for. This bill will significantly grow the baseline for defense and significantly cut the baseline for non-defense, non-veterans after inflation. A big real dollar increase for the defense baseline and a big real dollar cut for the non-defense, non-veterans baseline. This is an impressive outcome for the Republican negotiators, and more importantly, it is the outcome that our country actually needs to keep helping Ukraine and our other friends, to keep out innovating and outcompeting Russia and China, and to keep our brave men and women in uniform equipped with the best training, tools, and technologies the world has ever seen. The administration's original version for the federal budget, starving defense while shoveling cash into miscellaneous domestic spending, was so out of whack that Democrats in Congress actually joined us in rejecting it. Then there was some discussion that Democrats might only agree to make sufficient investments in our armed forces if they got to jack up domestic spending even higher as compensation. Of course, that didn't make any sense either. The Commander-in-Chief's own political party does not get to take our troops hostage in order to demand even more unrelated goodies. Republicans' position all along was quite simple. Defending America and outcompeting our rivals is a fundamental governing duty. It is the basic business that we're supposed to take care of, not something for which Democrats get special rewards. And that's precisely what is finally happening compared to where the negotiators started. We've transferred huge sums of money away from Democrats' spending wish list toward our national defense and armed forces, but without allowing the overall cost of the package to go any higher. Now, there's no question that an omnibus spending bill less than 1 week before Christmas is not the right way to run the appropriations process or the Senate chamber. Things should be done differently, more responsibly, with more foresight and more planning. And when Republicans control the majority, things were in fact done differently, more responsibly, with more foresight. When Republicans last controlled both chambers, we worked to conduct a more normal appropriations process. The subcommittees were more empowered to do their work. We worked to break things into multiple bills and move minibuses across the floor before the 11th hour. Instead, as Republicans spent this whole year calling on the Democratic leader to prioritize his basic responsibilities like government funding and the NDAA, this majority spent literally month after month chasing shiny objects while procrastinating on core duties. So I share many of my colleagues' dissatisfaction with the dysfunction Democrat-run process that brought us here. But unfortunately, as we stand here today, going back in time and forcing Democrats to spend the last 11 months running the Senate more responsibly is certainly not an option. From where we stand today, there are literally two options before us. Number one, we can pass this bill, give our service members and commanders the resources they need, flip the president's broken budget request on its head, and actually cut baseline non-defense, non-veteran spending in real dollars while we're at it. Or we can fail to pass this bill and give our armed forces confusion and uncertainty while the Chinese Communist Party continues to help their military commanders pour money into new research and new weapons. Between the two actual options before us, this is not a close call. The Senate should pass this bill. Now, on a related matter, last week the Senate passed the National Defense Authorization Act, a landmark step forward for our armed forces. This year's bill was named for our distinguished departing colleague, Ranking Member Inhofe. As I've discussed at length, this year's NDAA was a major step in the right direction to keep the U.S. the world's preeminent superpower. But another aspect that doesn't get enough attention is the ways that Congress' role in defending America also directly benefits military communities across each of our home states. My home state of Kentucky is home to major Army installations like Fort Campbell and Fort Knox, the Kentucky Air and Army National Guard, and indispensable pillars of America's defense industrial base. This year's NDAA provides record resources for those Kentuckians who support and serve in our armed forces. Of special note in this year's bill is its full funding of the chemical demilitarization pilot program at the Bluegrass Army Depot in Richmond, Kentucky. If all goes according to plan, the depot could wrap up its chemical weapon destruction mission by next year. That will be a landmark milestone in Kentucky history. When I took office, many of America's most potent chemical munitions were languishing at the Richmond facility. Community activists were understandably concerned about the dangerous weapons in their backyard and asked me to help coordinate the massive effort needed to get rid of them. Working with these local leaders, I've spent the past 4 decades securing federal funding for the chemical munitions destruction mission. And now the end of that project is within sight. This year's NDAA also authorizes a feasibility study to help local authorities plan for the future of the depot after the chemical weapon destruction mission wraps up. That study will identify opportunities to enhance Richmond's role as a defense logistics node and identify new missions for its world-class facilities once chemical weapons are gone. And that's just one of the many important initiatives this year's NDAA will support in the Commonwealth. Kentucky service members and military installations stand ready to protect America from its enemies. The defense bill also impacts a huge number of America's efforts for good around the world that don't always make the headlines. For example, I'm glad this NDAA makes headway on behalf of the people of Burma and the decades-long struggle for democracy in that country, which I've been proud to support throughout my career. Since Burma's military junta launched a coup in early 2021, the country has plunged deeper into catastrophe. More than 1 million people displaced, sham trials and summary executions, the extrajudicial torture and murder of many more, indiscriminate shelling and airstrikes against ethnic villages. Burma's former leader and my good friend Aung San Suu Kyi is reportedly being held in solitary confinement following a sham trial at the hands of her deposers. And in the absence of strong international condemnation, the junta is literally getting away with murder. When Secretary Blinken visited Southeast Asia this summer, I called for less talk and more action. People of Burma don't have the luxury of waiting around for American assistance. Now, with the passage of the Burma Act as part of this year's NDAA, Congress is stepping up where the administration has dithered. This landmark bill mandates sharp sanctions against senior Tatmadaw officials and the state-owned businesses that keep their coffers full. It compels the administration to make decisions about whether and how to unravel the junta's lucrative grip on Burma's energy sector. It codifies U.S. support for organizations that actually represent Burma's people and authorizes new engagement with ethnic organizations that are defending the people against the brutal hand of the Tatmadaw, as well as new non-lethal and humanitarian assistance for society organizations. It directs the President to improve coordination with America's allies and partners to increase pressure on Burma's illegitimate leaders and direct support for the people. But Congress can only do so much through the legislative process. The ball is now in the Biden administration's court, and time is ticking away. Russia and other bad actors are actively courting the junta. The ongoing humanitarian disaster in Burma is already spilling over into neighboring countries.
That was Senator Mitch McConnell speaking on the floor, talking about the year that was and also looking forward to next year as well. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break, but take a look at this shot of beautiful New York City on this Tuesday morning as we continue to get rolling right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as the celebrations continue in Argentina as World Cup champions celebrate. What a win that was on Sunday, a dramatic fashion. Really, what a overall great World Cup it was, with a lot of drama in the multi-week tournament there. So amazing to see. All right, and taking a look now at the Dow, everyone. We were up about 175 points in the green. That has slid back just above 18 points now in the green. So we'll continue to look at that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's head out to New York City, where officials are prepping for the big New Year's Eve party that always happens in Times Square. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Today, and the event on December 31st would not be possible without our partner, Jeff Strauss from Countdown Entertainment, without One Times Square, without the amazing work of all of the agencies in the city of New York. We were joined by representatives from the Mayor's Office of Citywide Events. Thank you, Christina, for everything that you do to make this event successful. We want to thank members of the New York City Police Department that keep us safe 365 days of the year, and for the sanitation department that will be out in force to help clean up. This is an amazing event, and it wouldn't be possible without the amazing work of AMA Electric. You cannot spell amazing without AMA, so we're joined here today by AMA Sign and Electric that will turn on the light for us. I'm going to now turn it over to our fantastic partner at Kia America, James Bell.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Kia America and our thousands of employees around the country and dealers, over 700 some dealers, it's a real pleasure and honor to represent all of them here today. Here in Times Square, I can't believe it. I live in Southern California, and if I start to shake, please, everybody just throw me a blanket or something. This is such an exciting event for us. We're so proud to be a part of this. This tour started being towed by this Kia Telluride X-Pro here on November 28th in just outside the Kia Forum in Inglewood, California. rolled across to Las Vegas, had a fantastic event there, then on to Nashville, Tennessee, to Philadelphia, to Washington, D.C., and then arrived here this morning to be mounted up on the top there. And, you know, we at Kia, we have a little phrase that we like to say, you might have seen in our ads, which is movement that inspires. And that really is a core kind of sense that we have as an organization. So we wanted to inspire the country. There's nothing more exciting than New Year's Eve. It really locks down everybody. It makes everybody pay attention and look forward to something exciting. And so by bringing these numerals all across the country, we gave everybody a chance. The way I like to say it is, you can see and touch the future here. This is not something that you're normally allowed to do. And candidly, folks, this is the future. We will see this on December 31st. Very excited to be a part of it. And I like to say that when you're here with the numerals, you're kind of making a relationship with them. They're your little friends here. Well, they're big friends, let's be fair. And on New Year's Eve, when they light up, you'll remember this moment. So thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to being part of this for many years to come. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you. Yes, our thanks to Kia and the Telluride X Pro for bringing these numerals 2023 all the way from California to New York so they can be here with us today. These numerals, by the way, are 7 feet tall. There's 602 light bulbs. And on December 31st, the eyes of the world will be at the top of One Times Square in the 2023 as we count down to the new year. And we have a spectacular show. We're going to kick off with the lighting of the ball, the raising it up the pole, followed by a Chinese cultural performance called Hong Kong Rocks, followed up by a New York dance group, Anew. And then we have performances by Chelsea Cutler, Jake, Ava Max, Setch, Osmond Garcia, Jax, Duran Duran, New Edition, and J-Hope here in Times Square live. It's going to be an amazing night. But the most important time is that 60-second countdown when the star of our show, the ball, will begin its descent. And we will all count down the final seconds of the year. And as we reach 0, the ball goes out and the numerals 2023 light up and shine high above Times Square. And in order to get ready, I'm asking all of us to help practice today. We're going to count down together. We're going to start from 5. We're going to get down to 1, and those lights are going to light up, and we're going to be ready for 2023. Are you with me? Yeah. Okay, we're going to start from 5. AMA, you ready? James, Tom, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Yay! Oh, we made it! 2023 is here! Oh my God, but I think we got to do it one more time just to get it perfect. We're going to try one more time. We're going to reset. Okay? That 2 was falling a little behind. It's got to catch up to the rest of the numerals. So am I. Okay, we ready to try one more time? Yeah, I don't hear you. One more time. Thank you. You ready? Yeah! Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Yeah! Look at that. Beautiful. Perfect. 2023 is right ahead of us. It looks fantastic. Cannot wait. Guys, you get what you need? You want to try one more time? Because I'm having fun here.
There we go. Second time is a charm there, lighting it up there ahead of the big party at Times Square there. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We have senators making their final speeches on the floor this year. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Sense has commented on the situation with the cryptocurrency exchange known as FTX and its former head, Sam Bankman-Fried. We are all aware of what happened here. This is a situation where an individual capitalized on the cryptocurrency craze and became a billionaire. He was a young man who struck a different pose than most financiers and spent his time wearing T-shirts and playing video games when he wasn't making millions of dollars with his crypto investment. Many people were unfortunately drawn into his portrayal of what cryptocurrency could result in and lost their shirts. Mr. Bankman-Fried went from billionaire to bankrupt in a matter of 72 hours. The question is, should America have seen this coming? Should we have done more? And that raises serious questions. But the purpose of entering this article into the record is to make note of the fact that Terrence Duffy with the Chicago Mercantile Exchange was forewarned us of this possibility. The Chicago Mercantile Exchange is a major part of the economy of Chicago, of Illinois, and of the Midwest. It is an industry that has been established over decades, and it is a regulated industry. One might get the impression that regulation and success in business are antithetical, but in this circumstance, the federal regulation of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange not only gives assurance of its integrity, but also enhances its reputation around the world, a lesson that the cryptocurrency world might learn. If we are going to lead the world when it comes to financial investment, we have to assure the world that it's on the square. And the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, for one, which has the regulatory authority over the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, is set out on that mission successfully for decades. I wanted to note the fact that when he appeared before the U.S. House Agriculture Committee in May, Mr. Duffy warned us about the dangers that were inherent to the FTX enterprise. He said at one point that he believed that the proposal that Mr. Bankman-Fried was making to create his business model was fraught with dangers. Mr. Duffy called it at the time in May, quote, a risk management light, close quote, that could destabilize financial markets involved in cryptocurrency. I'm a member of the Agriculture Committee, and we may have some element of jurisdiction over this cryptocurrency industry as it relates to commodities. We have had one hearing where the chairman of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission came before us and made a presentation as to why he believes we have an opportunity and an obligation to regulate. I agree with him. If this cryptocurrency world is to continue with any credibility, it needs adequate authorization and regulation to make sure that the people who are investing in it are protected. I've written 2 separate letters to Fidelity, a major financial house in Massachusetts, raising questions as to their assertions that people should be allowed to include cryptocurrency in their retirement accounts. I am skeptical that an account where you should be making conservative investments for your future should be entering this high-flying cryptocurrency world, which, as we see, is fraught with danger from the experience of FTX. There's a great effort underway by the cryptocurrency world to become major players in American politics. I discovered, much to my surprise, weeks after I'd raised questions about the future of cryptocurrency, that FTX and Mr. Bankman-Fried had in fact contributed to me. I was asked by a reporter, have you received any contributions from this enterprise or industry? And I said, of course not. And then I looked to find I had. They had sent money unsolicited to me and unknown to me until 2 weeks ago. That money, of course, is going to be redirected to charitable enterprises and not to any political purpose for me or any of my staff. It's an indication, though, that they have more money than friends in the cryptocurrency world, and they are trying to make sure they have plenty of friends in Congress and on Capitol Hill. It is the nature of our political campaigns that massive amount of money is invested and spent, and oftentimes candidates can't keep up with the blur of contributions and expenditures. Well, that happened to me when it came to FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried, and I think it might have happened to others. So let's take care. If we are going to do our duty for the American people, we have to regulate this industry in a way to protect them from the disastrous results which we recently saw with FTX. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that a time to be determined by the majority leader, in consultation with the Republican leader, the Senate proceed to executive session to consider calendar item number 1194, Robert Harley Shriver III, to be the Deputy Director of the Office of Personnel Management. That there will be 10 minutes for debate, equally divided in the usual form on the nomination, that upon the use or yielding back of time, the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table, and that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, shortly I will ask unanimous consent to confirm Richard Revesz to be the Administrator of the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, or OIRA, within the Office of Management and Budget. And while OIRA is a small, relatively unknown office in the federal government, it manages federal rules and regulations that have very real impact on Americans' daily lives. The decisions of OIRA can affect everything from repairing roads and bridges, funding K-12 schools, and protecting our air and drinking water. Mr. Revesz is a nationally recognized expert in environmental and regulatory policy and is well qualified to lead OIRA. He currently serves as the Ann Bryce Professor of Law and Dean Emeritus at the New York University School of Law, and his scholarship has focused on regulatory policy, modernizing the regulatory process, improving cost-benefit analysis, and ensuring greater transparency and participation in the rulemaking process. As an administrator, Mr. Revesz will be responsible for ensuring the office provides transparency into regulatory decisions and promoting public participation in the rule-making process. Mr. Revesz received bipartisan support in committee and has the support of former OIRA administrators who served under presidents of both parties. I urge my colleagues to join me in confirming Mr. Revesz to this important role today, and I ask unanimous consent that the Senate consider the following nomination in calendar number 1195, Richard Revesz to be the Administrator of the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, Office of Management and Budget, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion be reconsidered, be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm reserving the right to object. I rise today to speak on the nomination of Richard Revesz to serve as Administrator of the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs at the Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Revesz has repeatedly voiced support for the Clean Power Plan developed by the Obama administration. The Environmental Protection Agency designed that overreaching regulation to shut down the coal industry by shifting power generation away from reliable energy sources. The regulation was part of the Obama administration's war on coal. That war devastated many communities in my state of West Virginia. This year, the Supreme Court held it was unlawful in the landmark case West Virginia versus EPA. Mr. Revesz submitted an amicus brief in that case to oppose West Virginia's position and argue against the interpretation of the major questions doctrine that the Supreme Court ultimately adopted. Mr. Revesz's well-documented approach to regulation, including his support for the Clean Power Plan, demonstrates he is not the right person to get the administration policies on a reasonable track. Therefore, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate vote on the confirmation of the Rumba nomination at 12:15 p.m. today, and that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Finally, that following the vote, the Senate recess until 2:15 p.m.
Is there objection? Without objection.
And Mr. President, for the information of senators, in addition to the 12:15 p.m. vote, we expect a roll call vote on going to the omnibus message at approximately 2:30 p.m. today. Mr. President, I yield.
Republican whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to begin this morning by congratulating the South Dakota State University football team on an incredible win Saturday in Brookings, South Dakota. I happen to be on hand for this great event. Thanks to their great performance in Saturday's game, which included 5 scores in their first 5 possessions, the Jackrabbits are headed to the FCS National Championship for the second time in 3 seasons. Saturday's win is the latest in a banner season for the Jacks, who have gone 13-1 and won the Missouri Valley Conference to become the #1 seed in the FCS playoffs. Of course, Saturday's game would not have been possible without the men and women who worked to clear the roads around Brookings and the volunteers and staff who cleared the field and the seats after a major snowstorm last week. When the game got underway, temperatures were in the single digits, not including the wind chill. When you add in the wind chill, it was well below 0. I'm grateful for the hard work of all the staff who made it possible, which allowed, by the way, literally thousands of people, thousands of Jacks fans like me, to be there to cheer on our team. And remarkably, in spite of the conditions, there was a great crowd on hand to see this historic win. Mr. President, I'm looking forward to rooting for the Jacks next month when they take on the North Dakota State University Bison in the championship game in Frisco, Texas, where hopefully it will be a little warmer than 9 degrees. Mr. President, December 22nd will mark the 5th anniversary of the signing of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It's been 5 years since Republicans reformed the tax code to allow Americans to keep more of their hard-earned money. 5 years since we modernized the tax code to encourage businesses to invest in America and create good-paying jobs here. After 5 years since our economy started to rebound after years of stagnant wages and growth. Mr. President, Republicans know that government doesn't create jobs and that Washington can't legislate prosperity. But government can certainly get in the way of prosperity. And before tax reform, too often our tax code was getting in the way. It was taking too much money from Americans' paychecks. It was making it difficult for businesses, large and small, to create jobs, increase wages, and grow. And it contained perverse incentives for companies to park profits abroad and avoid manufacturing things here in the United States. Mr. President, Republicans knew things needed to change. And so we set to work to reform our tax code to put more money in American families' pockets and to help grow our economy. We lowered tax rates across the board and simplified the tax code so that hardworking Americans would pay less in taxes and spend less time filling them out, their forms out every April. We lowered tax rates for owners of small and medium-sized businesses, farms and ranches, and made it easier for them to recover the cost of investing in their businesses, which in turn freed up cash for them to invest in their operations and their workers. We lowered our nation's sky-high corporate tax rate, which prior to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was the highest corporate tax rate in the developed world, to make American businesses more competitive in the global economy and empower them to invest in wages and benefits for their workers. And we modernized our international tax system so that American businesses would no longer be operating at a disadvantage next to their foreign counterparts. And Mr. President, it worked. It worked. In the wake of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, wages and incomes for American workers grew. Unemployment fell to a 50-year low. The poverty rate fell to the lowest level ever recorded. African Americans and Hispanic Americans saw record low rates of poverty and unemployment. The income gap narrowed. Business investment increased. Companies created new jobs, and they invested in their employees. And they opened new opportunities for American workers by moving production and capital into the United States. Tax reform also spelled an end to the wave of companies moving their headquarters out of the United States. Prior to tax reform, there was a growing trend of corporate inversions, which is tax speak for companies picking up and moving their legal headquarters offshore. And that was due to our dysfunctional tax code. Since tax reform, there hasn't been a single U.S. corporate inversion. Let me repeat that, Mr. President. Since tax reform, there hasn't been a single U.S. corporate inversion, which means more jobs and opportunities for workers here at home. And Mr. President, contrary to claims that tax reform mostly benefited the wealthy, it was actually lower and middle income Americans who saw the greatest benefits. In fact, the top 1% of taxpayers are paying a greater share of taxes today than they were before tax reform. And I haven't even mentioned the fact that tax reform has helped result in record high revenues for the federal government. Mr. President, unfortunately, we were not able to make all of the tax reform and the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent, and some provisions have already begun to expire. One important pro-growth provision on its way to phase out is bonus depreciation. Manufacturers, farmers, and ranchers, and several other industries have relied on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act's bonus depreciation provision, which allows them to immediately deduct the full cost of investment in short-term assets such as machinery and equipment. But bonus depreciation will soon begin to phase down, making new investment in productive equipment a more expensive proposition for businesses of all sizes. Extending the bonus depreciation provision, or better yet, making it permanent, would not only provide certainty to American businesses, it would create tens of thousands of new jobs, increase wages, and grow our economy by making it easier for businesses to invest and expand. And it would have even more of an impact in today's high inflation environment, where investment dollars are going a lot less far than they used to. In addition, under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act this year, businesses lost their ability to fully expense research and development costs in the year they incur them. Full R&D expensing is beneficial to many businesses, but it's especially important for manufacturers and for high-tech industries where cutting-edge research and development is critical for innovation and continued leadership in these fields. And for the sake of American workers and American industry, we should restore full R&D expensing. Mr. President, at the end of 2025, many of the lower tax rates for working families and small businesses will expire. Middle-income families who received a tax cut the year following tax reform will see a tax hike in 2026 if middle-income tax cuts are not extended or made permanent. Also, at the end of 2025, the increased death tax exemption level is set to expire, leaving more family, farms, and small businesses subject to this punitive tax. I've seen the consequences of the death tax when a family has to sell their farm, ranch, or small business because they don't have enough cash to pay this massive tax on their loved one's life's work. And I hope that we will not only extend the increased death tax exemption level, but will permanently eliminate this unfair tax. Mr. President, tax reform worked. It worked for American families. It worked for farmers and ranchers. And it worked for American businesses. Allowing key elements of tax reform to expire would reduce opportunity and raise taxes for hardworking Americans at a time when their pocketbooks are already strained thanks to the historic inflation crisis that Democrats have helped to create. And I hope that my colleagues across the aisle will recognize this and work with Republicans to permanently extend the expiring provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and continue efforts to make the tax code simpler, fairer, and more competitive. The President likes to talk about giving families, quote, a little breathing room, end quote. Well, there's no better way to give families breathing room than by allowing them to keep more of their hard-earned money. And I hope the President will take an honest look at the success of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and come out in support of making these pro-growth policies permanent. I'm disappointed that my Democrat colleagues recently chose to forgo the chance to extend full R&D expensing and 100% bonus depreciation in the year-end funding bill. Extending these should be a no-brainer, and Democrats should not be holding these essential business credits hostage to a partisan agenda. Mr. President, tax reform helped create an economic environment that encouraged growth and set the American people up for new opportunities, higher wages, and a more secure future. It's time to build on these successes and extend the benefits of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for the long term. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take our final break here of this hour. Coming up in the next hour, we are awaiting senators to give their last news conference of the year. We'll be featuring it for you right here at the Capitol when it happens. But we will take our final two right here on Live Now. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox as we are taking a live look right outside of Fox News World headquarters at Fox Square with the beautiful Christmas tree just days away from Christmas. And speaking of that, Live Now from Fox will have a very special program on this Saturday, Christmas Eve. I will be tracking Santa as Santa comes into U.S. airspace, and we'll have a very, very busy night ahead of him as he is going to be giving a lot of presents to little boys and girls all over the country and around the world. So we'll be tracking him as soon as he comes into that U.S. airspace, and we'll be giving you updates throughout the evening. It's going to be a family event starting at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. We'd love to have you right here on Live Now from Fox. As we get into the next hour here on Live Now from Fox, I want to go out to the Senate floor where Senator Patrick Leahy is bidding a farewell to the Senate after 48 years, is set to retire come next month there. He was first elected in 1974. Here is his farewell speech. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
More eloquent than others, some less. But I've never delivered a speech like this, and I so appreciate all of you indulging me. My friends and colleagues, Marcel and I have such warm and lasting memories of so many who have served in this chamber now and too many years, including mentors from the first day I arrived here, like Republican Senator Bob Stafford. He was our state's senior senator when I arrived here, and I watched him in awe, but he was the person who looked me in the eye and said to this 34-year-old freshman, "Patrick, you're not my junior senator. From here on, you're my Senate partner." And what a difference that made. And in the last 48 years, the Senate has become a family to both Marcel and me. Here we found friends, some of our best friends, and relationships that will last throughout our lifetime. It's also the place where I had the privilege of fighting for Vermont, the place where I was born, where I met Marcel, the place where we started our family, and the place to which early in the new year we'll return together, the state of our birth. But I have a reverence for this place and its history, its constitutional role, its people that I know we all share. I've had this sense of awe about the Senate from an early age. I used to walk to the Capitol in my time here as a law student at Georgetown University Law Center. I'd sit in the gallery. I'd watch transfixed as the Senate debated the most pressing issues of the day. Back then, I could have never imagined that I'd one day etch my name into one of these desks, let alone that I'd have the opportunity to cast well over 17,000 votes, that I would serve with 400 senators during my time here. 8 times the voters of Vermont, my neighbors, my friends, my family, gave me the great gift of their faith in sending me here to be their voice in the United States Senate. But what propelled me to run was a belief that I understood the needs and values of Vermont and thought it was time for a new generation to address them. Dublin-born parliamentarian Edmund Burke's speech to the electors of Bristol served as my North Star. He said, "Your representative owes you not his industry only, but his judgment." Burke also said that a representative ought not to sacrifice to you his conscience. After what many described that time as an improbable win in a state that had never elected a Democrat, never elected anybody as young as I was, I began my time in the Senate in the aftermath of a constitutional crisis. We faced a nation broken by the Watergate scandal, the resignation of President Nixon, and an endless war in Vietnam. And as I leave in a few days, the nation is coping with strains and challenges of other kinds, including very real threats to the whole concept of a working democracy. the sanctity of our Constitution, our elections, and the strength of the rule of law. And another thing I could never have imagined as that young law student sitting up there in the gallery was that one day this chamber itself and the Capitol would be stormed by a lawless and violent mob. Now, the Senate can be the conscience of the nation. Being elected 3 times as President Pro Tem, I have felt that I was entrusted as one of many stewards of the time-honored norms and traditions that are passed on over the years, which help build trust, which help the Senate, when possible, to work through problems to get difficult things done, and to allow the Senate, at its best, to rise to the occasion and serve as the collective conscience of the nation. I've seen the importance of acts of grace and political self-restraint to make the Senate work. Now, when I arrived here, bipartisan cooperation was the norm, not the exception. It was ingrained in the fabric of what it means to be a United States senator. Now, make no mistake, the Senate of yesterday was far from perfect. I came here in 1975, and I realized several of you were not old enough to vote at that time. In that body, there were still senators who had signed the Southern Manifesto that filibustered landmark civil rights laws. It was a Senate of 99 people because there had been a tied race in New Hampshire. So I was sworn in to serve alongside 98 other men, all men, not a single woman out of 100. And I thought, boy, progress was a long way away. But the Senate I entered had one remarkable redeeming quality. The overwhelming majority of senators of both parties believe they're here to do a job, not just score political points or reduce debate oratory to bumper sticker slogans. Issues like budgets and farm bills and transportation bills had nothing to do whether a senator was a Republican or a Democrat. It was all about the nature of our home states. Now, no one would accuse Bob Dole or Ted Kennedy or George McGovern or Howard Baker or Paul Laxalt or so many others of being closet Democrats or closet Republicans. But each one of them understood that to do our jobs the right way, we had to work together, and we did. Republican leader Senator McConnell and I worked together in the Appropriations Committee. We passed our gavel back and forth on the Foreign Ops Subcommittee, depending upon who was in the majority. And we worked together passing complex bills. But we worked with a sense of common purpose and respect and incredible productivity because we had that common purpose. Now, of course, that did not mean there weren't times when both sides fought like cats and dogs on the Senate floor in an election campaign. That was understood. But there are unwritten rules that apply, quite different than they are today. Senators didn't engage in scorched earth politics because they knew they'd return the day after election to a Senate that only worked if you found and stood on common ground. The person you battle today might be someone you need to work with on a different issue tomorrow. Now, I'll share something easily forgotten, but something I learned on the Agriculture Committee. I once overheard someone say in the cloakroom that they'd been out driving in the middle of nowhere. Well, I thought to myself, if you're one of the people who live there, you know it's always the middle of somewhere. And that was a bit of a brainstorm. For years, I've been traveling when Senate recesses allowed to try and understand the world a little better, travel to build some relationship with other leaders from other countries, allies and adversaries alike. And from that very first Codell onward, I found that almost without fail, when senators of both parties travel together, their partisan differences dull and their shared perspective grows. You see a country and you see each other's, you see the country through each other's eyes, not just your own. So Dick Lugar and I came up with a new idea. Let's have a Codell here at home in the United States to help senators understand the rural states, whether they're north, south, east, or west, had a lot in common, to make it clear that everywhere was somewhere, and nowhere was just a place on a map you hadn't experienced yet. So we explored those states together, having Codells in each of those states, Republican states and Democratic states, and hear from the people there. But more importantly, we got to know each other. We all became invested in each other's success, legislative and personal. I fear those days may be gone, but I pray just temporarily. Because if we don't start working together more, if we don't know and respect each other, the world's greatest deliberative body will sink slowly into irrelevance and, heaven forbid, become our own version of the House of Lords. Now, Mr. President, I'm especially proud of the work I've been able to do for Vermont and for Americans across the nation. Our distinguished leader here, Senator Schumer, has heard more about Vermont than anybody from New York ever has. And I thank him. I thank him as a lifelong Vermonter for listening. And among them, the things that came from Vermont: the Organic Standards and Labeling Act. First blocked because it'd be crunchy granola. Well, it's a $60 billion industry in this country now. Some crunch, some granola. But we also enacted in this body the world's first ban on anti-personnel landmines. I started off having 3 votes, backing me 3 or 4 votes. When it came to a vote, every desk carrying a publication I helped write, the vote was 100-0 across the political spectrum. I'm very, very proud of that. Decades of work here to protect our beloved Lake Champlain and supporting our farmers, forging new markets, revitalizing historic town centers across our state, greatly expand the Green Mountain National Forest by more than 140,000 acres that protect one of Vermont's, actually one of America's greatest treasures. And bringing resources to rebuild after disasters, from the devastation of Tropical Storm Irene to the ravage of COVID pandemic. And I can never thank enough the senators at both parties who joined with me on that. And the Leahy War Victims Fund. That's how innocent victims of war across the globe, the Innocence Protection Act, the Kirk Bloodsworth program, to facilitate DNA evidence to convict the guilty and exonerate the innocents, and the human rights protections of the Leahy law. I'll be ever grateful that I had an opportunity to be here to put those laws in place. And then we strengthened and extended the Violence Against Women Act. And I was joined in that by colleagues on both sides of the aisle so we could do it, making it the act it is today. Working on the Voting Rights Act and the Freedom of Information Act, I joined with a prominent Republican and I, as a Democrat, saying Americans have a right to know what their government is doing, no matter which party is in control of the government. In a long-time effort to restore diplomatic relations with Cuba, and a landmark program to remediate toxic sites in Vietnam left over from the use of Agent Orange in Vietnam War, and to care for those who are exposed. And I thank the presidents of both parties who backed me on doing that and brought relief to a country that so desperately needed it. And then we made our copyright laws more effective. The bill we're able to write updated the copyright laws for the first time in 50 years, and in protecting Americans' privacy from government overreach. I do think, and I've mentioned the strengthening of the Freedom of Information Act several times in several ways. We, no matter what party we belong to, we ought to know what our government is doing. I've often asked for the formula that I've used to get laws like these across the finish line. Well, I must admit I allowed a little bit of humor this morning at 1 or 1:30 when we filed the omnibus bill. I should probably release what I've told Chairman Schumer. I do it very fairly. I treat every state the same alphabetically, starting with the letter V. No, let me be serious for a moment in case anybody thinks that's what we do. We do it because Democrats and Republicans learn to work together, and each side knows they don't get every single thing they want, but they can get most of the things the American people need. And it's far more important the American people are helped than any one of us individually. You know, it feels like yesterday I walked in my first meeting with the person who become my first majority leader, Iron Mike Mansfield. The majority leader put a fundamental question to every new senator. Why do you want to be here? For the title or to make a difference, to make lives better? And though he was a soft-spoken man who listened more than he spoke, rarely gave speeches on the Senate floor, Leader Mansfield dispensed one piece of advice that made as enduring an impression as the question he left to each senator to answer for themselves. He said, senators should always keep their word. And I think of that every single time I look at his portrait in the Mansfield room. And it struck me that across all those weighty debates, navigating the complicated and contradictory politics of a Senate, a caucus that included everything. Remember when I came in from social conservatives and segregationists to civil rights icons and prairie populists, Mansfield succeeded because he understood the currency of the institution was actually trust, not ideology. Senators should always keep their word. It's a simple formula, but it worked. If you knew what commitments colleagues had made to each other, you could count the votes. If you could count the votes, you could set the agenda. If you knew the agenda, you could set the schedule. If you could set the schedule, you could pass legislation and still send the senators home to be present in their states when it counted. And if 100 senators were invested in keeping their word to one another, then together we could keep our word to this institution and to the Constitution. So, Mr. President, I'm going to leave here with the satisfaction of knowing that I answered Leader Mansfield's question the best way I could, in keeping with my conscience, and that I did what I could to make a difference. And I leave here knowing above all that right or wrong, difficult or easy, I kept my word to Vermont and to each of you. But I want to thank my current staff. my staff throughout those 48 years. They've steadfastly stood by me in our shared goals to deliver for Vermonters, for Vermont, and for all our country. And I want to thank my family, our children, their spouses, our grandchildren, my parents who were here with me to start this journey in my first Senate election, who I know watch over the entire Leahy family today, as do Marcel's parents, who are also there. What a gift. What a gift to have. I've had a mother and father who passed down to their children and grandchildren, not privilege, but a powerful example. On the problems of being half Irish and half Italian, sometimes your emotions can get on you. But of course, Marcel, I was 19. She was 17 when we met. I took one look at Marcel and I knew I wanted to go on every journey together. 63 years later, we're still on that journey. She is still my closest friend, my partner, and my anchor. And I've been uniquely blessed to serve with fellow Vermonters who share my deep love and commitment to Vermont. Senator Bob Stafford, Senator Jim Jefferson, Senator Bernie Sanders, Representative Peter Smith, and of course Representative and now Senator-elect Peter Welch. I couldn't be more grateful that Congressman and Senator-elect Peter Welch will be carrying on after me in his own agenda. I might mention you're going to like and respect the new fellow senator. I think people will on both sides of the aisle. Our collective efforts are why in so many ways Vermont continues to set an example for the nation to follow. But Marcel and I will leave with the same conviction that brought us to Washington in the first place, that the brighter horizons of tomorrow hold the hope of the future. I have still carrying that same sense of reverence about the place I felt as a law student. I've had and still have so many pinch-me moments. And one of the last ones will be etching my name inside my desk. And I'll forever carry with me the enduring bond of my fellow Vermonters, their common sense and goodness, what I try to represent as their representatives. What a place this is. I wrote those words in the margin of my legal pad as I rode back to our house late one evening after a very full Senate session last year as we're working out COVID relief for people who are still hurting. But what a place this is still. And I wonder what this 82-year-old President pro tempore of the United States Senate would love to say to the 33-year-old version of myself nervously walking for the first time onto the Senate floor. An 82-year-old President pro tem would say to that 33-year-old brand new senator from Vermont, don't lose that sense of awe, kid. Hold on to it. Treasure it. Don't even for a minute forget what a privilege and responsibility it is to serve here. I've never forgotten. Sometimes when I drive past the Jefferson Memorial, I look at Jefferson in the marble rotunda. I'm reminded of the tension that was and is America. Imperfect people struggling to make reality out of ideals they fail themselves to meet, but always, always keep on trying. I think of my father, the self-taught historian. He loved to share with me the twists and turns of times gone by, not to lift up heroes as idols or point out their feet of clay, but to find meaning and purpose in the journey. Only first-generation immigrants like my mother, whose parents had left homes where such journeys of change and redemption were not possible, could have such a gleeful appreciation for the fact that America wasn't a place but an idea of unmatched possibilities, ever in search of its own perfection, for new and next generations to write. I've so loved the privilege of being even a small part of this story, America's story. And I've loved the privilege of working with giants and heroes here in this chamber. I think of John Glenn and the Senate he represented. We came in together. But I wonder how you think of how we carried the baton he passed on to the next generation. And then my mind flashes back to John's interment at Arlington National Cemetery. In the chapel we gathered. At the end, the Marine bugler played taps. Imagine a somber feeling. He paused. And then, completing a request that Senator Glenn had made himself, but kept as a surprise, burst into reveille. The mood in that chapel. Because that was John Glenn. There was a time to mourn and remember was lost, but there's always another mission, another call to serve, another day. And that's how it has to be for every one of us in this chamber. Yes, the Senate's broken in too many places. No, our institutions are not what Mike Mansfield and Hugh Scott and Jerry Ford and Hubert Humphrey, Ted Kennedy, John Stennis, Barry Goldwater knew them to be. But some of that change is good. A lot of it is tragic. And all of it is simply what it is. And I tell my colleagues, you can point fingers, or you can point the way forward to something better. And that's America, isn't it? So I don't leave here today with a requiem for the Senate. I leave here with a recipe and request for its renewal. Not taps, but reveille. Always reaching, always repairing, never retreating, never retiring from the journey. America doesn't stop. The Senate just keeps turning. And if we're lucky, all of us get a chance to help tilt the trajectory forward. Just remember what Mike Mansfield said, keep your word. 30 years ago, I visited a refugee camp.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
People back in Washington, the human toll of this issue. Always on visits like this, I'd ask if it's okay to take someone's picture. You know, to be a displaced person is to have endured enough without having somebody invade your privacy. On this trip, a man encouraged me to take his picture. I looked at his worn, his weary face through the rangefinder. We sat and talked afterward. He said simply, don't forget people like me. That black and white picture is hung above my desk for 30 years since. Every day I come to work, he's looking at me and he's saying, you don't know my name. You don't speak my language. There's nothing I can do to help you, but what are you doing to help people like me? Conscience. That's what people are hungry for governments to stand for. So now I'm taking my conscience photo home with me. But I know that man's eyes will keep watching all of us and all of you. What a journey. What an abiding hope that someday after I'm gone, the Senate and both parties will come back together to be the conscience of the nation. You can build a Senate defined not by sound bites, but one strength in women and men with a sense of history. Insist our republic move forward. For the sake of all those children and their children and all Americans, it not only can be done, it has to be done. Serving with 400 different senators has been an honor, but representing Vermonters has been the greatest honor. I'm humbled and always will be by their support. I'm confident what the future holds. But that's going to be up to all of you. I'll submit list of the staff that made it possible over the years for me to do this, the people who deserve the credit for my accomplishment. I end with, to every one of my colleagues, thank you. Thank you.
Patrick Leahy there, farewell speech after 48 years there in the Senate, retiring next month, and talking about the life and career that he had in Washington, and also, of course, representing his beloved Vermont. All right, everyone, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting senators to be speaking here in just a moment. We'll be bringing that to you right here, of course, on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you always joining us here as we take a look here at the Capitol, awaiting both Democrats and Republican senators to give one of their last news conferences of the year. We'll be featuring that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Live look right now in Argentina as the party and celebrations continue after the big World Cup win that happened on Sunday. Take you back stateside right here out to New York City, where we do have the mayor as well as other city officials talking about infrastructure and improvements in the city for the new year.
And this morning, I'd like to introduce our mayor, Mayor Adams, who will outline the promise that the recent federal grant that we have received brings to the Bronx community.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor, and the entire Bronx delegation that is behind me. We need to applaud them for just their focus on this issue that has impacted the Bronx for so many years. And we want to thank them in general, but the Cross Bronx travels throughout the entire borough of the Bronx, and so having the Bronx Borough President Vanessa Gibson here, understanding how important this study is as we move in a direction of addressing historical problem for many years. And I just want to thank her for understanding the full scope of this. But I cannot thank Congressman Richie Torres enough. Because oftentimes we want innovation outside of the communities that are impacted. Congressman Torres immediately did an examination as we talked about how we were going to improve the environment in other parts of the city. He says, hold on here, what about the Bronx? What are we going to do to deal with the long-standing problem? And when you elect someone to go to Washington, D.C. to fight on your behalf, they should never forget the local issues that are impacting their communities. And so kudos to you, Congressman, for doing your job of highlighting the importance of the Cross Bronx Expressway and what it has done to this community for so many years. And Deputy Mayor is right. Deputy Mayor Joshi is pointing out the imperativeness that we are facing with the Cross Bronx Expressway. Really, the best time to deal with a problem is before it happens. That is what Bronx residents tried to do. They fought against the Cross Bronx when it was being planned, when it was being built, and even to the point when it was completed. They knew it was wrong then, and we know it is wrong now. They tried hard, no one would listen, and their fight was in vain, that some people would feel, but right now, those calls for assistance are being heard here today. We are going to push back on what Robert Moses did. He got his way then, but he's not getting his way now as we fix the scar that became a permanent fixture on the face of the Cross Bronx Expressway, displacing thousands of residents and tearing apart a vibrant community. It was one of the many expressways constructed through a combination of racism and a brutal lack of concern. They divided the Bronx, black and brown and immigrant communities across the city, these various expressways that ripped apart our communities. The construction of the Cross Bronx turned bustling streets into ghost towns. It was not like there was not a vibrant community prior to the building of the Cross Bronx. What it did, it gutted and devastated those communities. One writer said it looked like London after it was bombed by the First War. 50 years after the Cross Bronx was finished, we see the resiliency of this great borough. Never count the Bronx out, and we are here to ensure the fight continues. We see these neighborhoods are vibrant again, the energy again. The electors that are here are bringing commerce here, bringing opportunities here, and we have to understand the tenacity of the advocates of yesterday have met the tenacity of the advocates of today and in the future. They're fighting to end the pollution that clouds the air. If you just look at these windows and you see the smog on these windows, it's the reflections of what these scholars that sit in the back, what they breathe all the time. And every time I go to these communities where they're negatively impacted by policies, you ask the question, how many are dealing with asthma? We should not have a school system where every child has, with their pen, paper, and books, they have an asthma pump. That is unacceptable, but that's the reality in many of these communities of color where you have waste treatment plants, garbage plants, and expressways close to their schools. These are our children, and their lungs should not be filled with toxic fumes every day. It's why the South Bronx residents have the highest risk of asthma in the entire country. The highest risk in the entire country, right here in the Bronx. You listen to the noise out there. It's nonstop. It's repeated. The horns, the trucks, the sirens. Noise pollution makes it hard to sleep and increase the risk of chronic disease. It all's tied together. When you look at the high numbers in the Bronx, the contributor is so many things, but it's clearly the thing that's right here across from this school, and that's the Cross Bronx Expressway. The Cross Bronx doesn't work for the Bronx residents, but I want to be clear. It does not only impact the Bronx residents, it impacts our entire city. It doesn't work for drivers. For far too long, it has been nicknamed America's parking lot because it sits for a long period of time, allowing the pollutants to go into the air in this community. This community faces congestion, commutes on one of the most dangerous roads in the nation. One of the most dangerous roads in the nation. And the Cross Bronx clearly does not work for the environment, contributing to climate change and citywide pollution for all New Yorkers. And so I wish we could go back in time to stop the Cross Bronx when it was built, but the second best time to fight a wrong is today, and that today is right in front of us. So I am honored to join our partners here in the Bronx, as well as Congressman Torres, to launch this historic study to improve the Cross Bronx Expressway. Thanks to his fight, we have a $2 million grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation. And today we're beginning the process of reimagining the entire Cross Bronx corridor. From the Harlem River to the Hutchinson River Parkway, this process is about more than just physical infrastructure. It's about envisioning equitable, prosperous, healthy, and safe Bronx for generations to come. We're going to look at all possible ways, including capping to replace pollution and noise, to improve safety and environmental sustainability, and add more green space, something that Bronx residents have been calling for within the infrastructure of the borough, all which will improve the quality of life across the borough. And so I want to thank our state and federal partners. Cannot thank Governor Hochul enough in her continuation of understanding how important it is to ensure that New York City receive the resources they need. And I want to thank our state and federal partners, New York City Department of City Planning, Department of Transportation. Adonis Rodriguez is here with us, here, the commissioner, as well as community members like Nilka Martel. Every day, everyday, energetic people. Whoever says that you can't fight government, she showed us that you can kick government's ass and you can get stuff done in the process. And I thank that energy, I thank that fighter that we have, and she is representative of so many other communities that are standing up and fighting on behalf of their community. The participation in the process is essential. And I invite all of you, your neighbors, your residents, your business leaders, your community organizations, all to be engaged in this process. Don't be a detached spectator in this full contact sport called life, but let's sit down at the table and come up with real solutions. Let's disagree without being disagreeable. Let's have a focus on how do we come to a completion, not how do we remain in a paralysis of analysis and confusion. While Robin Moses may have succeeded in building this road, the highway will never defeat the spirit of the Bronx. Together, we'll make the Bronx a place that we can be proud of. And this important study is a starting process of undoing the wrong that has permeated this community for far too long. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And as our mayor mentioned, this was a group effort. I want to call out and give recognition to a few of our electeds that have joined us this morning or are integral to this getting to this day. Representative Adriano Espaillat, Councilmember Amanda Farias, Representative Richie Torres, Assemblymember Kenny Burgos, Assemblymember Yudelka Tapia, Councilmember Oswald Felix, Councilmember Marjorie Velasquez, Borough President Vanessa Gibson, our State Commissioner for Transportation, Marie-Therese Dominguez, Nilka Martel, thank you very much, Councilmember Rafael Salamanca, State Senator Jose Serena, and Councilmember Perina Sanchez. Thank you all very much. Because when communities are divided, degraded, and intentionally polluted, we as a society lose. We as a city lose. We lose generations who are simply unable to contribute to our collective growth, our amazing city, simply because they are suffering every day under the outsized burdens of discriminatory infrastructure. But today marks the first step towards righting that wrong. The Biden administration, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and our tireless federal electeds, Senators Schumer and Gillibrand, Congressmen Espaillat and Torres, and all of our state and city electeds have created a pathway for funding specifically for the important work of reconnecting communities. And ironically, yesterday, December 18th, was Robert Moses's birthday, and I could think of no better way to celebrate than today's announcement, the plan to reconnect communities torn apart by his very own Cross Bronx Expressway. In addition to the federal dollars, equally, if not more important to get us to today is the sheer strength and power and determination of the Bronx community, who never ever gave up. Decades ago, your voices were literally bulldozed over and your opposition silenced. And today, thanks to your undying and loud voices, you are the builders. Thank you for your fortitude and advocacy. You carry our city forward. And I'd like to now turn it over to another very strong and powerful voice in this conversation, Congress member and former council member Richie Torres.
Before I offer my own comments, I want to read the following statement on behalf of the Majority Leader, Senator Chuck Schumer. Dear friends, I'm sorry I cannot attend this announcement in person due to my obligations in Washington, but I'm with you in spirit. For too long, the people of the Bronx have borne the brunt of the consequences of the Cross Bronx Expressway, which literally splits neighborhoods in half and left a legacy of pollution and high asthma rates. That's why I'm proud to announce this $2 million federal raise grant to fund the community-based study to determine the best solutions and redesign the Cross Bronx sustainably and equitably. I personally advocated with my partner, Representative Richie Torres, to Secretary Buttigieg to deliver this federal grant. And in the bipartisan infrastructure and jobs law, we secured $1 billion in a Reconnecting Communities Fund, as well as $3.2 billion for the Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Program in the Inflation Reduction Act, which can be used in the future construction phases of the project. This is a proud day for all the advocates who helped make this happen. Sincerely, Senator Chuck Schumer. First, I just want to thank my friend, our mayor, Eric Adams. You know, my friend Nilka Martel is the head of an organization known as Loving the Bronx, and never have we had a mayor who has shown as much love to the Bronx, who has had as much of a passion for public health as Eric Adams. In fact, he is in the Bronx so often, I'm beginning to question whether he's a Bronxite. So, Mr. Mayor, we need you to come out of the closet and come out as a block. But we know that the mayor has been on a personal mission to empower every single New Yorker to live better and longer, healthier and happier lives. And he knows that health is not only about the individual choices we make, but also the institutional structures in which we live, which includes the Cross Bronx Expressway. I want to thank my greatest partner in the Bronx.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. They are right here with us.
Has Alexa, but the Bronx has Vanessa. And finally, you know, we in the federal government are only as effective, but I'm a comedian on the side, by the way, but we're only as effective as our partners at the state and local level. You know, we appropriate the funds at the federal level, but we rely on our state senators, our state assembly people, and of course our New York City council members, the greatest, to ensure that those dollars are efficiently spent. In April of 2021, I stood with Nilka Martel, the Columbia Mailman School of Public Health, and environmental advocates from the Bronx to present a vision for capping the Cross Bronx Expressway and installing electrostatic filters that would prevent air pollutants from recirculating in the air. I then partnered with Senator Chuck Schumer to secure millions of dollars for a feasibility study, and I want to thank Congressman Espaillat for his support. And now the Adams administration and New York City DOT have taken the lead in administering the grant. When we first presented the proposal, it was widely received with skepticism. But when you have the support of the majority leader, when you have the support of the governor and New York State DOT, and when you have the buy-in and the resources of the mayor and New York City, it expands the realm of what is politically possible. We are the greatest city in the world because we not only know how to dream, but we can deliver. You know, William Faulkner once said that the past is not dead, it's not even past. And nowhere do those words hold more true than here in the South Bronx, which continues to be haunted by the ghost of Robert Moses, whose physical legacy includes the Cross Bronx Expressway. The Cross Bronx is both literally and metaphorically a structure of racism. It has left behind decades of disinvestment and displacement and environmental degradation. Every day, to and from the Hunts Point Market, there are about 15,000 diesel truck trips. Those diesel trucks, as well as tens of thousands of more, create massive congestion on the Cross Bronx that unleash massive quantities of greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution, especially 2.5 particulate matter air pollution. And particulate matter air pollution is so small that it can easily invade the lungs of those who live nearby. So if you're a child who lives near the Cross Bronx, or if you attend school near the Cross Bronx, you are breathing in, through no fault of your own, air pollutants that cause you to have respiratory diseases like asthma. It is no accident that the South Bronx has the highest rate of asthma hospitalization in the country. According to the World Health Organization, more than 7 million people a year die from air pollution. According to the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, the communities with the highest rates of air pollution, like the Bronx, had the highest risk of COVID-19 morbidity and mortality. And notice during the peak of the pandemic, when we were all sheltering in place and staying at home, we actually saw a decline in asthma hospitalization, which indicates that the greatest factor in causing asthma is not only the indoor environment, it's the outdoor environment. And when it comes to the outdoor environment, the 800-pound gorilla in the room is the Cross Bronx Expressway. And so I would submit to you, there is no initiative that we could pursue that would do more to improve the public health of the Bronx, that would do more to improve the air quality and life expectancy of the Bronx than the transformation of the Cross Bronx Expressway. The difference in life expectancy between the South Bronx and the Upper East Side could be as much as 10 years, and we have a historic opportunity to close that life expectancy gap. But again, this would not have been possible without our mayor, our honorary Bronxite, Eric Adams. So thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Torres. Next, we'll hear from Congressman Espaillat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being. We claim him in the Bronx and in Manhattan. Yeah, well, I want to congratulate Richie Torres. He really has taken a strong lead on this initiative. Him and I share the Cross Bronx Expressway, although I'll be honest, he has the vast majority of it. And I always tell everyone in Washington that I represent the largest parking lot in the country. It's called the Cross Bronx Expressway. And if you want to take a look at what it's doing to children's lungs, just take a look at the bridge apartments in the Manhattan side and take a look at the facade. They hover over the Cross Bronx. Actually, that's called the Trans-Manhattan Expressway. They say piece of the Cross Bronx is called the Trans-Manhattan Expressway. And they have the 4 towers there, the high bridge apartments. And if you take a look at the facade of those buildings, you'll see what's happening to our lungs. It's not a pretty sight. And so this is not just an environmental project. This is not just a beautification and a green project. This is also a racial equity project, because the Cross Bronx was severed in half into the South Bronx and the North Bronx, and with all the connotations that historically marked those neighborhoods, right? And sort of like to bridge it now, to connect it, really is also a racial equity initiative that I think will send messages not just in New York City, but across the country. Right. It's important that we look at structure, infrastructure. We passed the $1 trillion infrastructure bill. That's a lot of money, $1 trillion with a capital T. That may be a bigger investment than Eisenhower made in the network of highways across the country. And so let's do it right. Let's do it right. Let's remediate some of the issues and adapt and some of the issues that are prevalent and visible to all of us. I was at the COP27 in Egypt this past month, and adaptation, right? Adaptation, it's one of the biggest challenges for countries around the world. How do you remediate and adapt new structures that will then deal with environmental injustice, right? And there's in the Inflation Reduction Act, there's $62 billion for environmental justice initiatives. And so we have the money there to do things like this, and this is a study that will show us the way on how to go about and remediate and adapt new practices that will connect the Bronx and make it accessible to people all over the country. Thank you so much, Richard. Congratulations. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Congressman, and thank you for your advocacy for dollars for projects all across New York City to reconnect communities. It's my pleasure to introduce a friend, a colleague, and someone who's deeply entrenched in and works very closely with New York City across our boroughs on highway projects, not just rebuilding them, but thinking about how we can make them pathways for communities instead of scars on communities. So let me bring you the Commissioner of New York State, DOT, Marie-Therese Dominguez. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
All right, so it's great to be in the Bronx. On behalf of Governor Hochul, I really want to thank you, Mayor, and all of our federal and elected officials, but also the great community advocates. Thank you all for having me here today. The State Department of Transportation is fully supportive of this project, and we're kicking off today with a grant, a RAISE grant that was made possible by the Biden administration and all of our incredible New York delegates in Congress who really made the IIJA possible. This level of funding is truly remarkable, and I just want to thank them for all of their support to get it all done. It truly is being leveraged across the state, but certainly here in the city of New York. The story of the Cross Bronx Expressway, as the mayor so eloquently put it, and Congressman Torres and Congressman Espaillat, it's the same story that we're seeing all across the state of New York. The bottom line is that a poorly planned highway, extremely poorly planned highway built decades ago has negatively impacted a community here in the Bronx, not just a community, the entire community, for generations. It's thwarted forward progress, it's divided the community, and it literally has stifled economic growth. We're seeing this across the state. We're seeing it in Syracuse with the I-81 project, which literally divided a city and displaced an entire community. The 15th Ward was literally severed, and what's traditionally an African American and Latino community has literally been bisected for generations. We're seeing it in Buffalo with the Kensington Expressway, and in Rochester with the Inner Loop. The same story, different places, but the bottom line is that we need to fix it. We saw it here in the South Bronx, but rather than just seeing it, we're actively working to fix it. actively working to fix these mistakes, to rectify the mistakes. Starting with the Sheridan Expressway, which the State Department of Transportation converted into a pedestrian-friendly boulevard, we connected the community, an east-west connection, not just the north-south connection for cars and trucks. We're creating access to the Bronx River. That's where we started a few years ago. And now we're working to do even more to reconnect the Bronx. With the $1.7 billion Hunts Point Access Improvement Project, which we just completed phase 1 of, and I have to say, it's working. It's actually working to help take trucks out of the neighborhoods in the Bronx and deliver them directly to Hunts Point. It's providing the citizens here and the residents in the Bronx with a new and more accessible neighborhood, and giving you access directly to green space, direct access to the Bronx River. And while we're opening up opportunities for new walkways, for fishing, for recreation, for anything you want to do, just hanging out in Starlight Park in the afternoon and enjoying the outdoors, those are literally walkable, bikeable, and available. And that goes all the way from the Bronx River and Hunts.
We are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. And it's a new hour right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers from across the country watching with us here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you, tracking the biggest stories, breaking news when it happens, all right here on Live Now from Fox. Here's what we have coming up this hour, awaiting senators, both Democratic and Republicans, to be giving one of their last news conferences of the year. We'll be featuring that. Coming up in just a little bit is the Pentagon briefing. Looks like that is starting now. We'll get to that in just moments here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to go out to some of the coverage out in Fox 13 in Seattle. They have a snow day right now. Let's listen to their coverage.
But as you can see, the flakes are falling in Seattle right now.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about that weather alert day. Man, Brian, you have had your hands full.
Sure have. You know, a few of us stayed in the hotel down the road last night because we weren't sure the timing, exact timing, because this was so close.
It can be hard to figure out.
Well, we all woke up, Abby and I especially woke up, looked outside, and we're like, oh boy, there was nothing, right?
Yeah. We have some splaining to do.
Right,
Not
but
anymore.
then we knew that there was a chance that this, heavy downpour could bring that cold air back down to the surface. Sure enough, that's exactly what happened. Now look at it. We are looking at snow in the downtown core here of Seattle, and that's Westlake Avenue where, yep, there's snow on the roads, folks. So you're going to be dealing with that as you move through downtown, especially as you get just north of downtown out towards Northgate and many areas in the North Shore area really struggling at this hour. We'll talk to Adam here in a second. 32 is your temperature right now in Seattle. That temperature just about 2 hours ago was at 38 degrees. So it didn't take much for the cold air to win out over the past couple of hours. We are starting to see kind of the back end of this front that's pushing through. So there it is right there. You can see the line over this loop kind of pushing its way southeast. But right now still we're seeing some significant snow up in Everett, up towards Arlington, through Marysville, continuing on south into Linwood and Alderwood right now. And the Northgate area. We're also seeing some heavier snow over the Kitsap Peninsula out in spots like Bremerton. Then we head a little bit farther to the northwest. Port Angeles, you had over a foot of snow in many locations up there. Now you're getting a break, a well-deserved break at that. Down to the south, you got to go south of SeaTac and into Tacoma and Olympia and Shelton. This is just plain old rain. We're seeing plenty of warmer temperatures in the 40s down on the South Sound. That's where the warm area is. It's trying to push its way north, but not quite getting there. Seattle still, again, at 32. We're at 31 right now in Bremerton. All right, so today you're going to be throughout the day dealing with this icy slush and compact snow. We're going to continue to see the temperatures drop as we move throughout the day, and with that, we'll get a little bit of thawing this afternoon under the sunshine, even though there's not going to be much sun, but just that solar radiation breaking through the clouds will help thaw some areas. Then tonight, we're back to a hard freeze, and I expect overnight lows to be down into the 20s. That's going to be an issue because we're going to have compact snow and ice on the roads in many locations, especially north of Seattle. And that ice and snow is going to stick around for at least the next 2 days because temps are going to be very, very cold. More on this coming up here in just a bit. I want to send it on over to Adam, who's had his hands full over the past 2 hours.
Yeah, really been watching a lot kind of starting to come down. Wanted to also focus on what's been happening on the peninsula. This is State Route 3. Loxie Egan's trying to move your way up and down the Kitsap Peninsula at this point. That was rain, has transitioned back to snow at this point. You really start to see the ruts in the roadway, the tracks that folks have been in. Trying to travel today, you're going to have to be in a vehicle that I'm suggesting is going to have all-wheel drive, one, or definitely carry chains with you as well. And I'm still advising folks keep a shovel and some kitty litter in their trunk if possible. The clay-style kitty litter, not the other stuff. Meanwhile, so the peninsula continues to find the snowfall at this point. To Port Angeles and Sequim, we've seen up to over a foot of snow. We really have also kind of been watching that snowfall almost in a line that we could draw right on the map here. It's varied from 520 up to the Kings-Snohomish County line, now back down to 520. So it's just kind of been teetering back and forth here for the last several hours as to where that snowfall has been. Further south, notice as the road weather index shows us, ponding on the roads, 405, I-5, or 405, I-5, I-90, and south. You're looking at wetness at this point. Southbound 405 closer to Filbert Road, which is just as you've made your way south of I-5. A collision has been giving us some trouble. That's in the process of clearing. Also saw trouble southbound I-5 near 526, a collision that's now mostly over to the shoulder but has done us a fair amount of backup. Here's some crowding northbound 405, also through that same area, getting in around the Filbert area. US 2 drivers in the lowlands across the trestle, slow going. I-5's been plodding along from Marysville to Smoky Point, getting up towards Arlington. Again, pulling out to kind of show you some of what's been happening on the peninsula itself. Brennan, Port Angeles, Port Townsend, you guys are all having to deal with the extra snowfall yet this morning. And then to the north, Cedar-Wooling to Bellingham, up to Linden, up to the U.S.-Canadian border. It's been incredibly snow. Earlier we saw blizzard-like conditions for travelers trying to get up into Whatcom County yet. So still very, very concerning. Mountain Pass travel, Stevens and Snoqualmie Pass. Visibility becoming a question now, but chains required for all except all-wheel drive. Blewett Pass also now getting into that boat with the chains required for all except all-wheel drive. White Pass, that's been traction tires required. Guys, back over to you.
Appreciate you here. So download the Fox 13 weather app on your smartphone, and you can get those weather alerts right to you. On top of that, you can check the conditions wherever you are. You can download it for free in the Google Play and App Store. All right, so as we have mentioned here, we are staying on an extra hour this morning as we talk about our snow coverage in the region.
And Frankie Thompson is in Lake Union in Seattle right now with a look at the conditions in the downtown core right on Westlake Avenue. Frankie, good morning.
Good morning. Just within the last 10 minutes from our previous report, the snowflakes have gotten bigger. That's the kind of snow we're talking about today. It is coming down here in the Seattle metro area. You can see it is blanketing the trees, blanketing the snow. You can see those cars coming by. The road conditions are slick right now because that snow is sticking and it's turning to slush. And as we heard Brian say earlier today, the temperatures are going to get colder. So the concern right now is that stuff is going to freeze. And again, these snowflakes are bigger and they're coming down a little bit harder. So we're reminding folks again to stay safe on the roads because this is going to be a weather event all day here in Seattle and across Western Washington. And as we've mentioned earlier, we're going to be bringing you team coverage from all of what's happening here. So make sure you stay with Fox 13 so that you can get all of your latest updates, especially here in the Seattle metro area where we are going to be following those weather conditions and giving you those live reports on air and online. We'll send it back to you in the studio, reporting live in Seattle. Frankie Thompson, Fox 13 News.
All right, Frankie, appreciate you out there. Thank you. Continuing our team coverage in Marysville this morning, Dan Griffin. Hey, Dan, good morning. How's it looking out there?
Hey, good morning to you. Yeah, you know what? It's basically a winter wonderland. When you look outside, it's basically exactly what kids would want to find. I think a lot of them are on winter break. So here in Marysville, you know, the road's pretty slushy. It's gotten worse, by the way. So earlier we were talking about how the plows have been able to come through. The cars have been driving back and forth on the road here, and they'd been able to really kind of make their own leeway, try to fix this up a little bit. Well, then we got pounded with a bunch of heavy snow here, wet, heavy snow, and it made the roads pretty gnarly all over again. And so the sidewalks are pretty white. The side streets or neighborhood streets, pretty white, pretty untouched. You might find a few footprints. You might find some tire tracks. But overall, they look like they haven't really been touched too much. Your main drags are looking like this. Slushy, pretty slick. People going a lot slower than they typically would, going wherever they need to go, leaving some extra space. We've seen a few people fishtail, I think in pickup trucks. I think they probably had light beds. They didn't have anything in the back, so they were fishtailing a little bit. So obviously it is a little bit slick out here. The snow adding on more to this here. A lot of people telling me this is not really typical. They're not used to seeing this, especially in December. So for the kids who are out on winter break, I'm sure this is pretty exciting. Maybe they'll be able to get out, get on their sleds, enjoy this a little bit. I guess this is what winter break would be about, right? To get out and have a good time. I can't remember the last time I had a white Christmas. So hopefully this will be kind of nice, give them a little taste of what that might be like. But yeah, this is what we're seeing right now. Road crews going back and forth every so often, though I'll tell you, it's been a little while since I've seen the salt truck come through here. But we're going to keep watching these conditions. We'll be here, bring you updates throughout the morning. Right now, I know Adam Gerke's standing by with a look at traffic on this Fox 13 Weather Alert Day.
Yeah, exactly, Dan. And right now, having a look to the peninsula, State Route 3, Loxie-Egan's, we really see the ruts that are kind of created as the snow has gone from rain to snow back, or snow to rain, back to snow to rain, back to snow at this point. So that snowfall continues to build for drivers on the peninsula. Seeing some flashing lights also making its way on 3, starting to get in towards Loxie-Egan's. So that may be interesting. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, plows have been out. I've seen the plows in effect doing their best, moving in through the Snohomish County side of things. 405, I-5 really crowding in. 522 finding that slower volume around the north end of Lake Washington at this point. And to the north, that is where all of our trouble has just kind of continued for us. Getting from Snohomish County, getting to Skagit County, getting up to Whatcom County. That's where it all continues to really sock in. That rain-snow mix, or in this case, ice and snow, being reported through Marysville and Smoky Point and Arlington, shifting over to the peninsula, Port Angeles and Sequim, where we've seen up to a foot of snow, really making things treacherous on 101 and folks having to drive accordingly. Needing your chains potentially if you are headed for the mountain passes and watching I-5 getting up towards the U.S.-Canadian border. That becomes more and more difficult the further north you go. In fact, the Vancouver airport has been out of commission this morning because they can't get flights out. the runways have been iced up. So Vancouver Airport has encouraged folks to just not even try showing up. So it's trouble here in the U.S., but continues to Canada. It's not like Canada just disappears, right? Mountain passes, Stevens, Snoqualmie Pass. We've got chains required for all except all-wheel drive. Blewett Pass, also chains required for all except all-wheel drive. White Pass at this point, traction tires required, chains on the big rigs. So this winter driving condition is here, and it's with us. It's not going anywhere anytime soon by the looks of it. Guys, back over to you.
Adam, thanks. So we are continuing our team coverage this morning in Whatcom County.
And John Hopperstad is back out there. John, where do we find you?
Well, we're in Bellingham now, Bill. We're right by the airport, in fact, off of Airport Drive here. And the good news, at least for visibility for drivers out here, is that the snow has stopped. The bad news is it is incredibly slick. If you look out here, all the roads are completely snow covered right now. And we've seen people get stuck on this hill as they head up to try to get to I-5 here. It's that kind of greasy, slushy snow that covers the roads here. And it's tough going, especially if you don't have four-wheel drive or chains like Adam was talking about. We have seen plenty of plows out here. One of the problems, though, with the situation, even with the plows coming through, and we've seen a lot of them, is that we've seen snow drifts as well, because there's been a lot of wind up here that continues to blow the snow across the roads. That's been a real issue in Linden, where we were earlier this morning. We've seen a lot of snow blow across the roads there. Visibility was lousy for hours there, and the wind chill dropped temperatures well below zero, probably 11 below zero when we were there just in the last few minutes. But it's not stopping people from getting the shovel out, shoveling their sidewalks, and opening up their business.
There's a lot of snow. It was a little rough getting into here today, but we're trugging along and keeping it going. Here in Linden, we just weather through and we get our stores and our businesses open and help out the community.
Now, we mentioned that a lot of cars getting stuck out there, and we've been out helping to push people out of the snow. It's happened, you know, when it was dark out. It's happened in the daylight. It's just that you get on these surfaces like this, and if you stop, a lot of times it's tough to get started again. We just saw a truck spinning his wheels coming out of this driveway here as well. So driving is still tough up here, but again, the good news at this point, it looks like the snow has let up. In fact, I've actually seen blue skies up here in the last couple of minutes, something I didn't think I would see here this morning in Whatcom County. We're live in Bellingham. John Hopperstad, Fox 13 News.
Blue sky. Wow. Not what I thought I'd hear today. John, thank you. Okay, so we also, you know, you can send in your videos of your snow, where you are this morning. This is from Richard this morning, who sent in his dogs enjoying. I mean, it doesn't get any better.
That is the dog snow day energy, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, we love that. I mean, and that's the way it's going for a lot of folks today. You know, the kids are out of school for the most part. They don't have to get out in this. A lot of people are already off for the holiday, and the dogs are loving their life.
All right, not loving life. Folks trying to navigate Queen Anne Hill in Seattle right now. This is the obligatory shot of Queen Anne in the snow and very slowly.
Oof. That can get
truck trying to navigate that hill.
I know. I hear Brian going, "No, don't do it."
Well, we
that
know,
can get really dangerous.
Well, yeah. I mean, we know that they've treated the roads, but Queen Anne is the prototypical danger spot, so we're going to keep an eye on that.
Also, I know that Redmond police just tweeted a couple minutes ago that 148th Avenue Northeast, the northbound side of Redmond Way, is closed right now for stalled vehicles right now, and you were saying that can be a really hairy part of town as well.
That's really difficult when the roads ice over there, because there's just enough of a grade that you're going to be sliding around, and there's the alert from Redmond PD, and they're saying that Redmond Way closed right now. So as you head up towards 85th there, that is going to be shut down because so many cars are spinning out. They just can't get traction. But I have a feeling that Redmond's going to be treating those roads and trying to get that up to snuff in short order. But that's a dicey go. You know, and that's the thing. You know, people from around the country say, why do you guys freak out so much when it snows? It's because we have hills.
A lot of hills, steep hills. Yes, absolutely. So we'll be watching that as police are opening and closing certain roads and things get a little dicey out there. Meteorologist Abby Acone is on our weather deck as well. You have been tracking the snow, and also, man, you look good out there in it. You're selling it.
I'm not going to lie, Abby, you look cold in it.
I
look cold. Yeah, I feel like Jack on the Titanic with all of the snow on my hair. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I'm just like slowly.
Wow, you really painted a picture for us there.
That was tough.
You're doing great.
Yeah, wow, I really took us to a low place. I'm sorry, everyone. I am legitimately loving my life right now, and I have very fond memories watching news coverage here growing up of Queen Anne. I always wanted to know what the hill was looking like, how the drivers were doing, so I love that we have a live shot of that. Hey, I want to talk about our snow accumulations. It's been coming down here outside of our Lake Union studios, Westlake, for about an hour. So remember, people, when you're measuring, we want to do so on a very flat surface. Don't do it on the grass. It's really bumpy. That texture isn't going to give you a really good reading. We've seen less than an inch so far sticking over the last hour. And the roads right now, not in terrible shape. It seems like folks are able to navigate it so-so. It is slushy. It is wet. But the snow accumulation here isn't too gnarly. And we're only expecting the snow here in the Seattle area to be somewhat temporary, maybe wrapping by noon or 1 o'clock. It's an evolving situation, so stick with us. I want to show you some videos that we've been tracking. We've been loving these Vera photos and videos, but also our very own Dan Griffin, for example, capturing shots in Marysville of the snow accumulating and creating some problems, especially side streets, neighborhood roads, Snohomish County. My goodness, it's been a mess in many spots, including Lake Stevens, where we also have video of that light snow accumulation. Be careful again on those side streets. Some of these snow totals have been impressive. Are you ready for it? Let's do this. Ferndale, 10 inches of snow. We're talking about 8 inches for Lummi Island. Got a report of that. 7 to 8 in Poulsbo. About 7.5 in Bellingham. Overall, National Weather Service saying Whatcom County getting between 8 and 12 inches of snow accumulation. All right, back out here live. We have been talking about such a complicated forecast, the battle between that mild and cold air. Brian, we've been tracking it all morning long. What do you make of our snow chances in Seattle for the rest of the day today?
Well, things look like they're going to wrap up here over the course of the next hour and a half or so, and then we're going to be pretty much done for the day here, at least in Seattle and north of Seattle. But we got to get through the next hour and a half here first, and snow is still coming down very hard around the greater Seattle metro area, especially north of the city. Right now, this is a live look here from our Lake Union camera. There's Abby right there on the weather deck. You can see her.
All right, we were dipping into the coverage there in Seattle. Fox 13 providing the updates on their winter blast that they got. We are going to take our first break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Taking a listen here at the Pentagon briefing as Russia continues to wage war in Ukraine. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Which directed specific actions designed to improve and enhance our support to military members and their families in several important areas. From day one, the Secretary has been crystal clear that taking care of our service members and their families is a sacred obligation and a national security imperative. As we conclude 2022, I'd like to provide you with a quick update on progress in a few key areas. In October, we automatically increased basic allowance for housing rates in 28 housing areas where rent has skyrocketed 20% or more. And as I briefed you last week, this automatic increase will expire on December 31st with the new 2023 BAH rates, a 12.1% average increase, will go into effect January 1st. Also in January, we'll pay a basic needs allowance to eligible service members, and all service members are on track to receive a 4.6% cost of living increase in the new year. In addition to assisting with helping service members and their families secure affordable basic needs, we've also taken action to make military moves easier. For example, in October, we permanently increased temporary lodging expense coverage to give families more flexibility to search for housing. Also in October, we began paying dislocation allowance automatically to all eligible service members regardless of rank to help preempt their out-of-pocket moving expenses. In January, dislocation allowance will be increased for enlisted service members between the grades of E1 to E6 to help offset personal expenses for permanent change of station moves. In addition to support for our military spouses, we've taken action to expand spouse employment. In January, we're launching a paid private sector fellowship program for military spouses and a variety of career paths. We know that 1/3 of military spouses must obtain new professional licenses every time they move to a new state. And to ease this burden, we've accelerated the development of 7 more interstate licensure compacts, and we anticipate state approval starting in 2023. Of considerable importance is the finalization of the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, which is being introduced in state legislatures across the nation in January. Also, to further strengthen support to families, we're improving our child care programs. For example, this past fall, we expanded the Military Child Care in Your Neighborhood Plus program to more states, which will increase access to quality civilian child care providers when on-base child care is unavailable. And moving forward, we'll continue to keep you updated on the status of these important initiatives and others designed to ensure we're fulfilling our sacred obligation and taking care of our service members and their families who do so much to defend our nation. Separately, today marks the 3rd anniversary of the establishment of the U.S. Space Force. Over the last 60-plus years, space has become essential not only to joint military operations, but to modern life for Americans and people worldwide. Satellites provide communication, monitor weather, carry television broadcasts, and the timing and navigation services of the GPS constellation, operated by Space Force Guardians, power global financial networks, enable international commerce, synchronize cell phone networks, to highlight just a few examples. As the newest branch of the armed forces, the U.S. Space Force has been called upon to protect and defend American interests and to ensure our forces, our allies, and the world never experience a day without space. Space Force Guardians serve across the globe, working 24/7 to design, acquire, field test, operate, and defend the critical space systems that our nation and the world depend upon. We salute the Space Force as it celebrates its 3rd birthday and extend our appreciation to Guardians everywhere for all they do to defend our nation. I do have one final announcement to pass along, which I'll save till the end. But in a preview, I'll go ahead and offer the first question to Barbara Starr from CNN. Barbara.
Thank you. This is not a hypothetical question. This is a question in your wheelhouse. I want to ask, the world now sees pictures of National Guard down in Texas carrying rifles in front of their bodies in their operations against unarmed migrants on the border. I fully understand that the Texas National Guard is state activated and under state orders, but nonetheless, the world sees people in U.S. military uniforms carrying weapons against unarmed civilians. I would like to know if the Pentagon thinks this is a good idea. It seems something unusual that they would carry those weapons? And although it's state activated, the world still sees U.S. military uniforms. Do you think it's a good idea? Do you support them carrying rifles against unarmed migrants?
Well, thanks for the question, Barbara. As you highlight, the forces that are on the border that we saw featured, I believe, on a CNN broadcast earlier this morning, those are Texas State National Guard forces, and so, of course, I don't want to speak for them. From a federal standpoint, the DoD does have forces supporting the Customs and Border Protection Agency. Of course, they are in a detection and monitoring role, and so not in any type of law enforcement role. Certainly, as we look at the situation on the border, the DoD will continue to stand ready. We have not received any requests from DHS at this point in time to provide any specific support. We'll stand ready. I think we certainly all have a vested interest in ensuring that the situation there remains safe for everyone involved. But beyond that, again, I'd have to refer you to the Texas National Guard.
I have a question on a different matter. As you know, the B-2 fleet is not flying due to a recent mishap, and the runway at Whiteman remains closed due to now several days of debris on the runway. So one of the premier bombers in the United States military is unable to fly and unable to even access the runway. What concerns does it cause you that this premier bomber capability, as we sit here today, is not available to the United States military?
Well, the Department of Defense, to include the Air Force, has a variety of capabilities at its disposal, particularly when it comes to our strategic bomber fleet. As you know, we also have the B-52, which is both conventional and nuclear capable, which provides a redundant capability, broadly speaking, when it comes to our strategic forces. And so for any aircraft, certainly, I know that our maintainers work very hard to ensure that those aircraft are available and off the ground as soon as they can. In terms of the specifics on the status of the B-2, I'd refer you to the Air Force. But I'm confident that we continue to maintain the bomber capability that we need to deter adversaries and, if necessary, engage in combat.
Is it any kind of priority to try and get the runway cleared and get the plane back flying?
Again, I'd refer you to the Air Force to talk about the specific status of the runway, but I have no doubt that people are working around the clock to ensure that our capabilities are ready to fly and ready to defend the nation. Thank you. All right, let me go to AP.
Pat, can you bring us up to date on what steps the department is taking in terms of rescinding the requirement for the vaccine? And more broadly, the funding bill includes $45 billion for Ukraine. Can you talk a little bit about priorities going forward for support and how that money is going to be used?
Sure. In terms of the potential pending funding for Ukraine, I won't have any specifics to announce. Clearly, we've made a commitment to continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes in terms of security assistance, and so we will continue to do that going forward. As far as COVID goes, again, don't want to get ahead of pending legislation. The Secretary has been clear that he supports maintaining the mandate and that the health and the readiness of our force remain the top priority. So moving forward, when and if we have something new to announce, we certainly will. Okay, Janie?
Thank you, sir. I have two questions on North Korea. North Korea recently insisted on test launching a reconnaissance satellite and said it would complete development of a reconnaissance satellite by early next year. And can you assess that North Korea has the capability to complete a reconnaissance satellite? Or do you just see it as North Korea deception tactics?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Janie. So I don't want to talk about specific intelligence. I will say that this does demonstrate, once again, the importance that the space domain plays in the current environment. And we will continue to work very closely with our allies and our partners in the region to monitor and to ensure that we have the capabilities necessary to deter potential provocative actions from countries like North Korea.
Regarding the U.S. and South Korea, Navy Special Forces, Navy SEALs conduct combined exercises ongoing. Is this targeting for the North Korean Kim Jong-un?
So as you know, Janie, we conduct a variety of exercises with our South Korean counterparts on a variety of capabilities, all designed to ensure interoperability and also to, again, signal to our partners in the region that we are a reliable ally, but also to potential aggressors in the region that we do maintain the capabilities to deter and, if necessary, respond. Thank you. Let me go to Phil.
Does the department have any concerns still that the Turkish military is going to mount a ground invasion in northern Syria and areas where there are partner patrols with the SDF? And will the department seek any assurances from Ankara that if such an invasion were to take place, the U.S. would be notified ahead of time?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Phil. So we've been very clear publicly in terms of what our position is in regards to a potential new military operation in northern Syria with our Turkish allies, and so I won't recover that ground. At this time, we continue to monitor the situation. As you know, the SDF, the U.S. SDF partnered patrols have resumed. Our focus again in that region continues to be on containing ISIS, as evidenced by CENTCOM's raid that they announced earlier today. And so, again, we'll stay in close communication with our Turkish allies on that front. And then, I'm sorry, the second part of your question.
Do you think that the Turkish military will notify you ahead of time if there were to be such an invasion, so you can get troops, U.S. American forces, out of harm's way?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for the Turks. Again, we'll keep the channels of communication open. We regularly communicate at a variety of levels with Turkey. And certainly, when it comes to the safety and security of our forces, I would hope that we would not find them in a situation that would jeopardize that. Thank you. Let me go to the phone here real quick. Rio from Nikkei.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. The Japanese government officially announced its intention to purchase Tomahawk cruise missiles from the U.S. And the Secretary welcomed Japan's new national security strategy last week, which intends to significantly reinforce its defense capabilities. I'm wondering if the Pentagon would support Japan's purchase of Tomahawk cruise missiles moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Rio. So, as you know, as a matter of policy, we're not going to comment on potential defense sales or transfers until they've been formally notified to Congress, to which at this time, to my knowledge, has not occurred. As you highlight, we do applaud Japan's national security strategy and its commitment to modernization, which just strengthens the alliance and the cooperation between our two countries and really serves to help ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific. Thank you. Come back to the room, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Brandy Vincent from Defense Scoop. At a briefing last week, senior DoD officials confirmed a shift in terminology for DoD and UAPs from unidentified aerial phenomena to unidentified anomalous phenomena to account for objects that aren't just in the air, but submerged and transition between mediums as well. NASA announced that it's working on its own study of UAPs that it's still calling unidentified aerial phenomena. Does this sort of shift and now lack of common language for the term UAP between DoD and NASA seem to potentially cause problems in the near term? And if so, how are the agencies working to get ahead of that?
Sure. So the short answer is no. I don't think it causes any problems. For better or for worse, I've been a part of the Department of Defense for quite a while and have seen on a lot of different initiatives and efforts where terminology may change. I think the important thing is looking at the bigger picture, ensuring that we're all working towards common objectives through interagency dialogues and discussions, which I would fully expect will happen in this case going forward. We have a very close working relationship with in the Department of Defense with NASA, and I have no reason to think that that will change anytime soon. Thank you. Let me go back to the phone here. Howard Altman.
Thanks. Jay, I got a question on, can you talk about the information operational value of President Zelensky's visit to Bakhmut today? And then can you give us a battlefield assessment on the battle for Bakhmut? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Howard. I won't speak for President Zelensky. I think, broadly speaking, we continue to see his leadership be a key aspect to Ukraine's success in their fight, but I'll let him talk to his own rationale for where he goes and why. As far as Bakhmut goes, we continue to see intense fighting in the region of Bakhmut, with Russian forces making very incremental gains. We're talking feet, and again, the fighting has been intense for a while there. So our focus from a DoD standpoint is to continue to communicate with Ukraine, our allies and our partners, to ensure that the Ukrainians have the security assistance they need to be successful on the battlefield. Thank you. Okay, Will?
Britain's defense minister said today that Russia is planning to, or maybe already has supplied advanced military components to Iran in exchange for drones. Do you have any confirmation on that, or any comment on that accusation that he made?
Yeah, I've seen the press reports on that, Will, but I don't have anything to provide. Thank you. Jim?
General, at the beginning of this, in February, then spokesman Kirby said that he fully expected the Russians to learn as they went along. And yet the results from the Russian military don't seem that they have learned anything. Is that the feeling in this building too? Are they learning how to handle the logistics? Are they getting better? Or are they going to be more of a problem for the Ukrainians going forward?
Yeah, so, again, I don't want to speak for the Russian Ministry of Defense in terms of what they may or may not be learning. Clearly, I think in any type of conflict, there's always a risk in underestimating your adversary. And the fact is that I think that any military, to include the Russian military, will continue to learn and evolve on the battlefield. And that is why it's so important that we continue to work closely with Ukraine and the international community to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to enable them to defend their country as we.
All right, some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break here as the Pentagon tying up the year that was and looking forward to 2023.
Service animals, the dogs who fight in the war zones with our soldiers, to shelters and private individuals and adoption agencies. Is this a general Pentagon policy, and will it extend to other animals being used by the military in different capacities?
Yeah, so we can get back to you, Tom, in terms of the specific policy when it comes to service animals within the DoD. To your point, I think that one of the key evolutions and lessons that we've learned over the course of 20 years of war is how best to take care of our veterans and our service members who require that kind of support and care. And so that's always a good thing. So,
just to be clear, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's not just the dogs that help veterans who are alive. It's also the other animals that help veterans who are deceased. So if you can include your response to cover that area, I'd be grateful. Okay. Thank you.
Sure thing. All right, let me go to the phone. Jeff Shogel, Task and Purpose.
Thank you. Defense Secretary Austin was on the Hill yesterday. He spoke with Senate Majority Leader Schumer as well as Senator McConnell. Can you give us any readout about what he discussed and what prompted his trip there?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So I'm not going to get into the private conversations of the Secretary with members of Congress. As you know, he regularly engages with the members on the Hill on a variety of national defense topics, and we will continue to ensure that we're doing what we can to maintain a robust and ongoing dialogue with members of Congress. Thank you. Dan.
Thanks, sir.
The omnibus that's under discussion and appears to be moving on the Hill includes an extension of the special immigrant visa program for Afghans, but it does not include the more extensive Afghan Adjustment Act that had been under discussion and advocated by a number of people, including the administration. Going forward, is the Pentagon advocating broader measures to take care of Afghan partners that had assisted the U.S. military?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So while I can't talk about pending legislation, I will say that we in the DoD do support efforts to ensure that we're taking care of our Afghan allies who supported us when we were in Afghanistan. And so as we have more to talk about on that front, we certainly will. Thank you, sir. And then we'll go to Courtney.
Just one on Ukraine. Earlier, a senior State Department official said that Russians were conflicted on a Ukraine winter offensive. Does the Pentagon share that assessment?
That Russians are conflicted on a?
Confused about whether to launch another.
Yeah, I don't have any comment on that. I'd refer you to the Russian MOD for questions on that.
And secondly, can you say anything about these attacks or raids in the last 48 hours that you mentioned earlier that CENTCOM carried out, CENTCOM forces? Was this? Can you just explain or let us know if this was coordinated? Did you guys inform Turkey ahead of time about these operations?
So Central Command can provide you with a higher level of detail. As I understand it, per CENTCOM's release, U.S. forces alongside our local partner force, the SDF, conducted 3 helicopter raids into eastern Syria, which resulted in the detention of 6 ISIS operatives. Again, CENTCOM can give you a little bit more granular tactical level detail on that. Thank you. Courtney?
One more time to be able to say I'd like to follow up on Barbara's question, but I actually would like to follow up on it. I understand that these are National Guard soldiers that are down in Texas, but it does beg the question, because we've heard so much for the past several years about the concerns from this Pentagon, both uniformed and civilians, about the politicization of the military. So given the fact that most people don't look at a uniformed service member and say, oh, that's clearly a state National Guard, clearly on state duty, it's not a federal thing. The Pentagon leaders, as speaking for them, have concerns about the optics of the fact that there are uniformed service members, as Barbara said, carrying weapons in what is a very politicized mission along the border in Texas?
Yeah, again, so as a DoD spokesperson, I can speak for the Department of Defense and our federal forces. And so the particular forces that you're talking about are serving under the state authorities for the state governor. So again, I'd refer you to the state of Texas to talk about the actions of their forces. Certainly from a Department of Defense standpoint, we want to, like I said, ensure that safety and security is paramount in that area. But again, I'm not in a position to speak for the state of Texas.
And then just one on the NDAA. I mean, all indications are that the president is going to sign it, right? I know you don't want to talk about pending legislation, but I'm wondering if you can give us any sense of, once it is signed, how we're going to hear the next steps for the revoking the vaccine mandate. For instance, like, should we expect to hear from an OSD level? Is this something from the secretary, from PNR? Is it going to get kicked immediately down to the services? Like, can you give us sort of the way forward? I'm sure as a planning organization, this place has already got that laid out in some flow chart that's on a PowerPoint somewhere. So can you share some of that with us?
It's not on a PowerPoint. No.
That's all.
No, I appreciate the question, Courtney. We'll certainly keep you updated as we move forward. I don't have anything specific to announce today in regards to what actions we will take, other than to say that, as always, we will comply with the law when it's the law. So we'll keep you informed. And we certainly understand the great interest in this particular topic, not only among the public and the media, but also among our service members. So we will be sure to provide information as quickly as possible on that, in that regard. Thank you. Ma'am.
Following up on Barbara and Courtney's questions. Has the governor of Texas requested assistance building shelters, temporary shelters, or anything like that for the flood of migration individuals who are at the border at this time?
So I can't speak for the governor of Texas. I can tell you that we, the Department of Defense, have not received any requests from the Department of Homeland Security in terms of southwest border related support, no new requests. So to my knowledge, no, the state of Texas has not requested support from the DoD, which, as I understand it, would come through Department of Homeland Security. But we stand by to support and we'll consider requests, when and if they're received. Thank you.
One other thing. Apparently there's an action to try to track down some of the smugglers who are sort of promoting this tragedy at the border. And I wonder if DoD is supporting any of that?
I'm not aware of any efforts in that regard. Thank you. Ma'am.
In case you get a request from the DHS regarding the border, what type of role, what type of actions would the Pentagon take?
Well, really, I'm not going to speculate about the kinds of things we might get asked about. We certainly have a continuing and ongoing dialogue with the DHS and other agencies within the U.S. government on a variety of topics, but I won't speculate on the kinds of things they might ask about. Thank you. Sir.
Thanks. Back to Ukraine for a bit. Do you have an assessment if the visit of Russian delegation yesterday to Belarus, to Minsk, had a military purpose, and if it increases the likelihood of direct Belarusian soldier military incursion into Ukraine?
Sure. We're certainly aware of President Putin's visit. As you know, Belarus and Russia have a standing relationship, so that in and of itself is not unusual. I don't want to get into intelligence, but at this time, we don't have any information that would suggest that there is any type of imminent or pending cross-border activities from Belarus into Ukraine. But certainly, we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. Thank you. Got time for just a couple more. Sir?
Thank you, General. General, recently in Iraq, Iraqi forces have been attacked by ISIS, especially in the Kirkuk, north of Baghdad. How much you have concerns about these attacks, recently attacks, and do you have engaged with your counterpart in Iraq to see how you can support them or help them to defeat ISIS in their country?
Well, as you know, we have a long-standing relationship with Iraq when it comes to countering ISIS. This, again, is why it's so important that we continue to work together in that region to confront the threat that ISIS presents. I don't have any specifics to provide. I would refer you to CENTCOM in terms of any on-the-ground discussions as it relates to ISIS-K. But as you know, we continue to have an advise assist mission with Iraq to train their forces in counterterrorism capabilities to confront this threat. Thank you. We've got time for one more, ma'am.
I wanted to follow up on Barbara's other question on the B-2 fleet. There are ongoing conflicts, potential conflicts, Russia, Ukraine, Taiwan, China, North Korea. Does the grounding make the U.S. vulnerable in any way?
No. No, and it's important to remember that these aircraft, whether it's B-2s, B-52s, F-22s, F-35s, these are high-tech advanced aircraft that are operating at very high levels, of performance, and not to minimize the situation anytime there's a stand down, but things are going to break and we're going to fix them and we're going to get them back in the air. But as I mentioned, we have plenty of redundancy and resiliency built into our combat capabilities across the Department of Defense. And so on any given day, at any given time, there is going to be aircraft, ships, forces on the ground available to confront any threat that we may have wherever it may pop up. So no vulnerabilities at this time. Thank you. Okay. So before we conclude here, I just have one last final thing to say.
That was the Pentagon briefing wrapping up the year. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come.
Mike, they're still looking.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, and breaking news when it happens right here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here. Coming up soon, we are awaiting Senate Democrats and Republicans to give one of their final news conferences of the year. We'll be featuring that when it happens. Also, take a look at the Dow making a nice rebound here, almost up 200 points in the green. So we'll take look at that throughout the trading day here on Live Now. But let's go out to New York City, where police are giving updates on murder investigations and the year that was for police in 2022.
The mid-20s to now the mid-teens. So if we have a bad year like last year, our bad year is 23, not in the 30s. And eventually, we hope we'll have a good year, and it'll be in single digits. We want to keep improving on it. Success having a lot of fathers. I have to say, most important, of course, is the police officers and the detectives who are out there every day working to keep these numbers low. Next, the Hudson County prosecutor is a phenomenal partner in homicides. The Hudson County prosecutor's office has closed 10 of the 12. In addition to only having 12, they've closed 10 of them by arrest. That's an unbelievable clearance number. Around the country, you see clearances on homicide sometimes in the 30% range. They've closed 10 out of 12. So that helps us. For instance, the last homicide we had, they've already arrested the gentleman who is charged with it, and he's also charged in 2 others. So since we know people don't just do one, they do multiple, the fact that they're getting these arrests very quickly is helping us keep the numbers down. In addition, we have federal partners that are working with us to try to keep these numbers down. We have a ceasefire unit that Director Moody created with Deputy Chief Flora, a ceasefire unit that specifically concentrates on shootings, shots fired, and homicides to try to arrest people as quick as possible before they escalate. So again, there's a lot of, when we're successful, there's a lot of fathers. If we were doing bad, it'd be me and the mayor standing up here by ourselves. But we're very pleased with all the teamwork everybody's putting in, and we're going to continue working like that and hopefully improve.
Yeah, let's change the slide over. Yes, next we're going to cover robberies with a weapon, aggravated assault. You'll see some of the trends throughout the city over here. Some of them are flat, some of them are slightly up, some of them are up a little bit larger. A lot of that has to do with some of the bail reform and what we're seeing on recurring offenders. I'm going to pass that also over to Director Shea to talk a little bit more detail about the specifics around robberies, motor vehicle thefts, and some of the trends we're seeing in the city here.
I'll go crime by crime. Initially, our robberies and robberies with a weapon. Our robberies with a weapon are up slightly. Our robberies are down slightly, but not enough that you really would not enough that we're pleased with the results. We had hoped to be able to knock them down a little more. One thing we're happy about is when we dig into the data, the increase in robberies is predominantly and almost solely an increase in shopliftings, which then go bad when the shoplifter is confronted by a store security or a store proprietor. In the old days, when we looked into it, by the old days I mean when we started here, 2012, 2013, the shoplifters were very reluctant to do that because it increased the crime from a petty larceny, which they would be released on a summons, to a robbery, which they were usually kept in jail. But now with bail reform, the increase in the crime is not keeping them in jail. They're getting released almost immediately, even if they escalate it to a robbery. So we're seeing a lot more willingness to take the chance and escalate it and either shove somebody or threaten force against them. Anything like that increases that shoplifting to a robbery. So that's where we have a lot of work to do to try to figure out how we're going to address that. The aggravated assaults, the only thing I'd point out is as we change systems, the old system used to take out the domestic violence assaults and put them in a separate category. They shouldn't. So our new system reflects, you'll see a little jump from 2019 up to 2020, 2021, and 2022. That's because we're now keeping all of our aggravated assaults together as one number. So that kind of accounts for that. Again, we got a lot of work to do on aggravated assaults. We've put together, we're working on domestic violence. We're working on domestic violence with the prosecutor to try to intervene faster before something becomes an assault. We do, however, continue to encourage people, report any violence against you, domestic or otherwise, to us. We want the reports. We want to be able to try to help everybody. So we want to continue getting that message out there. And then you see criminal mischief, burglary, larceny, theft, motor vehicle theft, all up a little. And we're attributing that also to the effects of bail reform, which I'm agnostic on. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but it has resulted in the few people who commit these crimes being able to commit a lot more of them because they're not spending any time in jail. And what we're finding is we don't have a lot of criminals in Jersey City, which everybody who lives here knows. But the people we have, especially these petty criminals, they commit a lot of crime when they're out. Sometimes they walk around and every car they see that's unlocked, they open and try to steal what's inside it. And when they're being released immediately, when we catch them, it just increases their opportunities to continue doing those little petty crimes that really destroy the quality of life for everybody. So we're really looking forward to having conversations at the state level with seeing if there's something we can do about what we call persistent offenders. People who, even though the crime might seem like it's minor, it adds up time after time after time again, and they're destroying the quality of life for the people here in Jersey City.
I want to bring up our Director of Infrastructure here, Barka Patel. She's led an initiative around Vision Zero. Jersey City was the first city to adopt Vision Zero in the state of New Jersey. The results speak for themselves. This will be the first year that Jersey City will record zero traffic deaths on the Jersey City streets. It's significant progress. We've made a large investment in the problematic intersections just based on the data. More bump outs, more speed bumps, more road diets, and the results are clear: safer driving throughout Jersey City and ultimately saving lives. I want to turn it over to Barka, who's led this initiative for Jersey City.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So like the mayor mentioned, we committed to the goal of zero traffic fatalities and severe injuries on city streets back in 2018, and we set a goal of achieving Vision Zero by the year 2026. It's really heartening to see that we've been able to achieve that this year on city streets as a direct result of the investments that the city has made in physical transformations of some of the highest injury streets that we know throughout the city. These are major corridors that experience very high speeds, very high frequency of people, specifically vulnerable users of our streets, pedestrians, cyclists, and transit users, experiencing traffic crashes, experiencing life-threatening injuries, and in certain cases, unfortunately, fatalities. Some of the improvements that we've made over the past few years since we committed to Vision Zero include installation of over 600 speed humps, restricting right turns on red lights at close to 200 intersections, a number of pedestrian plazas, street redesigns, protected bike lanes, and other facilities for those vulnerable users, traffic signal upgrades, specifically prioritizing pedestrian crossings at unsafe intersections, and countless other measures that we've partnered with multiple agencies throughout the city on to achieve this goal, and we look forward to sustaining zero in the years to come.
Next slide focuses on illegal guns coming off the street. 2022, you will see a slight decrease from 267 to 206. It's been a priority for us over the last couple of years. As you make inroads, at some point the numbers will dip, which is positive progress. Again, I know Director Shea wants to speak on that. When we started this initiative 9 years ago, this was a big priority for us, and it continues to be a big priority with plainclothes officers doing a lot of hard work in some tougher areas in the city and making big inroads and doing it safely. So.
Yeah, we're cautiously optimistic about the dip in 2022 because it corresponds with the dip in violence, shootings, shooting victims, and homicides. So if we had dropped our gun confiscations but our violence had went up, we'd be disturbed. So we're cautiously optimistic that the years of concentrating on guns and confiscating them is maybe starting to pay off in less guns being carried out there. In addition, I want to give credit to, again, the police department's intelligence unit. Our investigations unit has completely vertically integrated their intelligence unit, from people watching cameras, which we'll talk more about in a minute, to officers out on the street, to an immediate response, to being able to follow anyone suspected of carrying a weapon. And I think it has resulted in people being less willing to carry weapons while they're out there. We'll know more. I said before, we believe in trends, not 1 year, so we'll know more once we get a couple more years of data about how this trend is going.
The initiative for the City Council and our administration over the last couple of years has been the investment in cameras, CCTV cameras, and integration throughout the city. We've had a challenge over the years with getting witnesses to cooperate with us. CCTV cameras have made it much easier for us to get convictions. You've seen a large jump in 2019 to 2020. Part of that was integration of the Housing Authority and OEM into one system with the Jersey City Police Department. It gives us the opportunity to better track criminals throughout the city or potential crimes that could happen. And as a result of that, now we have a unit with police officers dedicated to monitoring this all the time. It's a seamless system, and it's helped on every aspect of law enforcement. I'm going to turn it over to Director Jim Shea, as this has been a big priority for him on investment in technology.
We're very prioritized. Systems that had been placed in commercial areas were not where they needed to be. Working with Director Kearse from OEM, Director Moody from the police department, we did a complete study of historical crime in Jersey City, especially violent crime, and we began to buy and place cameras in locations that have been historically troubled by crime trends. And we're starting to see the payoff. It also worked, as the mayor mentioned, to our benefit in a couple ways. One, when we started here, solving shootings and homicides was notoriously difficult because people in the street who aren't involved don't want to get involved in those type of crimes. They're afraid, or they're reluctant to cooperate because they don't want to be involved. They live in that neighborhood. They know these people. It's very understandable. Now, with the camera systems, we don't need them anymore. Now we can actually bring into a judge and a jury video many times of the crimes occurring and the people who did it, and the police department does a great job at bringing all that together with publicly available videos and putting cases together for our federal prosecutors and our state prosecutors that they can make arrests on these cases, including sometimes just shots fired. In addition, another benefit was with the national conversation around policing over the last 5 years or so, the police department under Director Moody and Deputy Chief Flora have been able to use these cameras to minimize police-citizen interactions, while at the same time they kept the focus on the bad people carrying the guns. They used some of their best officers using these cameras to focus on people that are carrying these weapons, suspected of carrying these weapons, and many times the investigation can progress through the cameras without any need for an interaction between the people until we're sure they're carrying a weapon. So it's done a lot for our police community interactions. We're interacting with the bad guys more and with people who are not bad guys less.
All right, now we're going to talk a little bit about employees and the growth in the department, and then some budget numbers. So when we inherited the police department in 2013, the police department was 779 officers. Majority of it was white. It didn't reflect the diversity of Jersey City. We set off on a path to diversify the police department to better reflect the city that it serves. We did that by some concerted recruiting efforts modeled after military, and helping people through the academy and making sure that they knew all the steps of the application process, studying, and then getting through the academy. And today we're at 924 officers. We swore in a class yesterday of another 10 officers. And today the police department is majority minority, better reflecting Jersey City, and that is no small accomplishment and a testament to the City Council's commitment on this front. The fire department today is at the largest levels it's been in the history of the fire department. The last year was significant. You've heard Chief McGill speak about this numerous times. We've added companies. We repurposed old companies. We've changed the ranks and the supervision structure, enhanced supervision, and today the fire department is at the largest level it has ever been, and we've been able to promote again there more diversity. We have our first female deputy chief, the highest ranking female in the state of New Jersey, promoted last month, and the narrative around the fire department continues to be a good one for the best fire department in New Jersey. I don't know if you want to add anything, as it falls under you as well.
That pretty much covers it. I'd just like to recognize Chief McGill, who's not here. He's on a well-deserved vacation, and Deputy Chief DiGiulio, who have been the prime movers in increasing the size of the department and increasing the capability to keep people protected. We inherited a department that, as Chief DiGiulio mentioned to me before, was down, had been allowed to go to dangerously low levels, and did not keep pace with the growth of the city. And we're very proud that we've been able to increase it to high-rise units and things that reflect Jersey City today.
Okay. Our last slide focuses on the budget and the budget growth. And this will give you a little bit of a picture. It speaks for itself from 2014 to 2022, where the investments are, more people, different type of personnel, more supervision. And this is really, as I said earlier, a thank you to the City Council for their unwavering support on that front. With that, we'll open it up for questions. Any specifics that you want to drill down on, we're here. If I can't answer it or Dr. Shea can't answer it, we certainly have somebody here who can. David Cruz.
Mayor and Director, I have a couple of questions, but on bail reform, do you think they need reforming and how is it reformed?
You want to start, and then I'll talk about the policy.
I mean, every action has consequences, and I'll start by saying that there is no reason, I agree 100% with the concept that someone should not be in jail because they have less money available for bail than someone who has more money available. So that's the first thing. You're presumed innocent, you haven't had a trial yet, and I agree with that part. What I'm saying is that there is no question that it has had a consequence of lower level criminals being more emboldened and getting more emboldened as they discover the effects of bail reform, that they're not kept in for things they used to be kept in for. And we've seen them become more emboldened and more willing to escalate their criminal behavior because there's less immediate repercussions. That's the thing. There may be a long-term repercussion, but these are not people who tend to think in the long term. They tend to think of immediate repercussions, and there's less immediate repercussions. So there's no question there's been that effect. How to fix it? I think I've heard ideas from various people. I speak to the Hudson County prosecutor, who's very forward-thinking. Maybe faster criminal trials. Maybe if we don't want to keep people because we don't want to have them in jail waiting a trial, maybe we need to speed up. I know there's been some talk down in Trenton about increasing the number of judges, making the courts more efficient so we can get people to trial faster and have a more immediate result on these low-level arrests. But there's no question that a lot of these lesser crimes are committed by the same people doing the crime over and over again. We do not have, if we have 1,000 crimes, we don't have 1,000 criminals. We probably have 50 criminals doing it that many times each.
Well, while I haven't read the bills in Trenton that are being proposed, I am a supporter of some changes to the bail reform. I've been vocal about that. I think any mayor in New Jersey who deals with this day in and day out would say that. Yesterday, we had some of you at an event where we spoke about the shoplifting initiative that we have around the holiday season. We have 30 police officers roughly at the big box stores, at the mall, focused on shoplifting because it is a recurring crime, because there is no penalty associated. We'll arrest somebody, they'll be out the next day. And I think, as the director said, there needs to be some repercussions and some penalties associated with crimes, regardless of the degree of it. There has to be something that is associated with it. Well, I am a supporter of bail reform, is what I would tell you. I'm a supporter of bail reform, but I think that the current form of bail reform doesn't work for us here in Jersey City. I think we see the same people coming out.
None of these numbers are broken down by ward. Do you have a handle on what ward is having the most success and what ward is having the least amount of success?
Well, maybe it's better if we do it by precinct, because that's how we look at it as opposed to ward.
Yeah. I mean, not surprising. We're getting the most success in our South and West District, but that's because that's where we started with the most number of violent crimes happening. So if they're happening there, that's where we can address them, that's where we can affect them, that's where we can bring them down. Where we're seeing problems in these lower level crimes, we're seeing it in the east and north. Which does not have the violent crime problem, but has the problem of people breaking into cars, people stealing packages off porches, people taking a car that's left running outside a gas station or a grocery store, jumping in it and taking it for a ride. So I'd say we're seeing the property crimes and the lesser crimes increasing in the east and north. Now let's also note that's where our population is increasing the fastest, so there's more opportunities for those type of crimes. And we're seeing the violent crime decreases that we're proud of where the violent crime was happening, which was mostly in the South and the West. Let's remember, by the time the mayor and I took over, the violent crime problem in the North, which used to have one, had pretty much been tamped down by a couple big cases done by the feds, and it's never really arisen there again.
Anything else, David? No, I defer to him. Well, I think, yeah, there's a lot less. You clearly see that. I think that there's a lot of lives that are here today that maybe wouldn't have been here 5, 6, 7 years ago if the crime trends continued on that front. So is it a perfect scenario? No, of course not. We're not going to be satisfied until these numbers reflect zeros, but that's aspirational, ultimately. I think that we're making worse. I think that are there fewer guns out on the street? Look, here's what I would tell you. I think that the criminals are smarter about when and how they carry them because our police department is more aggressive. So there could be less guns out on the street at a given moment. Doesn't necessarily mean there are less guns in the city. But the guns ultimately not being in the person's hand that's looking to commit the crime at that moment is a win for us because likely that crime will not happen. And that's a direct result of the police work. Yeah.
Well, what's the conversation between you and state legislators when it comes to that? It seems to be one of the biggest things.
Senator Stack has been a proponent of reforming the current bail laws, and we speak about it, although I haven't.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Look, I think that we've had some issues even around gun violence where there are people that are released in very, very short order. And I think the Jersey Journal has reported that there's a person, hypothetically, or there's factually, that has been arrested, then 3 months later, again with a gun charge, right? And that is problematic. That speaks to kind of the current system that we have. Some of the property crimes and some of the car thefts, I think, is a problem as well. So I think when you look at those types of crimes, I'd like to see a little bit more aggressive penalties. Yeah.
Not familiar.
I'm not overly familiar with the details of it at this point. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. We could get back to you on the details of it. Well, we've expanded what's on the website. I think we've expressed this to you before with regards to violent crimes, and we're doing the updates here outside of every other category that's there. So I think we're going to continue on this path. I can't commit to on a weekly basis. No, I'm not going to commit to a weekly basis. I'm going to commit to providing the data in a transparent way that's very clear, being data-driven, but I'm not going to do it on a weekly basis because we look at larger trends over a longer period of time.
There was a female in the back question.
Yes. Yeah.
That they went up and then came down? Yeah, so the question is, do we have any idea why they seem to jump up before we got them back under control? Yeah, if you coordinate, put those numbers together with what happened with the pandemic, with at one point our police department, I believe we had 1 out of every 3 officers was out sick or was out quarantined. At the same time, the bail reform hit and affected things. So for a while, and at the same time, they released a lot of people out of jail for good reasons, to try to prevent the pandemic, from spreading any further. So we pretty much almost had a perfect storm of people being released that are dangerous to the community. And among the people that were released are some that were dangerous to the community. Less police available to deal with it, because at the same time the police were also dealing with the requirements of the pandemic. And just the fact that everybody was home and more opportunities for these bad interactions to happen. And trends take off in the wrong direction, and you have to get them back under control. And I'm very impressed with the work the police department has done, getting their arms around those negative trends and trying to bring it back to where we had it before those things hit us. And I think that's where we are now. Yeah, I think, yes, we're still dealing with some of that. Let's be honest, we're still dealing with the results of some of the anti-police feeling in this country for obvious reasons, the murder of George Floyd, et cetera, et cetera. We're still dealing with less people wanting to become police officers. You saw we have more success hiring firefighters right now than police officers. Increased training requirements under Director Moody and the training thing. It's working incredibly for our citizens, but it takes time and it removes people from the police department. So there's a lot of negative things that we're still dealing with, but I'm very impressed again with the police leadership and how they're using technology, using those more highly trained officers to kind of beat back some of those negative effects. And I'm confident that this trend will continue next year. Yeah.
That was the latest updates from New York City Police giving a year in review. But what I want to do now is go across the country, a live news conference and update on the 6.4 magnitude earthquake that rocked Northern California earlier today. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
As Redding and as far as south as in the Bay Area. I'll start off by saying, interesting to note that the earthquake early warning system, which is the new system that we have, was able to actually push out alerts 10 seconds in advance of the earthquake shaking to some 3 million people in Northern California. And so I was really happy to have given individuals an opportunity to drop, cover, and hold, or get to a place of safety within that 10-second time frame, and the system did operate as we had hoped and that we've been working to design. The impacts from the quake really centered in Humboldt County and predominantly around the towns of Ferndale and Fortuna and Rio Dell. And it's not an area where they're strangers to earthquakes. They've had pretty good sizable earthquakes up in this area in the past, and we're happy that this one wasn't as large as it could have been and we've seen in the past, but still we have seen this one resulting in damage, both structural and non-structural. When I say structural damage, we're talking about damage to homes, damage to critical infrastructure and lifelines, so water, power, and gas lines. At this point, there's some 71,000 people that still are without power, and PG&E, we're working closely with PG&E to get that power restored up into the area and making sure they've got all the resources to be able to do that. And non-structural damage. What is non-structural damage? It's just things like your plates, your bookshelves, your TVs, your things that are on the shelf that could fall over that aren't bolted down. They're non-structural. And unfortunately, it's the non-structural items that create a danger for people, short of a house collapsing on you or a building collapsing on you. The potential for having a bookshelf fall over or something come over and injure you is high. So We have had some injuries as associated with this particular event. We're still assessing the total numbers. Have no confirmed reports of fatalities as of yet, but we do know that we've had some injuries that range from minor to moderate, and most of those were, again, from non-structural kinds of situations. And the infrastructure, and we'll talk about, I have a few speakers here today, we'll talk about some of the infrastructure, both damage to roads and bridges, which are obviously critical lifelines in the area and have sustained some damage and are being inspected currently. We're here at the State Operations Center, where behind me you'll see representatives of a number of state agencies that are here coordinating a state's support response effort to the earthquake up north and to Humboldt County. Really, the role here is to provide whatever resources or commodities, mutual aid assets, whatever the local government and our tribal governments in that area need to be able to address what their immediate needs are. So we have supported them with some mutual aid fire assets, and we have pre-positioned some commodities for humanitarian efforts, things like cots and blankets and comfort kits, should they be needed as the day goes on. We know that there's a storm coming in. We're working closely with the National Weather Service, and we're monitoring the circumstances there for individuals that may be out of their homes as a result of this, and we want to make sure American Red Cross is directly involved, and you know, if there's sheltering systems, there are sheltering items that are necessary or opportunities, that is taking place as well. That damage assessment will be ongoing through today and into tomorrow and the next few days. Earthquake damage is always a little bit more difficult to find because you have to get in and understand what the foundations looks like, where the cracks may take place, and that'll also drive what the overall damage assessment is and what it means for us from the standpoint of seeking any additional assistance for disaster aid. Important to note that following the 6.4, we've had up to 80 now aftershocks, the largest being a 4.6, which happened in and around Rio Del. And it appears that Rio Del has probably sustained, you know, some of the hardest hit areas, but there's still assessment going on in Ferndale, which is also close to the epicenter. And we do know that there were some water main breaks and other kinds of things in the town of Fortuna. Throughout that process, there was a notice issued by the National Tsunami Information Center based in Alaska, the warning center in Palmer, Alaska, advising that there was no threat of a tsunami because the earthquake was offshore. And so it's important to note that, and so we don't expect that to be the case. That's kind of where things are at right now. The State Operations Center on this end will continue to be operational through tonight into tomorrow, or as long as it takes to ensure that all of the resources that are being applied are being done so, and that we help the folks up there navigate through this particular situation. We know that with the aftershocks, you know, individuals will maybe feel a little uncomfortable about being back in your home. You know, your home is livable if, you know, you can get in. You understand, just like anything, if you feel like there is the earthquake happening again, an aftershock, drop, cover, and hold, find a safe spot in your home to get to. Please remove all that non-structural stuff, or bolt it to the wall, or secure it in some form or fashion so that it's not above you should something fall over. So you want to make your home as safe as possible through this period of time. And of course, if you have any emergencies or need any assistance, to call local authorities to be able to provide that assistance to you. The responders up there are pretty busy, so you know, make sure that if you need them, it's something that you need them for when you call them. But this is a you know, one team, one fight effort. Local, state folks all working together to be able to help out the community there. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tony Traveris, who is with the California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about some of the work and assessments that we've seen with regards to the to the bridges and roads.
Thank you, Director Ghilarducci. I'm Tony Tavares. I'm the Director for the California Department of Transportation, Caltrans. And I'd like to just mention a little bit about the infrastructure, the state highway system up there in the Humboldt County area. We have dispersed a almost dozen-person strike team to go out, inspect all the bridges, the major structures, and the roadways throughout Humboldt County. We have bridge engineers, we have specialized engineers, and bridge inspectors that are helping us with this work. So far, we've identified one bridge, the Fern Bridge, which is on State Route 211, connects Ferndale to US 101, which has suffered some damage. With that bridge, we have traffic closed at this time on that bridge. We are allowing emergency vehicles to pass across that bridge through traffic control. I also want to mention that I've issued a $6 million emergency director's order to the District 1 director in that area to bring a contractor on board as quickly as possible. We have selected Myers & Sons to be that contractor. They are currently mobilizing their equipment and their resources and personnel to actually be on site by later today and begin the reconstruction work on that bridge. Most likely, just my thoughts going forward, most likely we will shore that bridge and get it ready and open to public traffic, and then commence with the final repairs of the bridge. Also want to mention we are working very closely with regional and local authorities up there on the inspection of their facilities as well. This is a one-team effort, as Director Ghilarducci mentioned, and all of us here, these state agencies, are working very closely with our local partners in the Humboldt County area. One last item I'd like to mention as well is that Caltrans has various facilities in the area. We are making those facilities open to bring in resources to assist with any of the needs of Humboldt County. So we're working very closely with these state agencies to bring in commodities and other items that may be needed for the people of Humboldt County. So with that, that concludes my comments. I'd like to turn it over to Cindy Pridmore of the California Geological Survey.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Pridmore with the California Geological Survey, Department of Conservation, and I'm also chair of the California Earthquake Clearinghouse, which was last activated for the 2019 earthquake, which was also a 6.4 and a 7.1. Today's earthquake was about about 2 miles offshore. It was about 15 miles southwest of Ferndale. It was on the earthquake was probably on what's called the Gorda Plate. It's a complex area offshore where we have the Pacific Plate, the North American Plate, which we're on here, and some small pieces of other plates as well. The area over the last century has had about 40 earthquakes that are magnitude 6 to 7. So it's not unusual for us to have these earthquakes of this size in this region. We had, as Director Ghilarducci said, we had about 80 aftershocks. There were 3 of them, magnitude 4.6, 4.0, and 3.9, which were the largest at this point. We have sent some scientists out in the field from the California Geological Survey, and likely there are other scientists out there as well as engineers starting to get a reconnaissance feel of what kind of damage and features are out there. And we will be sending more people out there if needed to document the characteristics of this earthquake. Part of what the clearinghouse does is help sort out and connect people who are doing that research and make sure that we have a platform to provide that information out to others. It's a key part of providing intelligence after an event to the State Operations Center. As also mentioned, there was no tsunami. The plate motion, or the fault motion for this was a side-by-side motion, so there was no possibility of lifting up and even causing a small tsunami. I think that's about it. The USGS has also put out, this is very helpful, what they call an earthquake forecast, aftershock forecast. This will be changing by the hour, but when I last looked at it, there is approximately a 13% chance within the next week of a magnitude 5 or larger. So, people do need to be prepared, especially if they're in weakened structures, to be mindful of where they're staying. And just to be prepared, get that water, make sure they have flashlights and electrical, other support things that they need to carry on if there's another earthquake. Thank you. Next speaker is Troy with Highway Patrol.
Thanks. Good morning. I'm Troy Lucas with the California Highway Patrol. During earthquakes like this, the California Highway Patrol's primary mission is to ensure and maintain public safety and, if needed, to help out with any evacuation efforts. Also to necessitate the safe movement of community members, goods, and emergency supplies. As soon as this incident occurred, like it's been stated, around 2:34 a.m. this morning, CHP officers from the Humboldt area, our Garberville area, as well as Crescent City began conducting damage assessments throughout their respective communities. The majority of the damage of this incident was noted near the Humboldt County. We're currently working right now with law enforcement and public safety partners to include Cal OES, Caltrans, Humboldt County Sheriff Department, Cal Fire to mitigate the emergency as quickly as we can continue to do. The CHP right now, as we currently speak, we only have 12 uniform members fully dedicated to the incident at this point. The CHP's supporting Caltrans right now at a closure at Fern Bridge, which is State Route 211, which is still currently closed, as already previously mentioned. And the CHP will continue to provide dedicated personnel until this incident is mitigated. At this point, I'll turn it back over to you, sir.
Thanks, Commissioner. Just a closing, so we've continued to keep Governor Newsom briefed on the response and all of the different aspects and strategies that were taking place. And I think it's really important to reiterate something what the Commissioner said and Cindy said, and that is really this issue of having a plan. We live in earthquake country. This is another example of the fact that earthquakes can occur at any time without notice. And so it's really important that we as Californians have a plan, have a family plan. We have some supplies. In case we lose power, like they have done there, or in case we have to, we can't have our refrigerators don't work, or whatever the case, we've got some supplies that we can take care of ourselves or our family for a few days. And of course, we've seen now on numerous occasions that the earthquake early warning system is a very valuable tool. So we really encourage you to download, if you haven't, the MyShake app and get that. It comes as part of the Android phones, but if you don't have an Android phone, download that app. It's free, and it's something that you can have and be able to, have another tool in the toolbox to make your family as safe as possible. So with that, you've heard from the team here. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Hi, I'm Sophie with the Associated Press. Can you tell me if we have a sense of how many people could be temporarily displaced because of this, displaced from their homes, and how many people could be without water or gas?
So right now, as part of the damage assessment that's underway, is to get a better sense of exactly the number of homes that have been damaged enough that people cannot go back in and reside in those homes. And we know that there is at least one structure fire, and we also know that there were a couple of homes that may have been knocked off their foundation or partially collapsed. So we're going through this damage assessment to get a sense of that as we speak now. And then with regards to water, part of that damage assessment is to make an assessment of how much of the water delivery system in the towns I mentioned, Rio Dell, Fortuna, and Ferndale, have been impacted in a way. Can those water systems be patched? And in the interim, I mentioned earlier that we are prepositioning commodities such as water and other kinds of things to be able to support their community if necessary. So if we need to get water to people based upon the outcomes of this assessment, we can make sure that people have the water they need for as long as they need it. Some of these things that where you get large breaks in the system do take a while to replace, and that is a priority of some of the things that we work with local government on, is ensuring that all the resources are there for local government to be able to get those lifelines patched as soon as possible. We know that the sooner that the water power and electric, water power and gas service comes back online, the rest of it can be pretty smooth. So that's really going to be one of the larger efforts in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Hi, Monica de Anda with Fox 40. This may be hard to answer, but I'm just gonna ask anyways. Is there any timetable, or given previous earthquakes that we've had in that area, of how long it could take for power to be restored? There's 70,000 people without power. It's a big chunk.
So no, it's a great question, and I have to say, we've been really working hard to make sure that PG&E has all the pathways. The CHP has been great in being able to make sure that they have access and into areas that they need to. They have moved a whole bunch of resources into that area. Not only their local units, but they've moved in mutual aid to be able to support them. They've already restored some power this morning, so I know they're on a trajectory. The question is there was some transmission line that was impacted, and so they tripped off, and some of it is when they hook it back up again, they also have to make sure that the line is safe, that there's no impact in gas, and in that coordination between the gas returning on the pilot light and the gas and the electrical all has to be done. So that probably will take, they're working on it hard. Hopefully they can get it all done by today, but more than likely your question is how long does it typically take? This size earthquake in this area, probably a day or two before it's all gets fully restored.
And how isolated is Ferndale with the bridge being now? Is that the only road in?
Christian, you want to talk about that? Oh, Caltrans. Oh, yeah, Director. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, no, excellent question. So Ferndale is not isolated. US 101 runs right next to it, so they have access through US 101. There are some local roads in the area that I'm receiving reports that may be damaged. We are working closely with those local authorities there to see how quickly we could help them repair those roadways as well.
So what happened to the transmission line? What happened there?
Well, the reports we had earlier was that one of the transmission lines, the shaking may have caused what they call a trip in the circuits that are on the line that may have shut the system down. I don't have the specifics exactly what happened, but it's not uncommon that these circuits get tripped in an earthquake, which is really something that prevents arcing and it prevents the power from causing fires and other kinds of things. So they have to go in and make sure that the lines are back operational again and secure, and that they can move the power through in a safe environment.
Hi, Mike with the Sacramento Bee. You mentioned some weather changes coming up. It's supposed to be rainy, cold, potentially foggy. You mentioned how that may impact people who are displaced, but does that present any challenges to the damage assessment or to the response having winter weather up there?
Yeah, it's a great question. Right now, we don't anticipate it slowing us down and doing the damage assessment, but the weather that's coming in is what I would call, it's winter weather, but it should be manageable for us. There are certain things that we may not use in this case, like aerial flights or other kinds of things that do damage assessment. It'll be more on the ground and house to house kind of thing, but we don't anticipate that to be a problem at this point.
All right, thanks everyone.
All right, thank you all very much.
All right, officials there updating on the 6.4 magnitude earthquake earlier in Northern California. We do have an image here that showed some of the damage there as roads are ripped up right there, and you can see what people were seeing and documenting during that would have to be a scary time for people up there in Northern California. All right, everyone, we are going to take our third break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox continues. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as we try to bring you live events from all over the country as it's happening. And we have another one here for you live at the Capitol right now. Senate Democrats speaking. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Partisan bicameral omnibus appropriations bill at 1:30 a.m. this morning for fiscal year 2023. And after a lot of hard work, this package represents an aggressive and essential investment in American families, American workers, and in our national defense. It will give our troops a raise, it'll make health care more affordable for millions, and it fulfills the promise Democrats made to defend democracy at home and abroad. I particularly want to thank Chairman Leahy and Ranking Shelby for working on this omnibus for months. The bill's a fitting tribute to send off our two esteemed appropriators. If the omnibus goes down as their final legislative contribution as senators, then I say bravo, well done, thank you. The sooner we pass the omnibus, the better, and I'm hopeful no senator will stand in the way of finishing our work before Friday. It's too important to the American people. As you know, there's a big storm coming in the middle of the country on Thursday and Friday, so we'd like to finish this as soon as possible. But we must finish it, of course, by Friday when the government funding expires. Now let's turn to the omnibus itself. The bill's overflowing with good news. One of the most important pieces of this bill is the Electoral Count Act, which will not just reaffirm Democrats' commitment to passing democracy reforms, but it's an important step to preserve our democracy in generations to come. The Electoral College process was flawed, and this makes some very significant corrections. I said months ago we would do everything we could to pass this bill, and now we're following through. The omnibus is going to fill our promise to stand with Ukraine, with our friends in Ukraine, with billions more in emergency economics. On the home front, the omnibus is aggressive, generous, and far-reaching in health care, making it more affordable and more expansive. Patty's going to talk about this, I believe, but people have not followed the amazing changes. This was a really great thing to improve health care of the American people, particularly working class people, poorer people, including that every child in America who qualifies for Medicaid or CHIP will be guaranteed at least 1 year of continuous health coverage. A lot of the kids, when they turned 19, their health coverage changed. They didn't have continuous coverage for a year and it got dropped. That was a terrible thing. It was one of our big goals. We will, for the first time, permanently extend a policy from the American Rescue Plan that gives states a full year of postpartum coverage. We've been trying to get that for a long time. That's for moms on Medicaid and CHIP. The omnibus represents also a new offensive battle in the mental health crisis. I really fought hard, along with Senator Stabenow, who will talk about it, to make sure this package will allow seniors to get Medicare coverage for counseling, including funding to train new psychiatrists, create mental health mobile units, instruct Medicare to cover outpatient mental health. We're going to attack the opioid crisis head-on by expanding options for medication-assisted treatment, also make never-before-seen investments in suicide prevention, maternal mental health, pediatric mental health. We're going to make health care more accessible than ever, assuring that Medicare beneficiaries can use telehealth through 2024. This is so important in rural areas. I go to my upstate rural hospitals, and this is their #1 ask. We're also making health care more accessible to, we're also increasing support for rural and low-income hospitals. We're going to keep our promise to veterans. Many of the things that we voted on this summer, we said we had to fund, and we're doing it. We're funding the PACT Act. For manufacturing and science, we secure our first major down payment in tech hubs that we authorized in the CHIPS bill. Largest dollar increase for National Science Foundation ever, including securing a surge of funds for the new Technology Directorate and the STEM workforce. Combined with the investments in the Department of Energy and Commerce, we provide billions with a B to support universities, national labs, manufacturers, entrepreneurs. So I'm talking for a while, there's a lot to celebrate. There's more. Can't stop talking about it because it's so good. We've largest increase in Pell Grants over a decade, $500. It's now $7,395. The ladder up, going to college for poor kids, working kids, gets a little bit easier, okay? We secured billions in homeless assistance grants, billions for rural housing services, over $1 billion for home investment partnership programs, $1 billion for housing in the elderly, $2 billion for child care access. So, it doesn't include everything we wanted. McConnell blocked a lot of things I cared about, like 9/11 health. He just said no at the end, but it's a big step. The bill is a big step in the right direction. From start to finish, the omnibus is made by and for the American people. We got to get it done by Friday. I want to thank my colleagues who work relentlessly to put this piece of legislation together. Thank you to my colleagues. We're going to finish the bill very soon. It's going to be a big step forward for America. Senator Leahy.
Thank you, Leader. I totally agree with everything the Leader has said. You know, we started working on this last summer. I've encouraged as many senators of both parties to come and work with us, talk with us, see what we can do. I'm glad that so many did, and I'm glad that at the end some in the other party did too. I think they know that there are things in here that they've always said back home they want. Well, now they have a chance to vote for it or vote against it. Everybody's been for the PACT Act to care for our veterans. Well, then show that. The omnibus bill does that. You're either for it or against it. The CHIPS Act, I'm for that. I was proud to be for it. I came out of the hospital to sign the bill, the CHIPS Act. I was that proud of it. It's here. Vote for it. The infrastructure law, I don't know how anybody could be against that. It's in here. Show by your vote how you are. Families dealing with the cost of heating, child care, college, housing. So many of the things the leader mentioned are in there. If you want to fund the troops and their families, vote for this bill. If I spent a career here in trying to protect victims of domestic violence, both adult and child, vote for this bill. The money's in there. I mean, I could go into a whole lot, but let me look at the people that worked on it. Senator Patty Murray is going to be the next chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee. She's come into this thing line by line, knowing exactly what it does. And she has encouraged and brought together others to support it. Senator Stabenow, who's here, is going to have more of a voice on rural America than any of us, as well as large states like hers. She has helped us craft each part of it. The thing I was saying is that for weeks and weeks, actually months and months, way into the evening, weekends and all, senators came together to help, point by point by point. We didn't call press conferences. We didn't do a whole lot of it. We just did the work. Now, I think we have a product we can all be proud of. We can all vote for. Somebody said to me, "Oh, I didn't get everything I wanted." I said, "You know, I think some people only got 95% of what they wanted. I've been here 48 years. I'd call that a pretty darn good victory. And this is a good bill." Thank you.
Senator Leahy got 2 standing ovations, one when he was present and one when he wasn't at our caucus lunch today. Senator Durbin.
Thank you.
Many of your editors and close friends have asked that before you return, you ask how many Article 3 judges have been approved for lifetime appointments by this Congress. The definitive answer today, authoritative answer, is 97. 97. 126 were approved by committee. So we have another 29 which could be called even in the closing minutes if there's an agreement on the floor. But we're proud of the 97. In comparison, on the first 2 years of my friend Barack Obama's presidency, 43. The first 2 years of the Trump presidency, 85. So we've done an extraordinary job in the Judiciary Committee with an evenly split committee. And it called for bipartisan cooperation many times. And we've been able to bring that cooperation to the floor because we have diversity in the ranks of these new judges, and every single one of these judges was judged well qualified by the American Bar Association. That was not the case during the last 4 years. There's more work to be done when it comes to the judges that are held over. We'll do our best to move on it in an expeditious way. One last point I want to make to you, this omnibus bill has many, many, many provisions. There's one in particular that I'm proud of that Senator Bill Cassidy and I put together. Have you ever bought anything?
All right, that was just some of the Senate Democrats. In just a little bit, we will show you Senate Republicans from moments ago as they talked maybe for the last time this year. We'll be featuring it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll get you an update as millions of travelers are set to hit the skies. But oh yeah, you know there had to be some sort of catch this holiday season. Yeah, we're talking about winter storm blast that could impact a lot of people. We'll break it all down for you coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. And we're back here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here, getting close to a new hour. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Well, our next update is going to impact a lot of people, especially those that are going to be traveling for the holidays coming up, because not only is it going to be, of course, busy at the airports, but added to the fact that there could be some winter storm blast in the Midwest and Northeast. That could cause some problems. So let's go out to the very latest here with Fox Weather's Katie Byrne joining us with all of the updates at the airport right now. Katie.
Yeah, Mike, you know what? I hate to be the Grinch, but I already have some bad news to report for people who might already be traveling. We know that the snow from this massive winter storm has already started in the northwestern part of the country, so places like Washington, Montana, Idaho, you're seeing it already. And the snow is already causing cancellations and delays at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. So really not the best timing for the nearly 113 million Americans expected to travel this week and next week for the holiday season. And listen, the storm is just getting started. This is really just the beginning of it. By tomorrow, the snow is expected to reach the Midwest before it turns into more of a rain-wind event by the time it gets to us here in the East. Still, some airlines are already sending out waivers to their passengers, offering to change their flights for free. And even though we're all the way in Philly, nearly 3,000 miles away from where the snow is starting, the airport spokesperson here says weather like this can cause a domino effect impacting flights here too.
What will really impact us is the snow elsewhere. So even though we're not getting that here, it's going to be at key places, Chicago, Denver. You know, we're already seeing a few cancellations from the Seattle area today. So that keeps crews and equipment from getting in place to be able to get here.
So far, about 28% of flights leaving Seattle-Tacoma International Airport have been canceled. About 29% of flights heading into that airport also canceled. And the Fox Forecast Center is also forecasting delays and cancellations in the southeast. So places like Atlanta, New Orleans, and Orlando, they're going to be dealing with rain and wind today, which may also lead to cancellations and delays. Mike?
Yeah, Katie, it's setting up there to be, well, a lot of people are going to have patience there at the airports. And Katie, one thing I want to know is leading up to the big Christmas day, what is maybe the best day and worst day to get out?
Well, you know what? The sooner the better is when you're going to want to leave. So actually, that airport spokesperson told me that some people were already trying to switch their flights to today and tomorrow. They're expecting to be busier than expected because of this winter storm that's forecasted. Still, the worst day to travel is actually the 27th, next Tuesday. That's going to be the day you're not going to want to be on the roads or in the air. We know most of the 113 million people that are going to be traveling are going to be driving, but still about 7 million people are going to be flying. So something to keep in mind if you're doing one or the other. Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. And we just hope everyone stays safe out there, given what Mother Nature can give us. Fox Weather's Katie Byrne, thanks so much for checking in with us. We always appreciate it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
And of course, we got you covered as always. We'll be tracking the weather all week long right here on Live Now from Fox as we build up to Christmas. Let's take our final break here of this hour right here on Live Now from Fox, and then we'll get you out to some Senate Republicans that were making some updates just moments ago.
Russia and China.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox's. We are seeing Senate Republican leadership give one of their last news conferences of the year. Let's listen right here.
United States right now, according to most Republicans, that's sort of how we see the challenges confronting the country at the moment. So, admittedly, I'm pretty proud of the fact that with a Democratic president, a Democratic House, and a Democratic Senate, we were able to achieve, through this omnibus spending bill, essentially all of our priorities.
The 109th Support Group of the South Dakota National Guard just mobilized a few days ago to head to Iraq and Kuwait as part of the counter-ISIS mission. And unfortunately, we weren't able to have the activation deployment ceremony because the weather wouldn't permit it in South Dakota this last weekend, but we just want to wish the members of the South Dakota National Guard and this unit the very best and thank them for their service and their sacrifice and for that of their families. And also to just say, I've always said that if you don't get national security right, the rest is conversation, which is why it was so important for us to get the National Defense Authorization Bill across the finish line last week. There are so many provisions in there that are impactful when you live in a dangerous world. And if anything, the events of the last year have taught us we live in a very dangerous world. The B-21 bomber was just unveiled. That is a new bomber, a sixth-generation bomber that puts us as a country in the lead when it comes to long-range strike capability. There are only 3 countries in the world who have strategic bombers, and those are China, Russia, and the United States. Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota is going to be the first home to the B-21 bomber. We're obviously very excited about that for the members, the airmen out there, for the community, for the base. No one could be more deserving of this very important mission. And of course, the Defense Authorization Bill provided a lot of the funding, not only for the continued development and build out of that aircraft, but also for all the infrastructure associated with it when it comes to Ellsworth Air Force Base. And so, again, the Defense Authorization Bill is so critically important to making sure that American men and women in uniform who are tasked with defending, protecting, ensuring the safety and security of people here in the United States and helping defend America's interests both here at home and around the world are funded, and the defense authorization will make sure that they have everything they need to do that job. And so I'm grateful that we got it passed last week. It shouldn't have taken this long. The Democrats always seem to delay the defense authorization bill, but in the end, we got it across the finish line, and that's good for America's national security interest.
Well, I think the number one job of the federal government is to defend the country. It's something that almost every American will admit they can't do for themselves, and almost every state will admit they can't do for themselves. I'm certainly supportive of our long commitment to authorizing how we do that. The Defense Authorization Bill, as Senator Thune pointed out, incredibly important, but the Defense Authorization Bill really doesn't do much if you don't appropriate the money to do what the Defense Authorization Bill says our military and defense objectives are. There are many people in the Congress, both House and Senate, who will always vote for the Defense Authorization Bill and never vote for the bill the money is in to do what the Defense Authorization Bill says we're going to do. All of you know, after 2 decades of being at leadership conferences, House and Senate, that I've said a lot of times, we are doing this in the worst possible way, but the only thing worse than doing it in the worst possible way with this one big bill at the end would be not to do it and kick it to a new Congress that when the Congress starts won't even have a Ways and Means chairman or a budget chairman on the House side or lots of other things. This is no favor to the House if we kick this to another year, and it makes it impossible to have a chance to get the bill that they are responsible for, the 2024 bill, done in the way it needs to be done. This bill has, increases defense spending by 10%, increases non-defense spending by 5%, with 13.2% inflation since, or 13.8% inflation since President Biden became president. I think we've done a good job of holding the line on the non-defense area and trying to keep the defense area where it keeps up with the defense needs of the country. The money for Ukraine will be in this vote, and we have an obligation. Our number one obligation is to defend the country in the federal government. But I also think we have and need to have an obligation to help people defend themselves and fight for their own freedom. That's in this vote this week as well, and I'm going to do everything I can to see that it passes.
Right before Thanksgiving, I had the opportunity to visit a food bank in southwest Iowa, very close to my hometown of Red Oak. And when I was there, went in, visited with the volunteers and the staff, and as we walked through their facility, I noticed that many of their shelves were bare. And the staff, the volunteers, they all said that this year giving has been down significantly because those that normally give, they're struggling this year, which makes it even harder for those that are just barely making ends meet. And so during this season of giving, if we could all just please remember, let's try to do a little more giving if we can and support your local food banks, your local shelters. It will make a difference for a family that is in need. So to that vein, let's remember sometimes it's better to give more than it is to receive. I'd also like to say a Merry Christmas and a Happy Hanukkah or Happy Holidays, however they may be celebrating this year, to all of those that are serving in uniform. I am the mother and now the mother-in-law to 2 active duty service members, and especially for those that are serving abroad this year and for their families that keep the home fires burning.
We're just listening in there as Senate Republicans speak. We also are going to be talking a lot about holiday shopping coming up. So when we return, we'll be breaking down all of the holiday shopping trends. We're excited to have a special guest on to talk about all things holiday shopping, especially if you still have some shopping left to do. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We'll have that right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Well, the holidays are here, and we know that there are still some people that still have some shopping to do, and some of you may have already been ahead of the game and have completed that already. But to talk about all things shopping, we have Lisa Miller joining us today. Lisa, you know, there's always that group of people who still puts everything off to the last minute. I mean, how many people are we looking at that you think may have waited to do some of their holiday shopping?
Well, I literally just got this data back last night, Lexi, and what's so interesting is 29% of Americans basically are saying they still have quite a lot of shopping to do, and it actually breaks out into two different groups. About 10%, they're basically like, I'm going to start soon, but then 19%, if you can believe it, 19%, they're like, I haven't really started thinking about it, but I guess I probably need to. So there's a lot of last minute shoppers out there this year.
And Lisa, what groups are we thinking are putting off most of their shopping? Age range, at least. What are the ages of people that are usually waiting to the last minute to complete that?
Well, when we looked at this data, we've been doing these surveys, monthly. And what was fascinating to see is that when we looked at the November data, the baby boomers hadn't really gotten into that holiday spirit yet and getting their shopping done. But clearly, November to December, the boomers have actually kind of picked up the pace there. And so the people that really are going to be the last minute shoppers, based on the data from, again, just yesterday, is going to be the Gen Z and millennials, and they are actually almost 2 times more likely to be last minute shopping out there. So that could be some good news for the retailers out there to get a little bit of that last minute shopping. But I think the consumers, those that are last minute, they're waiting for those really, those last minute sales, some of those things to get people back in. But it was a surprisingly high number of how many people are still wanting to get some shopping done.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's always the Black Friday deals. Then there's also those right before Christmas deals that come around too. When it comes to the most sought after gifts this year, what would you say are the things that people are most looking to buy?
Well, I think the data that definitely supports what is not too surprising is, the things like toys and apparel and electronics. Those are definitely things that you always see this time of year really kind of spike. But what I always like to look at is kind of below the line a little bit is that gift cards people are buying a lot of gift cards right now. And this year in the survey, what I did is I actually teased it apart between restaurant gift cards, Amazon gift cards, and just really trying to tease out what kind of gift cards are people interested in. And restaurants and Amazon, those are the 2 types of gift cards that are topping the list right now. And then I go back to those millennial and Gen Z, and the millennial and Gen Z, again, that's what they're going to be buying a lot in their last minute shopping. So for instance, Amazon cards, 20% for total the US, Gen Z, 37%. So buying that Amazon gift card last minute is probably pretty easy.
Yeah, absolutely. We were actually just having that conversation here at the studio talking about gift cards and if that's a good gift to give. Of course, it's always convenient because then you can choose exactly what you want to buy. Do you think that more people are going to go that route that have waited last minute then, or do you think it'll be a combination of some of those other items you just mentioned and gift cards?
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a mix for sure, because the data that we have, this really shows that the in-person experiences, people are craving that joyful, I talk a lot about the journey back to joy, and there's nothing like being in store and the festivities. It just gets you in the holiday spirit. So I think that there's still going to be those Christmas Eve, the day out, Christmas Eve shoppers still out there. But gift cards, what's interesting is specifically around restaurant gift cards, it's actually a very thoughtful gift, because if you pick the restaurant that somebody likes and you're gifting an experience of a dining out occasion. And so I think there's going to be room for both of those 2, gift cards and people in stores buying gifts.
Yeah, I like that. Definitely gifting an experience. And obviously inflation and items costing more this year. Do you think that's impacting shoppers at all? Are they cutting back more, or is it really not having much effect?
Well, when I did this survey in November, I was a little bit more optimistic that we were going to have, a little above average, holiday season this year. But what's happening is as the inflation goes by, time goes by, that inflation Grinch is kind of catching up. So I did see a little bit of a decline in what people are planning on spending. So I think it's going to be kind of a average to maybe slightly below average because of inflation right now. And consumers are trying to really figure out how to stretch their dollars. They're, trading down to different types of maybe restaurants, buying more private label brands. So they're really trying to just stretch their dollars. But I think this holiday season, it's going to be probably average at best, I think.
And what about tips for saving money? Any tips to avoid going into debt as you spend money on friends, family, and loved ones?
Well, one of the things that's interesting, kind of going back to those Gen Z and millennials, is this payment option called Buy Now, Pay Later. We are seeing more of that type of cohort really looking at Buy Now, Pay Later, because in that regard, you can actually buy something and you split the payments over time without accruing interest. And so that might be a very good option, for not racking up credit card debt. The other thing that's interesting, again, for the Gen Z and millennial is these side hustles about selling pre-owned goods. So, there's all the retailers where you can buy pre-owned things. So people are doing that to actually make a little cash for a side hustle, but then also maybe buying some of those pre-owned items so they can stretch their dollars a little bit further. So there's lots of creative ways for people to, find solutions. And I always talk about finding joy. So we all need a little bit of joy in our lives. So, I think there's creative ways to do that.
Absolutely, and there's so much joy in giving. And of course, we're not only just talking about shopping during the holidays, but also looking ahead into 2023 and the new year. What can consumers expect with that?
Well, in the data that I just got back, because of this holiday season, and it's usually the flu season, we have been seeing a little bit more of the COVID cases go up. And so there are things, there's a little bit of anxiousness coming back as we move into this holiday season. But what I try to encourage people, like I said, is, find a little joy. I love the little segment before of the politician talking about making sure we can give. If you have the capability to give and make somebody else's holiday better, I think that's wonderful. But the consumer, what we're seeing is maybe they're cutting back their spending a little bit, maybe not going out to restaurants as often, but when they do go, they tend to splurge a little bit. So again, that's a way to kind of still find joy even in these tough economic times.
Yeah, a lot of great insight here, Lisa. Is there anything else that you'd like to touch on that we haven't talked about already in regards to shopping trends?
Well, I just would say if you're a last minute shopper, be kind, be patient when you're out there and, try to find that little bit of joy in those experiences. And just for the group out there, just have time to spend with family and friends and find the joy, because we have a lot to celebrate this season, even though we have these economic times. So find the joy.
Absolutely. Lisa, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being on the show today to talk about all of these things that people are thinking about. And as we said, there are always people that wait till the last minute. I finished most of mine, unfortunately, but I still have a little more shopping to do. So thank you for all of that great information. We hope you have a great rest of your Tuesday.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. All right. Thanks again to Lisa Miller for all of that great insight. In the meantime, we are going to switch gears and head over to the State Department briefing. Let's listen in.
Partners around the world and with humanitarian actors and financial institutions to ensure these licenses are properly understood so that food, medicine, and other aid reach those most in need. The licenses announced today are one critical step to meeting the humanitarian challenges of unprecedented magnitude while maintaining the integrity of our sanctions to promote international peace, security, and stability as well. With that, Sean.
Thanks. Can I follow up on Afghanistan?
Sure.
You mentioned that the earlier ban by the Taliban on girls in secondary schools had a significant impact on the U.S. engagement. From that, one could say that what's the impact in terms of what the U.S. is doing? Do you find any way to persuade the Taliban? Is there any means at the U.S.'s disposal to actually affect change?
So a couple things on this. You just heard a message of condemnation from us, from the United States. I have every expectation that you, and more importantly in this case, the Taliban, will be hearing similar messages of condemnation of the step that they announced today. Our allies and partners will be joining us in a chorus, calling out this decision, lamenting it, and making clear where the international community stands on this indefensible decision. That, of course, is important that the Taliban hear this united messaging, but just as important is the fact that we will be imposing accountability measures on the Taliban, and I suspect, just as we have coordinated with this messaging, many of our partners will be doing the same in the days to come. The Taliban should expect that this decision, which is in contravention to the commitments they have made repeatedly and publicly to their own people, will carry costs, will carry concrete costs for them. So, of course, that's what we're doing to hold the Taliban to account. There are a number of tools that we can draw from to do this. Not going to be able to go into any more specifics today. But then there's also the affirmative side of the ledger. What it is that we're doing in the absence of the Taliban upholding the commitments they've made to the Afghan people to support the Afghan people. And suffice to say, the United States is doing a lot. We continue to lead the world's humanitarian response to the needs of the Afghan people. Since August of 2021, the United States has committed some $1.1 billion in humanitarian assistance. Much of this money is funding that can go to support the lives, the livelihoods of women and girls, those who will be most impacted, who have been most impacted by these draconian and barbaric decrees that we've heard from the Taliban since March and more recently affirmed today. So just as we hold the Taliban to account, we are prepared and we will continue to support the Afghan people in every way we can.
Can I just follow up on that? Sure, just one brief. I mean, you said it'll carry costs for them. I know you're probably not announcing anything right now. It's just in the past hour or two. But what type of costs? Are you talking about costs in terms of the lack of further engagement, the lack of that this would affect just the diplomatic engagement with the Taliban? Could there be any economic costs on Taliban?
Well, we have had our suspicions for some time that a move like this was potentially coming. And as soon as we became aware that the Taliban, despite their assurances after the March decree that they would do otherwise, at least the assurances from some Taliban officials, we redoubled our efforts again with our allies and partners around the world to make clear to the Taliban that such a move would represent a tremendous setback to their own objectives, to their own goals, and would carry with it concrete implications. Again, not just from the United States, but from the international community. We reminded the Taliban that their actions, their behavior towards their own people will define our relationship with them. They know full well that the United States and our partners can't have a normal relationship with the Taliban when it makes moves like this, when it fails to uphold its commitments to the international community, but very much to its own people. And the Taliban have made a commitment to respect the human rights of all Afghans. Needless to say, this flies directly in the face of that. This decision, and the Taliban understand that this decision will be a tremendous setback to the improvement of relations that they seek with countries around the world. They know that any improvement is contingent upon their own actions. They know that this step, with the step that they have taken, they have seriously, possibly even fatally, undermined one of their deepest ambitions and other areas where they seek progress, and that is an improvement, a betterment of relations with the United States and the rest of the world. So on top of that, I do fully expect that we will continue to pull from the tools that we have at our disposal to hold the Taliban to account. Some senior members of the Taliban are already subject to certain measures. The Taliban as an organization is subject to certain measures, and we will look to see what more we can do to hold the Taliban to account for today's announcement, even as, importantly, we continue to support the people of Afghanistan with our humanitarian assistance that very deliberately bypasses the Taliban and goes directly to the needs of the Afghan people. Michelle.
Okay, you were just listening into the State Department briefing there. We are going to switch gears a bit and take you out to where Senate Republicans are speaking on the omnibus bill.
To actually look at, it's now up close to $1.5 trillion. President Biden actually put a budget out there that doesn't apologize about it. It puts us into $1.5 trillion annual deficits with another $15 trillion in debt over the next 10 years. Anyone that thinks that's a good business plan for the biggest business in the world is just, blind to the fact that that's not going to work. It's not going to be good for anyone. We're here to talk about some of the particulars and why we can't just accept it as business as usual. I've got my own theory. I believe that we get rolled by the other side of the aisle. They're unapologetic about their appetite for spending. This place is their growth business. And then we, as fiscal conservatives, complain about it, but then go along with it. And whenever this is just a quid pro quo game without doing any real work of rolling up your sleeves, it's going to be the same result. And the only people coming out on the short end are the people we say we're trying to serve. Borrowing money from your kids and grandkids without putting any forethought into what you're spending is a terrible business plan. My friends up here will share some of their ideas on what's wrong with the process as well.
So, Rand, you brought the bill. Why don't you go first?
I brought with me the Omni, 4,155 pages. When was it produced? In the dead of the night, 1:30 in the morning when it was released. Now, people argue that it's conservatives' fault. You don't have the Christmas spirit. Somehow you're holding up government. Well, whose job is it to produce this? The people in charge of spending, the people in charge of both of the parties. When did they know that this would be necessary? Well, it's in the law, September 30th. You got 9 months, almost 10 months, to produce a plan, to have a spending plan. They weren't ready on September 30th, so they voted themselves 90 more days. They weren't ready last week either, so they voted themselves another week. And now we have it at 1:30 in the morning this morning. But what's the clamor? The clamor is to vote. Vote now. Let's get it done. Why are you standing in the way of spending? Well, the real question is this. What is more dangerous? What is more dangerous to the country? $1.1 trillion in new debt, or as Republican leadership likes to say, oh, but it's a win. It's a big win. We're getting $45 billion for the military. So which is more important? Which threatens the country more? Are we at risk for being invaded by a foreign power if we don't put $45 billion into the military? Or are we more at risk by adding to a $31 trillion debt? I think the greatest risk to our national security is our debt. The process stinks. It's an abomination. It's a no-good, rotten way to run your government. $6 trillion entity, and they want 24 hours to process this, and then they want to go forward. I will be demanding 2 amendments. One, that this goes against the budget rules. The pay-go rules say you can't do this. You can't have all this new spending unless it's offset. We will also be demanding that the pay-go rules are increased. Instead of taking 60 votes to evade the rules, we're going to ask that it be a 2/3 vote to evade the rules. The American people don't want this. They're sick and tired of it. They're paying for it through the nose with inflation. Adding $1 trillion to the deficit will simply fuel the fires that are consuming our wages and consuming our retirement plans. It's a terrible system. Someone needs to stand up. We're standing up, and we're going to say no.
Thank you, Rand. Thanks for bringing the prop. I think what I've found most disconcerting about this discussion, this debate, this process, is the whistling past the graveyard nature of it. We're talking about this is a big win in terms of conservatism, and for Republicans that we're getting a greater increase in defense spending. One of the things I've been pointing out, because of the massive inflation, because a dollar that we all held at the start of the Biden administration is worth less than 88 cents, the $858 billion we're getting on defense is literally worth only $754 billion in January of 2021 dollars. That's how much inflation has eroded the value of all spending, including defense spending. But the fact that nobody talks about the numbers, I mean, in total, the macro numbers. I thought it was interesting last week as I was asking my colleagues and quite honestly a number of you reporters, just the simple question, do you know how much we spent last year? And the blank stares I got from most people. Now, I'm still asking that question. I think people are getting a little educated, so that now they're starting to answer it. But the answer is $6.3 trillion last year. To compare that to before the pandemic, in 2019, we spent $4.4 trillion. The discretionary side, less than 70% of what we spend is going to be $1.65 trillion, which is 23% more than the $1.3 trillion we spent in 2019. I mean, again, that is a massive increase, and my concern is overall federal spending will probably be about $6 trillion for the fiscal year. Again, $6 trillion versus a baseline just 3 years ago of $4.4 trillion. Something's got to give. At some point, we do hit a debt crisis, and I would argue, 7% plus inflation, with really no ending in sight, is certainly an inkling of what that debt crisis is going to look like and how that is going to devastate Americans. In all areas of the income spectrum, but particularly people at the lower end who spend their money, their disposable income, on things that have actually risen at a higher rate than 7%. The amendment that I'll be asking for, and that Senator Schumer agreed to last week, would be to eliminate all the earmarks. And I've got my own prop here. So that's the entire omnibus. This is the language on earmarks only. There are, let me get the exact numbers, $9.8 billion worth of earmarks. Thousands of individual projects here. Both Democrat and Republican. It's interesting to note on the Republican side, we actually have a conference resolution that we don't support earmarks. Well, we're supporting over $4 billion worth. Democrats are getting $5.4 billion worth of earmarks. This is the gateway drug to the massive deficit spending, to the mortgaging of our children's future. It has to stop, which is why I'm going to offer an amendment to eliminate all those earmarks in this massive omnibus spending bill. Senator Leahy.
This monstrous spending bill clocks in at 4,155 pages. It was released in the middle of the night. We've had it for only a few hours. And now we're being told Congress needs to vote on and pass this thing on an expedited basis. Some are saying, within the next 48 to 72 hours. By doing that, they're acknowledging the fact that they're treating what is fundamentally a legislative proposal. I mean, let's be serious about this. This is a handful, like 4 or 5 people in Congress wrote this. And they put it together. They introduced it in the middle of the night, in the early morning hours of today. And now they're wanting to collapse all hearings, all floor debates, all discussions in earnest about this, and say you just have to pass it because this is what the process is. Well, the process is this way because time after time, you've got enough members who agree to support these things without even having voted for it. Some of our colleagues must have magical powers, powers that I can't grasp or even understand. Because one of the reasons why this works is that you've had, I think, all 50 Democrats agreeing in advance they'd support it, and you've had between 10 and 20 Republicans agreeing in advance that they would support it, even though essentially none of them have seen this. I've got friends on the Appropriations Committee, including some who were subcommittee chairs or subcommittee ranking members on there who hadn't seen it. And yet they didn't know what was in it. So magically, those 50 Democrats and those 10 to 20 Republicans who pledged their support for it, before it even existed, they somehow knew what was in it. Well, it wasn't just that they were clairvoyant. It's that they were sort of bought off piece by piece, person by person. And I don't mean bought off in the legally corrupt sense, but in the sense that it's a corrupt process. You hand out enough special favors here or there to get this or that proposal, this or that funding priority in there. You throw out 7,500 earmarks, and you're going to get a lot of people to jump on board. That isn't right. It used to be that the legislative process involved reading and debating and discussing and amending. It used to be that once a bill like this reached the floor, after it had gone through a full committee markup process, that you would still have an abundant chance on the floor to debate it and discuss it, because most people on the committee in question are not represented. Most people not on that committee have never had an opportunity by the time it reaches the floor to weigh in. So we had that. But today, it seems that we have to beg and plead and barter for any amendments, and we're made to feel guilty about it in the process. They have the audacity to hold off on this thing deliberately by design and release it in the early morning hours of December 20th, having scheduled a shutdown the day before Christmas Eve, and then tell us that it's somehow on us unless we eagerly jump onto it and read it. Why is that a problem? Well, it's a problem because, again, it's 4,155 pages long. We get desensitized to this over time. The complexity. Complexity in law is itself a subsidy. It's a corrupt subsidy that subsidizes the wealthy and the well-connected in this country. 4,155 pages long. Just put this in perspective for a minute. I speak, on average, about 120 words per minute when I speak on the Senate floor. I don't know whether that's something to be proud of or not. I don't know how that stacks up to others, but that's the rate at which I typically speak on the Senate floor. At that pace, it would take me 5 straight days. And by days, I don't mean 8-hour work days or 10 or 12-hour work days. I mean 24-hour work days. 5 straight 24-hour periods consecutively, back to back, without so much as a bathroom break. And certainly no opportunity for sleeping. Nothing other than reading. It would take 5 straight consecutive days of continuous reading at that pace in order to get through this. The Bible is a long book, and it's 1,200 pages long. And so going through this, reading through this, which the Bible's actually interesting and full of stories that you can follow, much more interesting than this. I mean, even when you get into the depths of Habakkuk, you're not dealing with stuff like this. But you'd have to read, to get through the same amount of text, you'd have to read the Bible 3.5 times during that same period and be able to comprehend it. And unlike the Bible, this stuff can't be really read on its face and understood. It takes cross-referencing to understand all of that. I've got a number of friends who have detailed a number of the more absurd examples of the carve-outs that they've used to barter and thereby procure the advance votes of a number of my colleagues, some of which are absurd. A few of them were identified by my friend Scott Parkinson. Curiously, there were a few members whose names appeared quite repeatedly and prominently in these. For example, you'll be very pleased to know that in this, we've got the federal building on 7th Street in San Francisco that's named for Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Then you've got our Senate Appropriations Committee Chair, Patrick Leahy. What was just the Lake Champlain Basin Program is now going to be the Patrick Leahy Lake Champlain Basin Program. And we're also stuffing an additional $35 million a year, each year, every year between now and 2027. I'm sure that's just a coincidence that he's the Approps Chair, and that's also on there. Oh, also, our colleague, Richard Shelby from Alabama. I guess there are still a few things in Alabama that have yet to be named after Richard Shelby. He's got some in there as well, including an FBI arsenal building down there. If you like presidential museums, you'll love this one, because we've got $6 million for the Ulysses S. Grant Museum. It needs an overhaul to the tune of $6 million. One of my favorites might be the $1.7 billion that goes to transportation structures and infrastructure developed specifically to combat climate change. That's in there too. Some Republicans are trying to call it a big win. I'm sorry, I have a hard time calling that a big win. when you unite all 50 Democrats and sharply divide Republicans, getting, I don't know, probably 10 to 20 votes to support this, I don't understand how that's a big win for Republicans, especially right after we've just had an election. And control of the House has now shifted from Democrats to Republicans. I don't understand that math. I don't understand that logic, but it's not right. You know, there's something more to this. This isn't just about the balance of this fiscal year. It's that, and we're giving them way too much on that. But it's this then becomes the norm. This resets the defaults, such that if, heaven forbid, we get to the end of this fiscal year and there is an agreement on a series of spending bills or one big one or whatever, we may, for a period of time, perhaps a long period of time, end up operating on the basis of a continuing resolution. Guess which levels this then extends? These higher levels. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we're $31 trillion in debt, because of stuff like this. It's making the American people poorer. It's destabilizing our economy. It's making it so that the average Utah family now finds life unaffordable, having to shell out an additional $1,000 a month every single month for their basic monthly necessities. This is wrong. It's got to stop, but it will not stop until members of Congress, including U.S. senators elected as Republicans, committed to some semblance of fiscal conservatism, refuse to vote for bills that they have not read, that they do not understand, that are cobbled together and that impoverish the American people. They do a lot of good, but most of that good is for special interests and for the popularity of the politicians who vote for these things, who will get a big bump for the moment when they get praised by the public and by the media and by the special interests for passing this thing. It needs to stop.
Before I ran for governor of Florida back in 2010, I've been in business all my life. And I didn't start out with money, so I had to go to banks and I had to go to investors to start the companies I started. So if I went to a bank and I said to them, give me a bunch of money, and here's the documents you have to sign, and you'll have 24 hours to read them, what do you think the chances I would have gotten any money? I wouldn't have gotten any money. If I went to an investor and said, this is what you have to sign, you've got 24, 48 hours to read it, but you have to sign it, and I want your money, you think they'd give it to me? No, they wouldn't have given it to me. So if you went out and hired somebody to help you buy something, and a lawyer, or you had a financial planner helping you review an investment, and they said, look, I don't have time to read it, but you should just sign it, and maybe afterwards we'll know what's in it, you would fire the lawyer or you would fire the financial planner. Nobody leads their personal life the way our federal government is operating. We get a bill that should have happened before September, that we all should have had plenty of time to review. We get a bill at 1:28 in the morning that's 3 times the size of the Bible. The Bible might have a lot of interesting stories, but I've tried to read the entire Bible straight through a bunch of times. It's hard. Think about it. We'd have to read it over 3 times between now and Friday night. If you wanted to say, I'm going to read every page, you'd have to read from 8 o'clock this morning, 24 hours a day, through Friday night. You'd have to read 47 pages an hour. I'd fall asleep. I think most people would fall asleep being able to do that, and you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. So 4,155 pages, 7,500 earmarks, right? And how many people, when you go back home and you say, I supported 7,500 earmarks for things that they would not spend their money on, that people would say, oh, you should reelect those people. We can't keep doing this. And I've been up here 4 years. We're going to keep doing this. I don't know why is something going to change? The Democrats have been able to do this in the past. They're going to do it next year. We'll be in the exact same position next year because we have allowed them to get away with it. This has got to stop. We've got to say, we came up here to be fiscally responsible and watch your money. If you look at the inflation that's happening right now, inflation is caused by one thing: reckless government spending. $31 trillion of the debt. If anybody's buying a new house and you look at the mortgage has gone up to over 6%, okay, that's caused because we have $31.5 trillion worth of debt and we keep running deficits. If you look at the inflation, which has been about 14% since Biden got elected, it's because we haven't lived within our means. So if we care about Americans, we've got to start acting responsibly. Giving us a bill at 1:28 in the morning that's over 4,000 pages that nobody will have the opportunity to read, that we'll have no idea what's in it, is not the way to run your personal life, your business life, or your government. This has to stop.
Any questions?
Hey, Senators, thanks for taking questions, by the way. There's a couple non-germane things in there, one of which is on page 1947, which is the Electoral Count Act. The other one's on page 2002, and that's the ban on TikTok on federal phones. That's actually a Republican idea. First, does anybody have any opinions on the TikTok provision in this spending bill?
I support not having TikTok on government phones, and I think every parent ought to start looking at whether they should, their children should be able to use TikTok. TikTok is absolutely controlled by the Communist Party of China. It's destabilizing. It's not good for our children. I think we ought to have to look at how do we do business, how we do any business with Communist China, and I think this is one example.
Ask about the Electoral Count Act, pretty big.
Yeah, well, so let me, rather than comment specifically on what's included in here, let's talk about why it was included. This is supposedly a must-pass piece of legislation. And so you will see those types of bills included in these types of piece of legislation without debate, not having gone through the committee, but it just gets stuck together. Again, it's a horrible way of legislating. It's a horrible way of running this country. And that's what we're saying here. This has to stop. We can't continue this way. So whether you're for a particular piece of legislation or not, this isn't the way it should be passed.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senators. Leader McCarthy is threatening to block legislation next year from any Senate Republican who supports the omnibus. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, I think what we ought to do is we ought to be supporting the Republican in the House. The Republicans in the House have said they do not want this bill. They want to have the opportunity to pass a spending bill when they're in control. Would you rather have, if you think about when you're buying a company, you're doing any document, you want to be the one that writes the document. The same with this. We should have Republicans write this bill rather than Democrats write this bill. This is a Pelosi Schumer bill, not a McCarthy Republican leadership bill in the Senate. So I support letting the Republican House do this. And by the way, in the bill, they have disaster funding for Florida. We had a hurricane. I've been asking for support, and actually, first off, asking for the number we need out of FEMA, haven't gotten it. I've asked for a bill on disaster relief, haven't gotten it because they want to put it in the bill that shouldn't be in. So I'm going to demand a separate vote for disaster relief.
And once we get through this, they ought to set the example next year on how you do it. They need to get to work on all of these appropriation bills in a timely manner and set the example for how it's going to be done. If not, there'll be some of us here holding them accountable. And McCarthy has said he will do that. I hope he does.
Hey, go ahead. To that point, following up on that, this appears to be a splintering in the Republican Party for both sides. Is it problematic to you guys, and especially your effectiveness, if you have a House Republican leader who isn't on the same page as the Senate Republican leader?
Well, I think each of us represent our states. All right, and I was very clear when I ran, and I was very clear when I was governor. I mean, I balanced the budget. I mean, people up here say, "Oh, you'll never support a spending bill." Well, if you sign a budget every year, I signed a budget spending bill every year as governor. We negotiated with the legislature, and I did it, and I also did vetoes. So what we need to do up here is have something where we go through a process. But right now, I think we ought to be supporting the Republicans in the House. We shouldn't be passing something at the end of the year. It's just for helping Pelosi and Schumer. That's all we're doing.
Have you talked directly to McCarthy about this at all?
I have.
Any of you guys?
Many times.
And
I've talked to him an hour ago, talked to him last night, I've talked to him a lot, and he's, yeah.
Sorry.
Yep. Look, I don't ever want to speak for someone who's not present, especially when they can speak for themselves, but to answer your question, yes, I've spoken to him many times, and he and I have similar concerns that we've expressed publicly, and I think he's got a legitimate one. I mean, one of the reasons for this, I've shared this with you before, or at least with most of you, but since 1954, control of the House has shifted only 5 times. Each time during a midterm election, and at no point in 0 of those 5 switches did you have the lame duck Congress during a lame duck session passing a comprehensive spending bill during the lame duck period. shouldn't happen now. And anyway, to answer your original question, yeah, I do think this is harmful to Republicans. We've got a Republican leader in the House and a Republican leader in the Senate, and they are taking diametrically opposed positions here. And I'm with McCarthy on this one.
Senator Leahy, a question on strategy. On Twitter, you suggested you might deny UC to expedite this. Is that your plan? Are we going to go over the shutdown deadline?
Yeah, under no circumstances are we going to go over the shutdown deadline. And by the way, I trust and would hope that when you ask my colleagues who are proponents of this bill, that you would ask them the same question. Keep in mind, they're the ones who held control of this. They are the ones who, feigning the inability to get it done any sooner, dropped this on us just days before Christmas, having artificially contrived a shutdown threat that would come to full maturity at midnight the day before Christmas Eve. So I hope you'll ask them that same question. But no, as I look at the timing of this with the Senate rules, even if there were no time agreement at all, this one's not going to create a shutdown. Whether there's a shutdown as a result of House action, I don't know. But assuming that the Senate ends up passing this, there's no conceivable universe in which it eats into that or requires another extension on our end. But this is part of the problem, though. They contrived the shutdown threat by setting up a shutdown right before Christmas. And they do this year after year. Shame on them, but shame on us for falling for it over and over again.
I'd like to just answer that question as well. Unfortunately, this is misreported all of the time. Every day in the hallway, they say, are you going to hold up this spending bill? Are you going to be the fly in the ointment that allows government to shut down? Instead of the honest answer, when did they learn that there was a deadline for spending, and why didn't they meet the deadline? The deadline for spending is September 30th. Every year. They didn't meet it. They were given 90 additional days. And last week that deadline came, and they didn't meet it. They were given an additional week, and with that week mostly gone, they come forward and say, and then all of a sudden it's conservatives' fault for blocking this? No, they know the rules. The rules of the Senate haven't changed. It takes a week to pass a bill in the Senate. And people say, are you going to hold it up? No, it's like, am I going to grant a speeding up of the bill, an expediting of the bill? This is about us doing a special favor to the people who are bankrupting the country. They're in charge. They know the deadlines. It is all on them. These people I would not put in charge of a Minute Mart and 3 gas stations, much less a $6 trillion economy. They know the deadlines. They fail every year. They bring it to Christmas, and then they blame conservatives. And the thing is, people say, well, you won't vote for a spending bill. Sure I will. I'll vote for 99% of what we spent last year. You do that for 5 years, and you'll just about balance your budget.
Senator, sorry, can I follow up on that?
Sure.
You say that they're in charge of the timing on this, but to a degree, you have a little bit of dictate over the timing of this. So are you going to do what you can do, which is use the time that's allotted for this to
Right. We have zero power over the timing of when the bills are presented. We weren't participating in writing the bill. It was done by about 3 or 4 people in leadership and appropriations. So we really don't control the timing. The timing is also set by the Senate rules. Bills take about a week. Those are the rules. You can have exceptions to the rules if everybody gets together. So if you want to declare that America's great and we should celebrate the 4th of July, I'm all for expediting that. But for expediting $1 trillion in deficit, I ran for office because I think we're destroying our country. We're going to destroy our currency. Why would I jump up and down and say, oh, well, let me please get out of the way so you can further bankrupt the country? But it really is absolutely 100% their responsibility. They control the legislative calendar. Senator Schumer controls the day-to-day. No one else can bring a bill forward. The majority leader has all of that power. But I'm pretty ecumenical on the blame. When Republicans were in charge of the House, the Senate, and the presidency, they continued to add trillions of dollars to debt, even when we controlled the calendar. But when that happened, I wasn't in charge of the calendar, and the same thing happened. They missed the deadlines, bumped it up against a holiday, and then blamed conservatives. I'm sick of taking it.
Senator Paul, would you oppose expediting this? Do you think this will go over the deadline?
We haven't decided.
Look, the bill's 4,155 pages long. We got it a few hours ago.
Read the bill.
So I find it offensive when colleagues suggest they deliberately contrive this shutdown threat. They are extorting us and the American people, using the American people and the legitimate fears they have as bait. And then they drop it on us at the last possible moment when they can plausibly do it. And then within hours, are you done yet? Are you done yet? Are you finished? Are you ready to give us consent? That is the height of presumptuousness. This is legislative barbarism. This is extortion, and it's wrong. So it's, I'm sorry, that is way too soon to be asking us how quickly we're going to jump to expedite their process from which they excluded every single one of us and 330 million Americans. That's wrong.
Senator, why do you think there's, I mean, the five of you have had a couple press conferences here in the last couple of weeks. Do you feel as though your position on this is the minority of the minority? Why are there only 5 Republicans having this conversation?
That's a darn good question, because last time I checked, every Republican runs year after year on a platform that includes fiscal conservatism. That's sort of the one uniter. We represent lots of different states with lots of different idiosyncrasies, but the one thing that I think unites us all is we've all run as fiscal conservatives. I wish there were more of us at this press conference. I know there are more of us who feel this way, who for whatever reason just couldn't make it today, but I'd love to have more. Because, look, the fact is this, every one of us can find something in here that we like. Every one of us can identify some worthy, deserving beneficiaries who will benefit from this legislation. That is not the question. The question is viewed as a totality. Is this right? Not only do I think it's not right, but I also know that they can't know that it's right after seeing it for like 6 minutes.
Okay, you were just listening in there to Senate Republicans speaking out against this $1.7 trillion spending bill. In the meantime, we are continuing to follow breaking news out of Texas, where we are learning that Aaron Dean, the former Texas police officer, we are learning his sentencing now. He has been sentenced to 11 years, 10 months, and 12 days in prison for the 2019 killing of a Tatiana Jefferson. Again, back in 2019, this decision was just announced. We are giving you a live look inside the courtroom right now, but this decision comes less than a week after Dean was found guilty of manslaughter on December 15th. Again, a live look inside the courtroom as we bring you all of the top stories and headlines live, raw, and unfiltered. We are going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to have reaction to Dean's sentencing. That'll be in just 2 minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Just before the break, we brought you some breaking news that we are following out of Texas, where we are learning that Aaron Dean, the former Fort Worth police officer, has been sentenced to 11 years, 10 months, and 12 days in prison for manslaughter in the death of a Tatiana Jefferson back in 2019. We're giving you a live look of two pictures right now. To the left in the top corner, that is a live look inside of the courthouse, and to the right, it's an overhead view from our Sky Fox camera of vehicles and people gathering near Jefferson's home. We are also expecting to hear some comments from Jefferson's family at some point this afternoon in reaction to Aaron Dean's sentencing. Again, he's the former Fort Worth police officer who shot and killed Tatiana Jefferson inside of her home back in 2019. He was found guilty of manslaughter. We now want to bring you out to where some people were speaking following that sentencing announcement inside of the courtroom. Let's listen in to what they had to say.
She finally got some justice, and then we're going to keep up our Tatiana project. Her memory, she's not here, but what her sister's doing with STEM and all that is going to live on forever.
Lisa, do us a favor, tell us your first and last name for the record and spelling.
Lisa, L-E-S-A, Pamplin, P as in Paul, A-M, P as in Paul, L-I-N.
For those that don't know, your connection to the family and this trial.
My sorority sister, we help each other, and I'm here, and I've been here every day since this trial started. For the whole family and for Allen Avenue. My office is over there in that area. And I'm not going to sit here and let something like this trial go by without being here for the people in this community that I represent. And I want to protect, and I want to make sure, I want to see some changes with respect to the way Fort Worth PD handles their business.
Come on.
Patrice, you want to say a few words?
Yes, I would like to say a few words. Thank you so much, Scott. My name is Patrice Jones, for the record. I would like to say that we need some balance to the judicial system here in Tarrant County. We have not had a Democratic judge in over 22 years. I need black and brown people who are being unfairly discriminated against by the Fort Worth Police Department to become more engaged in civic engagement, register to vote, and we need to vote for a brand new city council who can approve a police review oversight with subpoena power to give the community input and a chance to help change Fort Worth PD, because there is a lot of corruption within Fort Worth PD. There has been, and this is the first conviction of a police officer in Tarrant County, the first time a police officer has ever been tried for murder, and there has been several murders here in Tarrant County, and our mayor and our city council refuse to hold the Fort Worth PD accountable, and they use our black elders and our black leaders to keep the black and brown community quiet, and we do not need that. And I would love to see people just become more involved, and I'm happy that a black woman got a pinch of justice here in Tarrant County. Black women matter. A Tatiana mattered. Justice for Tatiana. Please follow the Tatiana Project and support that family in all their STEM efforts.
What was in your mind when you heard the sentence?
What went through my mind when I heard the sentence, I was shocked. I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting Aaron Dean to receive any jail time, so I was completely shocked. And how I feel about the sentence, I won't say that I'm satisfied, but I do think that it's a tiny step forward. So I am happy that the jury saw it and found it in their hearts to give this man jail time, because he is a murderer and he belongs in jail, and his family is very cocky, very disrespectful. We watched them walk past with a box of Jimmy John's that they were able to take into the chambers. Aaron Dean was not being, he was not in the holding tank. He was outside, able to hug his family. If we would not have knocked on that door and created a ruckus, he would have been able to break bread and enjoy dinner with his family, what he's been doing throughout this whole trial. We have watched favoritism from these jailers, from these sheriffs, and it has been ridiculous. There needs to be a national movement in Fort Worth to create change. We need change here in Fort Worth. We are the largest Republican city, and we need help. Leaders across the world, please put a focus on Fort Worth and changing the Fort Worth PD, changing Bill Wayborn and all the deaths in Tarrant County Jail. There's a lot of corruption and bad things happening in Fort Worth, and we need to dismantle white supremacy. Black Lives Matter. Thank y'all.
Can you tell us your name for the record?
Patrice Jones. Any other questions?
Tell us your connection.
Yes, good evening. My name is Estella Williams. I'm the president of the Fort Worth Tarrant County branch, NAACP.
Reaction to today's sentencing?
You know, in one breath I'm stunned. Another, it's kind of unbelievable that a person's life, a life that was supposed to be well lived, was taken out, and only the value was, 11 months, 11 years and 10 months. Very, very disheartening. That person gets to live on. Hopefully the conscience will be the guide that will cause him to be haunted by the felony actions that he took. You know, you've got persons who are going to be haunted. That 11-year-old who was 8 years old, living with those things. You've got sisters. And then to think about that mother who's gone on, the father who's gone on. This is really devastating that a life had no more value than to think that 11 years and 10 months is what it equated to. I don't look at it as being justified. I do look at it as being an opportunity of saying, a wrong was committed, but because of the civil responsibility that he should have held against him, the responsibility was not achieved as it should have been. So I just, again, it was very stunning on both ends.
Is this justice for Tatiana? I mean, if the sentence could have been more, could have been less.
I don't see it as being justice. I do see it as being just a scratch of the surface. How can you say that there's justice for a life that was so valiant, brilliant life, young lady who was in her own home. My concern is that, I wasn't in the jury box, but never once did you hear any testimony where he even identified himself as being a police officer. When you identify yourself as being a certain person or a certain individual, that creates a thought that I've got to do something different. Anybody could have been walking around that yard, but you know what? He never identified himself. Police, I'm a police officer, drop your weapon. Anybody could have said that. Pardon me?
What's your name?
My name is Estella Williams.
With NAACP?
Absolutely.
Got it. Why was this case important to the NAACP?
It was important because of the values and the vision and the mission that our organization holds fast to. Truly, every individual should be granted civil rights. Civil rights were not even thought of when this young lady's life was taken, nor did civil responsibility be attained by the verdict that was given to him. He still has a life. He still has an opportunity. And I just truly hope that as he contemplates, we've not seen any remorseness, some actions that have been seen or those that we felt that were unjust. But the thing about it is that there is a responsibility that we each have to ourselves and to others. And yet, those things I feel like was just not there.
Just listening into some reaction there from the courthouse. We want to take you out live to the courthouse right now, where we're hearing from some other folks on the reaction to this sentencing.
City to a certain degree. I know how much this has just been 3 years of waiting for first off just a trial date, and now finally a verdict and then a sentence.
Well, when I took office, it was my mandate to make sure, do everything in my possibility to bring forth a trial. And you guys seen that play out in the things that I've done. This has been a cloud over the city of Fort Worth ever since October the 12th happened. And there are things that we as a city, there's things that me as a person in District 8 and as a community want to do to honor the life of Tatiana Jefferson. But we were struggling to do that until we get this side of relief that now we can start some type of healing process. How that looks, we don't know yet.
But this does help you feel like helps the city sort of move on and move forward from this.
This definitely helps the city to have real conversation about, one, her life, about what actually happened in that house or what actually happened on that night, because you know that we haven't been able to really talk about our thoughts or our concerns of what happened that night. But now that we have a verdict and we have a sentencing, we can be openly discussing the fact of what happened on October the 12th.
Do you think that anything has changed in the Fort Worth Police Department since Tatiana Jefferson was killed?
There has things that has systemically changed, but there are some things that still remains the same. We got the final report. The expert panel said that the police department has some issues. They voted, the city council voted down the oversight review board. The city has some issues, and so we have gotten close, but we are far, far away from seeing some resolve happen in the city of Fort Worth. Hopefully this is a pivotal moment that we can make the changes.
Chris, you may have already addressed it, but what was your initial reaction when you heard the 11 years from the judge as you read it?
Thank God that he doesn't get probation. I mean, I think that the city was at a place of unrest, and the community was at a place of unrest, and we were still, so we get a sentence of manslaughter, which was hard for us to take. And so we buckled up our shoes and came back each day to see what the sentence is going to be. So when they said 11 years, we're grateful that it wasn't probation, but we're not grateful enough that it should have been 20, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And again, we were just listening in there to reaction after former Fort Worth police officer Aaron Dean learned his sentencing. Again, that he was sentenced to 11 years, 10 months, and 12 days in prison. This shot that you're looking at right now are some aerial views that we're getting. We've had some service cutting in and out there of a Tatiana Jefferson's home. We are being told that we are going to be receiving reaction from her family later this afternoon. Of course, we'll bring you that live coverage as soon as it comes in. Dean was initially indicted on a murder charge, but before the jury began deliberations, the judge in the case told them they could consider a manslaughter verdict, which in Texas carries a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison. And you just heard, as we were just listening to someone react to this, saying that he was disappointed that he didn't get 20 years, again getting 11, and a manslaughter charge instead, that he was found guilty of manslaughter. We'll continue to follow this for you, as we always do here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to go out to where the House Committee is meeting today to discuss the public release of former President Donald Trump's tax returns. Let's listen in there.
Take all the arrows for you.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for coming. I'm joined today by Republican members in the House Ways and Means Committee. We are unified in our concern that Democrats may today move forward with unprecedented action that will jeopardize the right of every American to be protected from political targeting by Congress. We have seen news report that the committee may consider moving forward with making public some or all of President Trump's private tax returns and those of affiliated businesses. Let me be clear. Our concern is not whether the president should have made his tax returns public, as is traditional, nor about the accuracy of his tax returns. That is for the IRS and the taxpayer to determine. Our concern is that if taken, this committee action will set a terrible precedent that unleashes a dangerous new political weapon that reaches far beyond the former president and overturns decades of privacy protections for average Americans that have existed since the Watergate reforms. Our current law was put in place to prevent presidents and members of Congress from targeting